One who is here. Let me turn this off real quick. Here we go. Happy Wednesday. It's the middle of the month. We done made it. The middle of the month, y'all. It's almost the end of the month. It's the middle of the week. We done made it. We done made it. We done made it to another men's forum. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being at the Real Precious Network, where we have two shows. We have the Adoptee Foster on Tuesdays and the men's forum on Wednesday. And I think we're going to have a good show today. I'm excited to get into it. It's going to be a good one. I don't know if you guys are going to think it's going to be a good one. I mean, you guys are on the panel. But hey, look, we're going to get through it. Okay. We're going to get through it. I don't really have any announcements, so we're just going to hop right into it. Before I get to my co-host, I appreciate you guys being here. Definitely hit that like button, subscribe, all the things, hit the bell notification so you know when we go live. Tuesday and Wednesday, 9 p.m. is pretty simple. But if you are hard at remembering things, you can definitely hit that bell notification and you'll be reminded. That's the beauty of our smartphones. But before we get our co-host of the audience involved, how are you guys on the panel doing this evening?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Can't complain. Oh, I got R-Pain in the bag. Hold on now. Let me go get him.
Doing well. How are you? How you both doing? Pain is in the building.
Hey, how's everybody doing? How you doing?
Good. You sound better.
Yeah, just a little.
Oh man, you was under the weather. I'm sorry to hear that. Glad you're feeling
big
better.
time, big time.
He was. You could tell he just needed some tea, some lemon, some honey.
Yep. This is special tea here tonight.
Special tea.
All right. So what do we got going on?
Oh, we got a lot going on tonight. Before we get into it, Leon, how are you? And then we'll get to our co-host in the chat.
I'm doing good. I didn't get off work till 7 o'clock. So another long day for the kid. But I'm doing good.
Appreciate you for being here, because you could be laying down, taking a good old nap, having something to eat. But you're here, so I appreciate you. We have Fishing to Fit in the chat. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to you as well. Thank you so much for being here. Worldwide collaboration, showing some love. Thank you so much for being here. Menelik is in the building. Good evening, everyone. This is very interesting. Yes, we're going to get into some things tonight. Salute. Hit that like button. Definitely hit the like button. Subscribe. Follow us. Be on the journey to having great conversations, not one where we point the fingers, but we point out characteristics and behaviors that we can, hopefully correct and steer in a different direction. So thank you guys so much for being here. Sean is in the chat showing some love. EV, I see you in the chat. Salute to everyone. Salute to you as well. Thank you so much for being here. All right, guys, we're going to get into it. So the first video that I found, it's like a girls talk conversation, and I wanted to bring it over here to the men's panel. This is the men's panel. However, I do drop the live for anyone to join the conversation, as long as you're respectful. Show your face behind the chat, your entire face, all of it. Okay, don't be up. Look,
I got the piece of paper.
Don't be up here like this. Okay, I need to see your entire face. You don't have to show your face on the panel while you're on the panel. However, behind the scenes, behind stage, I need to know that you're a real person. If I get the little crazy vibes, don't take it personal. It's just God downloaded. He's telling me some things. So yeah, we're gonna get into it. But this first video is more like a girls talk video. And I was kind of vibing with them. When you with your girls, you vibing with them. But then you have that one friend, and I'm that friend that go, hold up now. Bring it back. We're gonna have to reel this back. And so I'm sure that you guys will get this impression when we watch this video. So without further ado, we're gonna get into it. Now, I bear with me, y'all. Okay, my wireless mouse is for sure wireless. It's not connecting. It's not acting right. Okay, and so I don't want to exit stage left on accident. So pray for your girl, okay? Because I've done it a few times before the show, and I've had to restart this damn show about 3 times already, okay? Just pray for your girl, all right? So we're going to get into it. Hold on, let me take this out because, tripping. Y'all be tripping. Okay, here we go.
Wants to feel special.
Yeah.
But I also feel like I've experienced good love in my life. And so I know when it's good and when it's just playtime. But what I do think I need to do more of is engage in playtime.
That's what I'm saying.
But because I've always been in a relationship. I've always been like, oh, you like me, I like you. Okay, now we're a thing.
That's a problem.
And then 5 years later, and you're like, oh, whoa. But I don't really know how to like casually date.
I feel like guys don't want to casually date when you're not begging for more.
Maybe that's what, because I am
1000%.
very aloof.
Me too, girl. I'm like,
like,
do your thing. I got to do.
We're not chasing.
They don't want that. Like, to me, it's like, why can't we have a look? Why can't we be consistent sneak links?
Now, Kiki.
Consistent sneak links?
I'm going to stop it right there.
What?
Stop it right there. She said, why can't we be consistent sneaky links? And, you know, what are we about? Probably
50
seconds, 50. Well, age, you know, Nia Long is up there. Still beautiful, though. She is up there. But I'm talking about, like, minutes into the actual video, right? So we're not that far into
not even 2 minutes.
However, this is where we're at already. Consistent sneaky links. And it's like, girl, you have a consistent sneaky link. How unrealistic that is for a woman. Okay.
Why can't we just say, hey, it's
and
Friday?
They talk too much. Where's the NDA?
Way too much. I do
we
need that.
An NDA.
The NDA I need stat.
Right now.
Because I'm looking for
what
Friday.
Do you guys
are we on for Friday night again?
Yeah. Are these the right finger? Oh, wrong.
Are we on Friday night again? Yeah. Ate that.
Okay.
Eat that maybe.
We definitely eat. Yes. Eat it and sign.
Because I'm done. I'm done with the. They're not being
sign is
enough.
crazy.
Oh, it's so eat it and sign is eating it. Okay.
Listen.
Yeah, it's tough out here, but you know, hey, beautiful women problems.
I feel like the thing about dating for me is I want to date with intention.
Yes,
but I also.
Look at Kiki over here, like, yes, girl, you just said you wanted to have a consistent sneaky link. Now, what is it?
I want to have fun. I just don't think I'm like into it though. Like here's the other thing. I don't have time.
Yeah.
That's really the truth.
I don't have time. To your point, I don't have time to do something that doesn't feel worth it to me.
Yes.
And I can.
But you want a sneaky link.
Compartmentalize. I can do the same thing a guy can do respectfully and ethically, right? I can have a sneaky link vibe, or not even sneaky link, but just like a guy that we know we're good friends and we enjoy each other's company every now and then, but it's nothing serious between us. And then the opportunity of possibly being something serious with someone,
What?
How do you go from a sneaky link to then, wanting something serious? These are the mental gymnastics that women play. And I don't want to say that they play them because they naturally live it out. We naturally live it out, where it's just like, oh, I think I can do this. And then by sneaky link 10, you're like, oh, marry me.
I'm open, but it's not. I don't feel like there's a lot of people.
I think I need to get into that.
I would too.
There's a couple that I do that with that I
now Nia.
No.
Oh, you
I think
lucky.
They're scared. They're like scary
because they're gonna fall in love with you.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, baby. Because once you put it down, hey.
I told y'all I invited y'all to girl talk, so y'all probably like, what in the world?
They don't know how to control themselves.
Back that thing up.
Okay, I'm just saying. Girl, the sleepover that we're about to have.
Of this is gonna be nuts.
The sleepover that we're about to have.
The sneaky link.
Into this.
We are having a sleepover. Next time I come,
a sneaky link.
I'm wearing my pajamas.
Yes, girl, come on, pajama party.
It'd be so cute. Yes. Let's do it.
All right, let's get into it, y'all. Don't all go at once, y'all.
Bird babble times 25 on aisle 5. Like, what are we talking about? We 55 and like talking about a sneaky link?
A sneaky link.
Everybody wants the feeling of a relationship, but don't want the responsibility, and that's not gender specific. And the thing is that a lot of men don't mind exercising it and don't mind being that sneaky link. And what she said at the end, oh, then they start catching feelings. It's usually the other way around. And they want to have that sneaky link. The sneaky link is mad cool and fun because he doesn't really care for you. He really could care less what you do. So therefore, you're asking just not to be cared for. And this is where I find, some type of confusion on why women specifically like to just want to have fun. Yeah, okay. Have all the fun you want, but you got to outgrow that. And you got to learn to kind of understand that it's not all about just fun. Now, it happens a lot with women who are independent and work all the time. Seemingly, they need to want to release and have fun like they don't ever get the opportunity to do so.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't understand because ultimately it leads to unfulfillment.
I agree. That independent, when she said, I don't have time, that's the truth right there. I don't know about all the other fluff. I don't know if she really want to have fun. Seems like Nia Long be getting down with threesomes with other couples. Okay, so there's some time that you're spending with other people, not even just one person. You're spending it with other people. And so when you're giving your time to a whole couple, you're not going to have time for yourself. You're not going to even be able to see yourself walking in what you actually want because you in some other mess.
Listen, I have the perfect 2-minute song for what I just heard. Nice video, beautiful one. I don't know if you saw it already. But anyway, listen, you don't reach 55 years old and have these kind of thoughts like Nia Long. First of all, we all know that, there are some men that catch feelings, but the kind of guy she's looking for, he's just going to be banging her out. And she's going to be the one left holding the bag. Because if by the time you reach 55, you know why you don't like just giving it to somebody for fun, because that's not how you're wired. So now that you reach 55, so this whole shit with Emiko Ime Udoka and how hard and sad you were feeling was all bullshit. That's what she's talking about. Right? How could he do you wrong when you don't care whether it's a relationship or not? I mean, but I'm at the point, listen, women, if you want to give away the box freely like that, fine, man. It's, when back in my heyday, I thought one of the best things I ever heard from a woman was saying, hey, Rich, you know what? I'm not looking for a relationship, but every so often, we can get together. And you know what I said? Nothing. I just smiled and said, okay. Because, so when a woman is like that, you just shut up and go along with the ride, because a man knows that this is music to your ears. But then it's not true. If a woman likes you and she keeps inviting you over, she's catching feelings. And the very first time you know that is when you don't meet one expectation she has and she questions you on it. Because she now she's showing you she cares about something. So, so I just, so I heard the two ladies talking, and, I'm not moved by anything women say anymore. And now I could express it, more now that I've been on these airways, because all this shit I know about. I really do. So I don't hold it against her. She could go out in those dark waters and she's going to get hurt. She is. And Keke, forget about Keke Palmer. She can't handle it. I know she can't.
No. And that's the sad reality when you have, Keke Palmer, who has a platform and she speaks to women all the time. Women watch her, obviously. Then with Nia Long being on the show, I can't wait to go see her on Saturday in the Michael Jackson movie. That's the only reason why I'm going.
Oh, okay.
But of course I love Michael Jackson, but I want to see her play his mother in the movie. But And of course, and then you bring me along onto the show. So, a lot more women are going to watch it.
Right.
And, I was looking at the comment, it's like, yes, girl, sneaky link, like, and it's like, are y'all really hearing what they're saying?
Mm-mm.
One of the commenters said, I'm calling Cap. Most of y'all aren't really like that and don't want to be like that with guys you actually like. You have to be willing to give your body to a man strictly based on his physical, like men do. And like you said, Arpain, women aren't wired like that, especially for the man that they like. You have these sneaky links, and then you run into the man that you like. The man you willing to do everything for. The man you just ready to sacrifice it all for. And he don't feel that way about you. And now you are in emotional distress. Men ain't nothing. Men can't step up to the plate. They're not being leaders. And yet this is the behavior that is driving you to be like this with a man. But as soon as you meet that person that you like, all bets are off. And then when you're still in the sneaky link phase, like I think Arpain said it, as soon as something doesn't go your way, or as soon as, something comes up, a disagreement, now you're in the I got feelings stage, and this man is now seeing a side of you that he's never seen because all y'all do is have fun. All y'all do is go out. All y'all do is link up. And now the link ups are, filled with personal feelings that women start to catch. I'm not saying that men don't catch these feelings either, because men can catch these feelings too if he likes the girl. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a man enough to catch feelings.
There's no equivalency though. Let's not equate those two things. It's no
I'm not
way
equating them.
No, I'm not saying you are, but let's just get that clear.
I'm not equating them.
I'm not saying to you. I'm just saying in general.
Men do catch feelings for women.
No, I know that, but in these situations we're talking about, when we say this to the audience, people tend to think that we're equal when we say these things. It's just not true. It's just not true.
What's interesting is that I kind of push back on that. I think that women and men have a lot of.
It's not true.
Okay, you can't prove it. So
I don't
that's just your opinion.
History has proven it. I mean, we got a whole track record of men saying, listen, I'm not saying men don't catch feelings, but it's not the same as women. When you're trying to make that equation, you'll lose me.
Okay, well let me tell you why you lose me, because let me tell you why you lose me.
Okay, tell me why.
Because men do catch feelings, and men be fronting and lying like they don't. And men be fronting and lying like they don't go through the same emotions, but it shows up. It shows up in a lot of different ways, because really this sneaky link phase that men and women both go through, sometimes men go through it, is really often triggered by them being hurt and not being over it. Let's call it what it is.
There's no equivalency at all. I mean, I didn't say men didn't. See, that's why when we have these conversations, you go to say, I didn't say men don't catch feelings. I said it's not the same as women. We're not the same.
I mean, I agree we're not the same, but
so that's all the point I'm making. Why are we
the point
arguing about it? I didn't say men don't catch feelings.
Well, let me answer your question. The point that why I'm pushing back a bit is because we often have take the position that we don't catch feelings when in fact we do. And we often downplay it. Now, to your point, we are designed. I don't think we're so much different, but here's the difference. We have society has taught us to be. Can I finish without you interrupting?
No, I'm just being rude. Man. Go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
It's all good. But seriously, I tend to see a lot of men get hurt and act like they don't. And when I first met Precious, we was on a panel, and this gentleman said, "Yo, once I tell a person and they miss, I forgot what the wording was, but and he had went viral saying this. once I disclose or I'm vulnerable to you and you throw it in my face, all games are off. All you're saying is that you got hurt. And so you don't trust to get hurt again.
Black
And
man.
all my yeah, exactly. Black man don't feel it. And I was like, yo, who hurt you? Because that's really what you're showing a reflection of. When you're sitting there saying, oh, that ain't never going to happen again. Basically, you're saying, I'm not going to get hurt again, which I could understand. A lot of men take that position. But if you're going to love, the possibility of you getting hurt is there. And that's just the reality. Man, woman, child, whoever.
It's no equivalency. I mean, there's no equivalency. I mean, we spend a lifetime. This is all natural stuff. Men do get. I mean, but I think you start out differently. I don't make this stuff up. I mean, how many books, how many things we have to read? Men who get feelings start out having feelings for the chick. So I'm just saying, if you put men and women together, one, there's no flex for a woman to have sex with a man. There's no flex. They don't have to do anything but just want to have sex. And men take sex from women any way they give it. But men, we have panels and panels of saying men have sex with women they don't even like. Some women can do that, but that's not equivalent either, because most women have to have something for the dude. So when a woman says I can have sex with any man like that, she's broken. That's a rare woman. And the fact that it's not rare anymore is the scary part. That's what these ladies are talking about. They're talking about just being able to hook up with a dude randomly. He's banging you out, and then he's gonna get up, wipe his Johnson off, and leave. Right? No snuggling, no nothing. Jesus. Most women don't like that.
But
so that used to be true. A little something. So
that used to be true.
Now can I finish talking?
No.
When a woman hits 55 years old and she's not used to that, that's a whole different feeling. She just said she's used to having a relationship with a man. That's the reason. That's the way she's wired. Mm-hmm. And when you just turn yourself into a lady, especially with young guys, they're not falling in love with Nia Long. She's just a notch on their belt. There's a memory. They're gonna bang her ass out, leave her there on the bed. Maybe they might pat her hair a little bit, kiss on the lips or on his forehead and shit, and leave. When she's talking about signing NDAs, come on, Nia, you need to sign them. But it's just a conversation these two women are having. It's a real dangerous one for ladies listening. I just really think it is.
I don't know.
I agree.
I think men may fall in love with Nia Long. I don't think she's going to allow herself to fall in love with them.
Oh man, I don't know. I mean, it's a possibility.
You're right. But what kind of men? Listen, when you say that, Precious, the kind of guys she's talking about are young men. She's talking about younger men, and she's going to start out having these guys sign an NDA. And part of the NDA is, well, I'm giving you this so you can leave and keep your mouth shut. Right. Now, some of these guys might catch feelings for her, but then she'll cut them off.
That NDA is going to be laughed at.
But
that NDA is going to be laughed at.
The kind of guys she wants, they're not going to be wild. Like they're going to go through her like hot butter. I mean, these guys, most men, even an old crusty ass guy like me, if I was able to get some box like that, I could tell you, I'll take it, but I'm not falling in love. I mean, it's just you're not. Man, like I said, men do fall, but we're not wired that way. We're just not wired that. I mean, no, I'm not wired that. A lot of men I know, we're not wired that way. And for the most part, men who are on the prowl are not wired to fall in love with women who gave them sex. There's something else they're looking for. I don't know. Look at the Playboy. He's up here. Let the Playboy tell you.
JT.
JT, what up,
man?
Hey, man.
JT, where am I wrong at?
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. First and foremost, Nia Long is, she's been extremely beautiful for a very long time. She had no problem with getting her pick of the litter. Problem is that 3 a.m. said it earlier. That bird babble, that kills everything about the vibe about them. We listen, men, when a lot of times women don't understand, men intently listen to what you guys say. There was a thing called ghosting, and it was women that were complaining about it. The reason why, because men were not telling them when they were leaving and why they were leaving. A woman like Nia Long, especially if she's talking the way that she's talking, like her and what's old girl name that she was on the podcast with?
Keke Palmer.
Keke Palmer. When they talk like that, especially being, let's just keep who they are. These are actresses. They're in the limelight, and they've been in there for a very long time. They are already going to have problems with dating if they're not dating correctly. It's very hard to date in a environment like what they're in, right? So when you hear what they said, and how many minutes did it take for them to sit back and just be all over the place? It was less than 30 seconds, and they were just all over the place. They want sneaky links. They want men. They just was talking, and it's like, wait, first and foremost, do you know what a sneaky link is? And it didn't sound like they knew what a sneaky link was.
Yeah,
because
they want to do it all the time.
That's sneaky. That's what I was thinking. That I call cap on both of them because think that they've been doing these things. They're just now speaking about it.
Yes,
they've been having people who've been digging them out, whether they were in relationships or not. They just are now being more open with it because they got hurt.
And I don't think men are just going to instantly fall in love. Like when we see you, we like I just don't know a dude that wasn't like, Nia Long is just beautiful. Like we see it. But then once we start seeing the ilk of her, that's where it'd be like, oh, it's a turnoff. Like it didn't take long. It didn't take much to turn us on. It took her talking, her being the person that she is to turn us off. And just like Arpane said, I get the box. But that's probably all that I'm going to give you. But she's thinking she's running the relationship. Why? Because she's talking, she's moving too fast, all kind of stuff is going on. I call you when I call you, whatever. And the dude just be like, okay. And that's basically it. We're not telling our secrets. She be like, well, I'll tell you. Then the guy, he'll probably be like, well, where you been, baby? I ain't talked to you in a long time. What, you avoided me and stuff? They be like, nah, I just been busy or whatever. And they think that they got you strung along. But in the meanwhile, like, I'm not stopping my life because you need alone. So how do they end up finding out the type of guy that they actually need? They don't, because they keep chasing the dudes that they want. And those dudes don't want them. The guys that actually want them, they don't want them. So it's that's how it is. It's a very difficult thing for women to even figure out, dudes, especially if you got money and fame and stuff. It's going to be very hard. NDAs ain't going to be like, whatever. Can you find? Yes, you can find a man. Yeah, you can find a man that'll sit back and, you got your pick of the litter. But you don't want them, man.
Hey, Jay, let me say this to you also, man. You're on the road, right? One of the biggest things in my career before I got married is I never kissed and told anything. Never. Because all I thought about was that if I say anything, I might blow an opportunity. I never had an issue being in a woman's rotation if she wasn't my girl. I just enjoyed the time I had. And we did that. That's just the way it was. We didn't trip. The only woman I really cared about is with my wife. I had a couple of girlfriends in there, but there was no real, they cheated on me and I cheated on them. Because this, now that I'm reflecting, this boyfriend and girlfriend stuff is just bullshit. Either she's your wife or she's not. And that's the best way. If you're not intentional, it's all just broken promises.
You just said one thing that I just want to tag. A lot of women are looking for attention instead of intention. And I remember me being very clear because Arpane laid out how intentional he was when he pursued his wife. And I found that I commended him on that. because he went about it with intention. A lot of women like attention and never really get intention. And intention is what our pain described, which many men don't often offer.
And the problem with men who want intention, they will settle for a woman's attention because they have scarcity mindset and they get thrown off real easy. Right? If you intend to, that's why they chase a woman they shouldn't be chasing. They're trying to get her to fit into the mold that fits him. And when men do that, they lose from the beginning. They really lose from the beginning. Because sometimes when you're at that adage that I had to catch her, I had to make her like me and all that kind of shit, that's poison. If a woman doesn't like you already and you could convince her, right? Because she'll do a inventory of what she got going around, and actually you might pass. Like, all other guys that deal with are shit, but you're just a little less than shit. You don't stink as much. So I'll hook up with you, and you thinking she really likes you, but you're just there for the moment. It's just the worst place to be in. If you're not really, you thinking she's thinking more about you than she is, you just do for the time being until the right guy comes on. And now this is where the catch and feeling things are, because you have a misunderstanding of the woman that's with you. Happens a lot.
One of the things I also understood too is like the dating field. Like when you take your future wife out of the dating field, it's like an agreed upon thing without even talking about it. She doesn't even want to look back into the dating field, because what she has right in front of her, that's what she's paying attention to. So this is one of the reasons why I know that a lot of relationships just last all the way to the end. And death is what I'm talking about, is because they're not interested in that type of, like, they don't know anything about dating once they've been with somebody intentionally for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Don't you listen to a woman talking about dating, she don't know what the heck is going on right now. She still got the concept, right? And it can be a little outdated. It's going to be a lot of outdated because she hasn't did that before. This is what I've been doing. I had a couple of boyfriends before him, but that was so far back. I don't know what women are doing now or what they thinking, and they probably can go based off of family members or younger women, and they hearing them talk. But as far as anecdotal, they don't know nothing about that.
So with Nia Long, being the actress that she is, the big actress that she is, does she doesn't even really have a lifestyle to date. So when it comes to being in a monogamous relationship, is that ever going to work with her, just how her life is set up? Or do you think she's settling for...
Say that again, no, Precious? I think she's had a lifetime of, I think she said it, that she mostly hooked up with guys that's, or have a relationship, right? With Ime, it's like a 9-10 year relationship with a son. She had somebody before him. So I think it's more serious when she gets into these relationships with somebody. They have some kind of conversation. I'm going with you, you're going with me. And for, I don't know if they feign faithfulness or not, but, she just sounds like she's not just out there on the street because her fame doesn't allow her to do that. Mm-hmm. That's the one thing that really catch Cardi B. She really got mad because she couldn't really cheat because even though she was a freak, she couldn't cheat the way she wants to because men are going to kiss and tell, right? Yeah. It's hard for women of fame to really to really get around. So I think that's what they're talking about a little bit too. And they're coming out with it. I'm famous. I'm single now. I might just want to throw down, with a couple
they've been doing it
here and there. It sounds really bad to me, right?
They've been doing it, Pain. They've been doing it with guys like you described yourself as early on.
I agree with you. Yeah. I know they are, but I think now she's bringing it out. I'm on the market.
She's not hiding it anymore. I mean, to mention the couple is like, Nia, goodness.
Well, what she's doing now is she's shopping. Now she's in need of. Really, she's hurt. They're actresses, and they're acting like they're not hurt. They both went through a breakup. I mean, because they both went through a breakup. They both went through a breakup that put them in the position where they are.
Oh yeah,
I think the impact of those breaks up are greatly exaggerated.
No, I kind of agree with what Sean is saying, because I'm thinking about what he's talking about. So Nia Long, I don't think that she would hurt because the man cheated on her. I think she was hurt because she was embarrassed.
Yes,
and it was big news that what happened with what is the young lady? I'm just Keke Palmer, right? With Keke Palmer, you got to remember she had recorded fights with the man of her child, and her mom was out there, her mother was out there talking about fighting the man, and it went public.
That's crazy.
And what's crazy is that those things do kind of hurt their it hurts what
their
they're
ego,
about.
pride, and image.
It hurts them for a good man. Let me tell you, if I saw a woman doing all that shit with this guy, I'm not gonna get with her. She's putting my shit on social media and all that kind of stuff. It diminishes you. A lot of women don't understand. You get, for the guys you want, they are judging you on how you treated the last guy. Like Kia Maui, she would never get a guy like Corey Hardwick just because of what she did to him.
Ooh, she missed that. Yeah, that's over with.
It's just because, I'm just saying, a guy would never marry a woman like that if he had any stature at all, because if she could wake up one morning and just leave her family, leave all this, I don't want to have nothing to do with you. I'll make love to you. But that's
I say it like you want to say it. You're banging out. That's what you was about to say.
I do want to say that. I'm trying to get reformed. I'm old. Look at that, I'm gray and shit. I gotta talk better.
But you should talk real and raw, and that's what women need to hear, because that's all that's being done is you're getting banged out, you're getting slutted out, and you don't really want that image, but you want to, like I said, you want the advantages, the privileges of a relationship, but you don't want the responsibility.
Yeah. You got to take the whole shebang, But that Corey. Yeah, she'll never see Corey ever. I don't care if the dude looked exactly like him. You missed it. You asked God for him. God gave him to you. And you said you didn't want him. You called it a graduation.
I'm coming to Detroit, and we're going to get in the car. And we're going to go beat his ass. If he ever takes it back, we're going to go find him, and we're going to beat his ass.
throw a bag over his head, throw him in the van.
Say, Corey, man, we're here to get you.
Get out of here. I thought I saw Tia with a new young.
Yeah, she got a young stud. He's 30-something.
Oh, is he?
30-something. Yeah.
That's her son's teacher.
What? Huh?
Yes.
What?
Yes. That's her son's teacher.
Go ahead.
I get it though. I get it. He's a teacher, a regular guy. He's getting a taste of that limelight, that fame, that money. So he's in for it right now. He's gonna wind up getting tired of it once the fun is over. Once that newness is over, she'll find out.
They found out that whole picture and all that was all staged.
So
listen. If that ends and it turns out that that's a good man too, I'm telling you, God just gonna say, I'm not dealing with you no more.
He's a good dude, but
I done gave you 2 alley oops and you blew the doggone layup twice. Nah, you on your own, daughter.
You don't measure up to Corey Hardwick.
No, he won't. She won't see that again. She'll never see that again. First and foremost, people got to understand, we get older. Time goes on. It waits for no one. You know what I'm saying? So the opportunity, you got to put that with the time frame and all of these things too. The way she met Corey, she would never meet another man that way again. No. The thing is that one of the things I do understand about men, that when men starts to get more and more mature, it's less and less that we tolerate. That's the difference. So no matter, I don't know too much about the young guy, but I can't say that he's a bad guy. Now, he's definitely not Corey. He's whoever he is. But from what I've seen, the little bit that I've learned about this guy is that he seems as a man that has morals and values too. And well, she's not an ugly woman.
Well, let me ask you, Precious. This was her daughter's substitute teacher, music teacher. That's how she met him. And you know, so and they said that whole photo op was staged. And like, I mean, he's a young dude. Like, when I say young, 36 for her, 47. You know, he's giving her what she wants, and I think that's just fine. She's entitled to have little fun. But I think at some point he's gonna, if she gets attached to this guy, she's gonna get hurt.
Yeah, you know,
he's gonna. I'm sure he's laying it down. He's 6'3", 6'4", the handsome guy in shape, and she's been desperate for a long time. You know,
like who said it? Sean said it. There's attention, and then there's
intention.
And her wanting. I mean, Tia's always wanted attention. She always got these dance videos. She's wearing, you know, sometimes close to nothing, or she, you know, got these outfits and pom-poms and circumstance going on. Like, she is someone who has received attention since she was in Sister. Like, that is Tia, you know, and you can tell the difference between her and her sister. Her sister is just like, I'm good with this married life. I'm good with my white man. I'm good with the children. You know, I'm good. Like, don't come over here bothering me. You know, her and her sister get into it a lot. I believe they had a show, right? They had another show.
Reality show that they were,
right? Where you saw them getting into it a lot because what they value is different. And that's the main reason why people have disappointments and disagreements, because the value system is different. You can't get on the same page. And it's the same way in relationships, right? If you have a different value system than the person that you're in a relationship with, you're always going to be at odds. You're always going to be at odds, because that's what you call unequally yoked. It's a value. You don't necessarily, you know, don't have to always be a religion type of thing. It could be a value system type of thing. And when that's off, you're going to be off. And so Tia has always wanted some type of attention. I don't know where that stems from. I don't know if it stems from her childhood. I would imagine so. But, you know, us in our grown age, we have to take, you know, our hurt, our pain, our childhood trauma and all that good stuff, and learn how to deal with it in real life while living real life. And Tia is just one of those people that's like, look at me. I want you to look at me. You know, as children, that's what you should be looking at, girl. Okay, we don't need to see you poolside. We don't need to see you doing Beyonce videos like you've been, you know, waterfall poured all over you. Like, you know, who is that for? Who is it for? You know, who's it for? And even Coach Kirk, how are you, sir?
Did he freeze?
Coach Ferg
looked like he taking one of those. Remember those little 70s pictures back in the day?
Blink if he's safe.
You go to Sears and take those pictures. That's what he was looking at. They was like, "Look over here, sir." What's up, Coach? What's happening?
Just listening, man. It's interesting. 2026 already.
Did you hear the video with Nia Long and Keke Palmer that I played?
Yeah, I saw that video, and it's typical, you know, I guess the message of America when it comes to women and sisters, especially, right? Because they find the people with the craziest situation to get on the loudest microphones and try to, you know, it's like they teaching young girls I think Black women hate young women behind them. Because they give them the worst messages ever. They give them the worst messages. I'm in my you 55 years old. Go sit your ass down. Listen, man. The worst thing a 55-year-old want to do is keep their shoes on all day. Ain't no way. I mean, I don't listen. Maybe I'm old. Call it. Listen, man. At 55, you done worked hard all day. You trying to take your shoes off, let your feet settle down. You trying to get your little sip. You trying to, and you up there saying, "Go outside. I want a Tupac with a suit and education." It's just bad messaging. And listen, look who's talking. You know, Keke Palmer is now interviewing old ass people. You know what I'm saying? Come on, girl, stay outside with me.
Right.
We both baby mamas.
That's
So just,
exactly what you just said. What you just said, Coach Ferg. Come out here with me. We're both baby mamas. You said it lightly, but that's very significant.
She knows she's tired. She knows she's tired. She won't take them shoes off.
No, but that's not the tired what I'm referring to. He said, "Come out here with me." They seem to always want to take, give away the responsibility. They don't want any responsibility. They're acting childish. They're acting immature, but nobody wants to say it. Sticking out their tongue, click, clap, 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 whatever that thing is. Clock this. They're all trying to act young and mature. But the one thing that you said as well, they're both baby mamas.
Precious.
Could you imagine
me, Arpay, JT, 3 a.m. and Sean up here acting like we 24 years old?
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Come on, get my grip.
Come on, bro.
Come on, bro.
Experience that there are some grown men who want to keep their youth, and they dress like the younger men. They do not want to know their age. They won't even tell you their real age, child. You gotta do a background check just secretly.
Precious. Those men that move like that, they outside. They outside.
Right. And they don't live long.
Yeah, and then they a lot of those dudes is outside, right?
They grown
they are outside, but they
are.
They portray as the man that has it all, and be lucky to
what they do is they have all of what those women that they're used to attracting want, which is money. So yeah, they do emphasize that, and that's the accolade and that biggest forte. But to us men, you don't impress them.
It's not. It's definitely and it's definitely not the same. Let me tell you something. Men know how to compartmentalize. Yes. If I'm 55 years old, I'm 53. Shit. If I'm 53 years old, right, and I start going. Yes. And I start going outside with them little 20-year-olds, them 27s and them 25-year-olds. The first thing they're going to do, and they're going to try to be respectful, they're going to be like, what you doing out here, man? The first thing they're going to say to me is, and if I got some skinny jeans on with a backpack, and I'm out here trying to dress like them, and I'm trying to do the TikTok dances with them, and got my phone on, they be laughing at me. Yeah. They'll be laughing at me, right? Because they be like, we looking to get the wisdom from you, and you out here with us. So they don't look at it like that. They're not trying to pull us outside with them. Because no matter how young we can look, we still talk old. Yes. We still talk old. And you got them guys like me, Coach, Arpay, we talk long, and you gonna listen, right? And they don't want to hear all of that. And if we're not talking long, and we out here trying to talk like them, right? And we sitting here trying to talk like them, they gonna be looking at us crazy, like there's something wrong with us. They like, oh, you need to wait, man. Why you out here?
He's old. He's what they call him, man. Somebody to be like, man, he's on that shit, man.
Yeah,
they see young boy sort of make sure that they mix up the lanes. They like, man, get your old. They'll be like, hey, OG, man, get your old ass off.
There you go. That's the other one. When they say OG,
we check each other. Yeah,
they say OG. That means you are pain. That's pain out there with them, talking to them. Yeah, if they in their 30s, I'm Unc. But if they call me OG, I really ain't got no business out here with them. No business out here with them. When they say OG, they're telling me, bro, it's over with for you. My guy, it's over with.
JT, once you walk 2 blocks, your feet hurt.
I'm out here trying to wear the shoes they wearing. I got Uggs on and what's them Crocs with the skinny jeans, and they like, why do you wear? No, we
t-shirts and shit.
Precious, I guarantee, and me and Ferg we ain't been in each other's closet. I guarantee we got pretty much the same type of shoes. Comfortable shoes. Our shoes are just comfortable. That's it. All that other stuff, we ain't doing all that no more. So it's a lot different. But when you hear it, like the older women, the younger women will sit back and tell the older women, come out here with me. And matter of fact, I bought you a gift. And they go out there and give them, and they got them to put this outfit on so you don't look so old.
Right. The difference is the old women will follow suit, whereas us old men will fall back. You know what? You right, youngster. You know what? I'm gonna get on out of here. I'm gonna go find me. Where's your mama and her friends?
Yeah, but they gonna remove you though. Young dudes will remove you.
Yeah, get you out of there.
Get you on there, and if you stay there, they'll start running your pockets.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll run your pockets. They'll let you know you marking out here. Get your old ass off the street.
It's not they let you know you at your element big time. So men can't do that. We look crazy.
Psychologically, we just identified why the differences in genders often why we have different results, because we check each other. We don't sit there and lie to each other. We don't sit there and try and make each other feel good. We check each other. We be like, yo, old man, get on out of here. Young man, get on out. You ain't we check each other, as opposed to a lot of women like to make women feel better. Oh, come on, come out here so you can feel good. Come on, it's your turn to. They do this like very intentionally, and it's a shame that we're sitting here looking at it like, yo,
take your power back, girl. Take your power back.
Exactly. They sit there and they sit there and broadcast and instigate and agitate. Not agitate. Just sit there and ask each other and tell each other, cheer each other on for the sake of fun.
Yes.
For the sake of fun, you're right. You're right.
And girl, ain't he cute over there? I want some of that.
That's why I said when I first saw this video, it was just like, okay, like I like the energy, and then it was like, whoa, y'all are tripping on this Al Gore's internet. Like
in less than 30 seconds, it just
Neil
Long, Keke Palmer, okay. And then it was like, whoa.
Neil Long's
in fairness to both of them, they both did grow up in this industry, so that they were limited in being able to express and exercise some of that. I agree with you, Coach.
That's no excuse, Sean. No, that's not an excuse, because you would think
stop.
Neil Long has been one of the finest chicks in our stable for the last 40 years, 30 years since you've been out there, right? I don't care what nobody says. She's trumping a lot of these little 20-year-olds. Well, she used to, in a sense. But now her age is starting to show, and you would think the messaging with the younger, you know what I'm saying? Keke could be her daughter, you know what I'm saying?
Right. So she should have caught Keke.
No, girl. I'm
exactly.
That stage in life where I'm good.
She should have checked Keke, right?
You know, I'm okay going to the massage.
I'm auntie now, and I'm out all my way in the park.
I'll be grateful, but if it don't, I'm not going to be out here just giving it out.
Right. She should have been checking Keke on that. She should have been saying,
"No, she was saying,
you know what?
Hook me up. You got some numbers I can use."
Exactly.
That's what she was saying.
That should have been a conversation that they had privately.
What'd you say?
That's a conversation they should have had privately, not on Al Gore's internet.
Well, even privately, I mean, things do come to light. So, you know, even if they do have it privately, somebody got some secret cameras of the folks going up to the pajama account, you know, it's like, what's going on here? So, you know, I don't know if someone said it on this live tonight, or if I was just hearing it, just scrolling. But while social media is a harmful tool in today's society, it is also a helpful tool, because you do get to see people in their true light and how they feel. And, you know, a lot of it is sensationalized for the clicks and the bait and all of that good stuff. But this looked like they laid back, you know, all covers off, like anything goes. We just gonna have this conversation. And when young women see that, and when older women see that, like you guys are saying, it's like, okay, the older women aren't really directing the younger women. They're just joining them. I remember when I didn't know it was him. What's his name? He had a viral video, and then I used to do panels with him and didn't even realize it was him in that viral video. But he was like, you know, it's hard for us to
philosophical. Philosophical.
Here you go, Illa. It's hard for us to tell who's who because y'all standing so close to each other. This is a perfect example of what Philosophical was saying in that very viral clip. There's Nia Long and Keke Palmer are now in cahoots with how they're going to carry out their dating plan or how they're going to approach love or just flings, and they're standing so close together that you can't tell if either one of them, is wifey material, is somebody you would want.
Well, one of the things I found out though is, women like to blow blue smoke up each other's ass a lot.
Right, and nobody want
to. They just
don't like me around, child.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I don't know. Women will say stuff that they don't even really believe, because in
all
practice,
the time.
But I feel like Nia feels that way, but she just going along with the nonsense.
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
part of what our pain is saying.
I don't think Keke Palmer's measure is really, I don't think she's really wired that way either. In turn, Keke
is some things. She just not with the men. She with the women too.
She want
to have fun.
But we just see some of her behaviors play out.
I'm not saying they're not having some fun, but they look like women who could be easily hurt. Now, like Keke Palmer has some issues younger with her complexion, with her color, and all that. She found this light-skinned guy so she could have a light-skinned baby. That's why she wanted him. It was no other reason, because she treated him like shit after she got what she wanted. He was like vomit.
She did him dirty.
Right. So, and so she got what she wanted because she didn't want a kid to look like her. I think I felt that. I followed her since she was a little girl, and she was going through a lot of stuff. Achille and the Bee,
Achille and the Bee, and the Broadways that she did and stuff. Yeah.
So I hear her talk. And she's just, I think she's feigning what it looks like to be a star. Right. Now she's grown into the position. She's grown into that position, and it doesn't make her a better woman because of it. She might think so,
right?
But she's diminished. As far as I'm concerned, she had a sweeter image. And she said, that's not what's happening out there. And now
the beauty of it,
5-year-old Nia Long talking like that. And saying, I just want to go get bust down. I mean, with all the history of people idolizing you for your stardom, and now you want to just be a goddamn bust down?
Right, Coach. You know what, Precious? I think with that conversation, when I saw it, I said, you know what? She is confirming to Keke Palmer that you can run the streets as long as you got that bag.
Yeah.
I think she was confirming that, because she was flat out saying, listen, I ain't got no problem getting these little young niggas out here. And
what's interesting,
when you 50, you pay like you weigh.
But
you pay like you weigh.
Beautiful woman getting laid. There's no flex in that.
Right.
No,
right. And that's
not. If I was a real handsome man and I'm getting all the box I want, I'm still, a good handsome dude is still hitting 60%. He ain't hitting 100%. A beautiful woman can knock down the pins on a strike every time. If she wants to.
Here's what it is, and y'all mentioned it, collaborative, which is the internet has shown the image versus the reality, and unfortunately, the reality is that these chicks are glorifying being hoes instead of being women. And hey, to each his own.
And that's the business,
To each his own. That's why I said to each his own. But that's just what you're reflecting, and that's what we're seeing, and that's a turnoff to most of us who had this image, who had this idea and this ideology of who you were, from Keke to Nia to whomever who's had that spotlight. That would be like Claire Huxtable or Felicia Rashad doing this.
I was just about to bring Felicia Rashad up.
You would never. She would never. You would never.
But think about it. If she came out if she came out saying, we would just lose all. I mean, it would be more painful to us men, because we're like, yo, that's a person that we are like, wow, there is one that exists. the unicorn, and then she's like, "Oh, girl, let's go bust it down. Just go get these." Oh man.
But even like with Felicia Rashad, she's been married 3 times?
That's right.
Yeah. So the thing is, even look, Shaka Khan, Felicia Rashad, Dabby Allen, her sister. These women we found was extremely beautiful women. It was a lot more, and we're talking about, well, they baby boomers. So now that they, they try to bring their voice out and things like that, the women fought against them.
Yeah.
They fought against them. Shaka Khan was just the latest one that was a victim to women.
Yeah.
A whole lot of hate. And what she's telling women is, look, you got to start being more like a woman. You have to have values and morals and things. And what I'm seeing right now is disappointing. It was the same thing with Felicia Rashad. And the thing is about Felicia Rashad, you know, she worked with young people because she used to be the dean of the fine arts department in Howard University. So just imagine being able to sit at the feet of her when she's given, you know what I'm saying? And then to go on to certain platforms and then to have people, she's a pick-me. You're like, what are you talking about? Why y'all disrespecting elders like this, right? So then the only ones that think they don't want these young folks to do them the same way, the Nia Lones and the women that's her age and stuff, Taraji P's. So they start acting as, you know, accordingly to what the young folks is, and they're clock it, yes, girling, and all of that stuff. And that's dangerous.
I want to cut their fingers off, man.
Yeah, I just want to cut every one of their fingers, just break their fingers off, man.
But you know what, JT, in our pain, all of us, you know, I forget we all saw around this, and there's never been a sister that ever really came out when we were young and in our, you know what I'm saying, that came out and spoke against some of the nonsense until recently. There's never really been anybody. Think about it, last 25 years, the shows that were coming out, just the ratchetness, but there's never was a woman that said, hey, sisters.
What's the name? Shahrazad Ali did.
But that was in the 70s. That was no more during the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, but they got rid of Shahara Ali in the 70s. Yeah, by the time 86 got here, they was like, man, I'm not listening to that book. That lady crazy. They were saying all these things. When her stuff come back up, even to this day, when you hear her in those conversations that she's in, those women ain't listening to her. They counseled her in the 70s. That's crazy.
Yeah, because basically the women's mentality is, I want to be able to do whatever I can do, however I want to do it, and not have any accountability, not have anybody tell me that I can't. And that is growing. That mentality is just growing throughout our American society, and it's driven by the capitalism because they're getting the money now, and they're just feeling
blame that on capitalism, man. Blame it on feminism, man. You can't
blame it on Oprah.
I mean,
okay, both of those. Yeah, Oprah made. Right, you're right. Yeah, Oprah made $1 billion, and so it's capitalism.
That's not capitalism that makes women.
Yes, that's part of it. That's part of it.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we all live under the capitalistic system. I mean, wouldn't it be socialist? No, listen, I tell you what, my theory is that women have always been that way, except that they didn't have the tools to unleash it. I look at the nature of women today as their natural instincts with no guidelines.
Right.
That, you know, so when people,
the tool that I'm talking about is money.
Let me finish. When I see women today, and I think that's why so many men have trouble with them, they're looking at them like new creatures. I'm thinking that if you understood the basic nature of women's survival, and a lot of other things, all they have now is the tools to be unleashed, and they're using them because they have no governors. All the governors, we all live under certain governors. As men, we live under governors because we know if we do certain things, we're going to be punished for it. Right. And so some men are naturally reserved and even, you know, we say some things, but we know we have limits because they're going to come down on us. Those limits are not there for the women. So they're unleashed. It's not like they're new. They're unleashed. Since the advent of the pill, feminism, and all these kind of things. I just think that we read it the wrong way. You know,
Wait, ladies and gentlemen,
women always want to attention.
Hank is in the building.
Attention. I mean, you know, it's not like they never wanted attention. So, you know, I've just landed there. We don't have to. It's just my philosophy, and I feel when I interact with my daughters and women in general, the way I think about them, I don't try to take agency away from them by blaming it on other things. They do things intentional to satisfy themselves. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's a natural thing that has been unleashed. And a lot of men don't know how to go in and control that. So, and that's just my little 2 cents. Let me shut up. Anyway.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hank is
Look at this guy, man.
Hank, what up, bro?
Evening.
How y'all beautiful people doing? Y'all good?
I gotta go.
Hank.
I had to get some sound effects for him. It's been I'm glad it's here.
It's been a minute, brother. How you been, bro?
You should have did that. You're gonna make my buddy Pain
muted. Can't hear you.
I didn't go say that. I said your head was already bigger than the screen, man. You know.
Pain gonna be a little jealous. You did that, Precious. Shame on you. Shame on you. How y'all doing? It's been a long time coming, so you know I'm here.
Yeah, man. What's up? Good life look good on you too.
There you are. Shout out to me. I didn't get to see the video, so I apologize. But I seen y'all was going live. My wife said you need to get down there and support him. So I said you're right. It's been a while.
Well, tell the missus we appreciate her.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll play it again. I'll play it again for you to see it. Yeah,
okay, thank you.
My mouse thing over here ain't doing too well. Let's go. Somebody said I had an Android. I don't have an Android. I have an iPhone.
No, there would not be any Android slander around here.
That's probably right. It is iPhone.
Android slander. No.
Wants to feel special.
Yeah.
But I also feel like I've experienced good love in my life. And so I know when it's good and when it's just playtime. But what I do think I need to do more of is engage in playtime.
That's what I'm saying.
But because I've always been in a relationship. I've always been like, oh, you like me, I like you. Okay, now we're a thing.
Me too.
And then 5 years later, and you're like, oh, whoa. But I don't really know how to like casually date.
I feel like guys don't want to casually date when you're not begging for more.
Let's stop it right there. So she said, I don't think guys want to casually date when you're not begging them for more. How do you guys feel about that statement? If a guy's not, if he's not into you, he's not, there's a book that came out that he's just not that into you, right? So how do y'all feel about that? He's not going to want to casually date if you're not having a genuine like in him. He's just.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm sorry.
Dig you out. Is that what R-Pain said? Dig you out, dig you down. I don't know.
R-Pain say a lot. He from Jersey, so you gotta.
I'm from Jersey too, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what she means by begging for more.
Yeah, that's what I was tripping.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What does that mean? Begging for more? What?
When you're not begging for more.
That sounds it's like I've been saying, man, it's sometimes people be ass backwards, right? What she's saying is, won't you just let me come through and you knock me down every once in a while, and other than that, I can be outside. That's all I heard. If a guy likes a woman, he wants to be around her, right?
Right.
But that ain't begging for. She don't want to show up until she wants to. That's what
Coach, I don't believe that. I don't believe that bird babble can even be translated, bro.
No, listen, Coach say, how many men won't take that deal? I'm saying, how many men won't take that deal from her? Hey, listen, I just want to come see you. You know, hit me up, and I'm gonna go along my way. How many men won't take that deal?
Probably, if you line 10 up, 9 to take it.
Look here, man. Look here. Back in the days, I'm gonna tell a heifer whatever I need to tell to get some goddamn cheeks. I ain't gonna lie. You know, I'm a beg it, baby, please. I'm gonna get my inner key sweat on, and I'll be okay with that. You know what I'm saying? If that's what it takes to get the cheeks. Now I got standards. But go on, get the hell on. What are you talking about begging? Well, I'm not begging you for shit.
She said she gonna beg. She gonna beg.
Yeah, well, she said if she's not begging you for more, then you don't want to casually date her. But I don't think that a guy would want to date her at all. Like our Pain was saying, they'll take the offer of if you're trying to give me some, I'll
That's
take
what she's
it.
offering.
But
Offering,
you're not genuinely attracted to me or into me. Why would I even take you serious? And I think that a lot of men,
all these handsome dudes on the panel, right? Yeah, I know y'all all had this situation. A girl said to me, right? Oh, yeah, very good. Yeah, girl said to me, hey, listen, I gotta switch my thing around. Hey, if you take me out once in a while, I'll come around and we can fool around. I said, well, I'll take to pay a dinner or just take you to a concert that I like to do. I do that, 10 times out of so no strings attached, none of that kind of stuff. I mean, how many men won't take that deal? I took that deal. It was great.
That's
because
it
was over, I mean, and she was just like that. She was true to her word too. Maybe
that's because she's direct. She's the director, and what you're doing is acting for the part.
I didn't act for the part. But said, do you want to be a what you call it? What's that player? Player number one, player number two. I don't know which player I was. I just thought I was in the rotation.
Right. But when it comes down to liking her, this is the thing. A lot of
I like her. I like her.
But a lot of women think that it's across the board, right? No, we don't like y'all like that. We really don't like women like that. And every woman think they can pull things off that the other woman can pull off with men, and you can't pull it off. Just because she can pull it off don't mean that you can. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if I had to deal with a woman talking like Aquila and the Bee, she would get on my nerves. She talked too much, right? But if she's attractive and I'm just trying to hit scans, I can hold that. You know what I'm saying? I can put that in my back pocket until either she pulled the trigger, pissed me off, and get into an argument, then I let it go because I already know it ain't happening no more. Or I just say, I'm done with it, and I would just ghost her, period. We ain't got to talk about it no more, whatever. And I don't call you. So after 2 weeks, don't you, when you see me somewhere and say, why haven't you called me? Does it really matter? I haven't called you in 2 weeks.
How many girls have y'all ghosted? Is that a normal practice, or is just like, you know what, I'd rather just walk away?
The ones that I ghosted I wasn't serious about them anyway. They wasn't serious about me. I wasn't serious about them. Right. So it was like when it ended, it ended.
I don't think I ever ghosted a woman. I think we just drifted into the sunset. Like I said, I like all the girls I had. Drifted into the sunset. I just, drifted apart.
Like an old Western movie.
I like these lover boys here. I like all these lover boys here. I actually like the girls I had fun with, man.
Yeah, it was a different story, man. In my 30s and 40s, man. Yeah, it was some people that would wait their day.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm on my way.
It's my turn. Yeah, kind of thing. Yeah.
Listen, when they like you, they like you. Like all this stuff they be talking on the internet, it ain't like these tall women say they don't date short men. That's a lie. I have been with a lot of tall women, like 6 feet and over.
Yeah,
I'm 5'8"
too.
Well, you're not considered a necessarily short guy, man.
That's not short.
I mean, but they like average heights.
Yeah, so like when people say that's that bird babble internet talk that people be talking for the since Al Gore created this internet.
That's what, because I am very aloof.
Me too, girl. I'm like, do your thing. I got to do.
We're not chasing.
They don't want that. To me, it's like, why can't we have a look? Why can't we be consistent sneak links? Why can't we just say, hey, it's
and
Friday?
They talk too much. Where's the NDA?
Way too much. I do need that.
An NDA.
The NDA, I need stat
right now.
Because I'm looking.
It's the egging on. Like, one up. Like, the stacking of the agreements here.
They sound like they're trying to talk like and be like men. And it's not appealing.
That was literally what they call it when it's something that you're doing, but you try to They're projecting, right?
They're
so
trying
think
to
about this.
convince each other.
When have you heard a dude on Amazon talking about he slept with whatever female celebrity, right? If you ever seen it, I've never seen it, but it's very seldom. However, then we just see something about Shay Shay. Then we see something about somebody talking about they were bragging about they slept with him and they extorted a man for 30 million?
Yeah, the young girl.
That video that he had out? Wait, recently or the one he had
the little snow bunny when she was
Snow bunny. What about you had Will Smith, women talking about that they slept with him. You talking about women that talked about they slept with it. Just name
Dr. King.
Yes,
Dr. King. They said Dr. King slept with people 30 years after he was gone, 40 years after he was gone.
Bro, 60 years after he was gone, bro. 60.
We done watch Dr. King's birthday every year.
Talking about NDAs. They talk about NDAs. Come on, ain't nobody doing that with no doggone women celebrities, man.
NDA, you know, it's
the farther it'll go is in the streets. That's it.
They are not going to honor that NDA. They're going to sign it and they'll say, "Yo, guess what, my man? Guess who I'm fucking? Guess who I'm messing with?"
Yeah. Don't you tell nobody what I'm about to tell you.
Speak for yourself. I was different back in the days, man. I'm former life. I ain't talking about 2026 ain't.
Yeah.
But shit, 2004. Man, I would have told a soul. Y'all wouldn't know anything.
Thank you.
Right.
Wait.
I'm not kissing and telling. Look,
I agree with that.
My wife's still right now trying to figure out who's that ugly girl that I slept with back at Murray State back in '94.
But Hank, that's the point.
Hold on, Sean. I just got back, man. Don't just pain. Y'all love to cut the shit out of some people. Goddamn, you know I don't talk long. Just let me finish. Let me tell my lie. Y'all want to lie? I want to lie too. Let me tell my goddamn lie. So back in '94, you know, you one of them chicks, man. You don't want everybody to know. You know, come around the side door. You know, I'll let you in. Your car ain't working. Don't worry about it. I put a rock in the door. You know, she was ugly as hell. I hit her twice, but y'all will never know who that ugly heifer was. You will never know. My wife's still trying to find out. Well, who was that girl? Don't worry about it, baby. It was a bad mistake. I'm not telling nobody.
What I was going to ask you is, you're right, but I'm thinking now Nia Long is a different sort. She ain't ugly. She's actually a famous Nia Long. You're not gonna tell your brother, not anybody on the street. You're not gonna say,
no. Because let me say this, Sean. If it's good, why would I want to fat for you next to eat? If it's good, I want to keep going. I can't go. When she said to say, "Hank, I'm done with you," I was like, "All right." We had a nice run.
I agree with you.
And listen, you know what? How come we haven't heard anybody else said they slept with us? She said she slept with some guy.
Yeah.
I haven't heard one man come out and say I slept with Nia Long.
Well, we know she got a baby by
relationships. She said the way that she said her dating / relationship
was mostly in relationships.
Was that, you know, I like you, you like me, we're in this till we're not in it.
But she's still not being all the way. You know, she was with Udoka. How long was she with him? About 5 or 6 years?
9 or 10 years or something.
Okay, so you count those 10 years, they gone. Now you're going back to in your prime, right? But they just exposing who they want to be and who they really are. They want to be in the streets.
Yeah.
That's all they saying. I just want to be out here.
Why can't I call JT
on Wednesday and come through, knock him, put him to sleep, and be out? Why is it gonna look bad on me? But see, this is what messes the older 25-year difference telling this, girl, let's be no. That's why older women are ruining the younger women. because what's gonna happen, younger dudes, the things that women are starting to do, is just gonna push them further away from looking at the sister altogether. And they gonna be standing over with their little crowd looking at Nia Long. She be like, you know what I'm saying, girl, what we do now? I don't know. Let's find some other suckers, and all the suckers gonna be gone because guys wake up. Once they see some crazy stuff, they tend to wake up. Or JT will shake it out of them like they did our pain back in college. Like, get your ass together. And he's been on the money ever since. He said,
it was funny. What's funny is I guess we all are of the same nature. So I understand what Hank and everybody's saying because we were that way. But this day and age, it's not going to happen. We didn't snitch. Now that's a thing to do. These young cats are not keeping their mouth shut. Period.
Well, the thing is that they're not, and yeah, times have definitely changed, but opportunity doesn't present itself the way it used to with us. Like it was like when we found out that we were going from being ugly to handsome. It's like it was like like we turned into, so we had superpowers, right?
It was a lightning bolt.
Some of us it was 14, some of us it was 15, 16, right? And so it was really like a superpower, especially when you had women coming on to you and they were asking you. It was like you guys didn't even know the look on our face sometimes. Y'all to say something and y'all come up with some type of plan. Hey, let's skip tomorrow. And the dude be like, all right.
I went through that, man. You must be
true that.
It's like when we first get that superpower, we like, okay. And then once we got a chance to use it a couple of times, you ever seen how Spider-Man was doing? He was trying to figure out how to do his web. That's how we end up doing it. So we start saying certain things and we start doing certain things and stuff like that. Now, by the time we get 20, we experts at it. We're experts at it because now we like, okay, I didn't have the superpower for a very long time. Now, there's a lot of men that don't get the superpower. They have to start acting like they got superpowers. This is where the lying comes. This is when they get money. They have to use the money to lure the women. They have to start making up lies and stuff like that. Those be the men y'all be complaining about. Them cats, they don't have the superpower that we have. They have those things where they have to act like it's a superpower. That's why they overdress. They got to wear gold chains and peacock in front of women. Nah, that's a subset of dudes, dog, that just ain't had it, and they didn't have to abuse it by the time they get to be about 25.
Yeah,
those are the men that's like moving towards the marriage and all of that stuff.
Superpower, man. I feel bad now. I got to go back. I never had the superpower. The only thing I knew is that I'm not going to be one of those dudes who would be an incel with not knowing a woman.
You was like, I'm going to get me some box.
I mean, I don't know if that's a superpower or not.
He didn't start out with it. He ain't start out with it. He had to go through the
I saw Lord wedding video, and you're very handsome.
Yeah, but that was after. That was once he got it.
When I look at my old pictures,
hey, look, meet me every Thursday. Then that's a superpower. Like that.
Now, his wife was like, "You ain't about to use them superpowers on nobody else but me."
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like you have a superpower.
I used it on her for sure. That was the last out. That was my last piece of potion I used on her. It's all gone. I put it all in her drink.
He didn't start out with that superpower. He had to go get some potion.
It was Good evening. It's been a while. El Turner, how are you?
What's going on?
What's happening, everybody?
What's up, brother? What's happening?
What's going on?
What's up?
Yeah.
Tonight.
So how many videos you got, Precious? Is this the only? You got more than
no?
that?
I have other ones. I'll finish playing this one and then we'll go on to the next one because in the next one we're going to be talking about I don't know if you guys know them, but there are a couple that divorced. The man asked her for a divorce. She's part of Mary, the gospel group. And we're gonna get into that one. So I'll just finish playing this one.
What do you guys
are we
do
on
now?
for Friday night again?
Yeah. Are these the right finger? Oh, wrong.
Are we on Friday night again? Yeah. Eat that, maybe.
We definitely eat. Yes, eat it and sign.
Because I'm done. I'm done with the. They're not being
sign is crazy.
Oh, it's so eat it and sign is eating it.
Okay, listen.
Yeah, it's tough out here, but hey, beautiful.
I feel like the thing about dating for me is I want to date with intention.
Yes,
but I also want to have fun. I just don't think I'm into it though. Here's the other thing. I don't have time.
Yeah.
That's really the truth.
I don't have time. To your point, I don't have time to do something that doesn't feel worth it to me.
Yes.
And I can compartmentalize. I can do the same thing a guy can do respectfully and ethically, right? I can have a sneaky link vibe, or not even sneaky link, but just like a guy that we know we're good friends and we enjoy each other's company every now and then, but it's nothing serious between us. And then the opportunity of possibly being something serious with someone. I'm open, but it's not. I don't
like
feel like there's a lot
link.
of people.
I think I need to get into that.
I would too.
There's a couple that I do that with that I know.
You
I think they're scared. You know, they're like scary
because they're gonna fall in love with you.
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
Yeah, baby. Because once you put it down,
Hey,
they don't know how to control themselves.
Back that thing up.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Such bullshit.
I don't know if I can go see the Michael Jackson movie. Now. Like it's just like Nia, girl, you did all your mysteriousness just flew out the window.
Hey. Oh, it's still mysterious.
Ain't nothing mysterious about that shit.
She exposed her inner freak. Ain't nothing wrong with that. She's just an old freak. That's it.
She's lying, man.
Hey, y'all know, I was watching a video the other day, and they was trying to figure out if Pac ever smashed Faith. And it's in continuity with this. Faith, she kept her brand intact for years by never telling people the truth of what happened. But I'm looking at the same thing, how, okay, she slipped out recently. She was on Drink Champs in the past 2 years, and she said she used to smash mad niggas. That's her exact words.
She said it.
So, you know, I'm like, if a person tells you that, is it really far-fetched that she smashed Pac?
No.
You know, so the key is she kept her mouth shut long enough to maintain her brand, because it's a bad look for the husband. Biggie looked bad if she out there admitting that she, you know, got smashed by his nemesis. And, you know, she looks bad because it's like, well, you basically been passed around by two of hip hop's elites. So it's the same thing with the Nia Longs, with the Vivica Fox. They have a brand to maintain. And I think as long as they keep certain stuff to themselves, it's like you could have people sign NDAs and get smashed or whatever it is, get your groove back. But I think a lot of them just want to be heard, and they think it's cute. They don't know that they the auntie. And the funny part about it is, and this is gonna be controversial, but I go to the Bible for a lot of the game I get on women, period. Because every time I have an issue, not having my father, I used to read the Bible. My mother used to make me read Proverbs. And I came across a scripture that basically said women ain't supposed to preach. And if you look up what preach means, I'm gonna read it. Google definition of preach means to publicly deliver a religious sermon, advocate for a belief or moral code, or urge acceptance of a specific behavior. So that's what preach means. Now I'm gonna give you the direct scripture about women preaching. And this is something that's in the oldest book of time, right? It says, let your woman keep silent in the church, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but they are commanded to be under obedience, as also saith the law. Now that's just one version of it. And I know that could offend certain women, but if you study the whys, it says that. Because look at what happens when they are given an audience. Not all women, but as a majority. Like I've seen Precious on her shows. This is your show. And Precious conducts herself in a very humble manner. She'll interact, but she never overtalk. She don't give false information, but she's not the majority. She is a minority of a woman. She don't argue when you give her facts about women. So she can't really represent women as a whole. And after really paying attention to all this information, women nature. So another scripture talked about women being a weaker vessel. You look up what vessel means. Vessel says, by Google again, definition of vessel, a hollow container for holding liquids or a large ship. Now, we're going to cross-reference.
There's a lot in that, Rich.
We're going to reference vessel being a large ship with this scripture. It says, just as a small rudder steers a large ship, our words, thoughts, our words, though small, have the power to direct the course of our lives. Just as a small rudder steers a large ship, which is a vessel, our words those small have the power to direct the course of our lives. So you look at the fact that they're using their words to direct ships, which are by definition vessels, other women. And these though they little words, they change the course of women's lives with the misinformation that they given. And, women get offended. You say women are the weaker vessel. You're the weaker version of the ship in comparison to the man. And that's why I think women are more by nature. They coddle you. You look at how they treat the babies. They the ones that tell you, let them do that. What you so mean for? Wait a minute, come here. And they want to coddle the person for the wrongdoing that they've done. It's the same case and scenario that they portray with other women. Older women are teaching younger women to be unaccountable on in massive instances. Like Nia, come on, man. Nia been in Love Zone. That was a movie that celebrated Black love. You would think she learned from that. You watch that movie and you like, damn, I want to see more of that.
Just acting.
She's 50 and she's advocating with Keke Palmer, who don't know Keke's still a baby. Keke 20, 25. I'm not gonna get her off the hook and say shit. I mean, she like hasn't had as many life experiences as Nia. But if you look at all the women that's her Nia age that hit the wall, they shutting up. Vivica ain't talking no more. They was talking shit about Kevin Samuels back then. But then there were the Kendra G's, the Vivica Foxes, who else? Most of the older women, Lisa Ray, they chilling because they starting to realize, damn, everybody's on to me. They know the stuff I'm telling them ain't legit.
So, brother, can I ask you a question?
Run it.
You think most women would even adopt or have or listen to those scriptures that you read?
They already been written before our great granddad.
No, are they listening to that? Even though it's been written, are they taking on what you read though?
I mean, I believe it's obvious they don't. I think they get offended by accountability or course correction because
so how do
it's
you
not
fix it? What's the fix for that? What's the fix for the younger guys? We old. Your ass is old. I'm old. We old. So for the younger guys to go, how can they fix their life trajectory, whether it's with a woman or just a American woman or just for their own future?
All right. He who findeth a wife findeth a good thing.
That's one of the hardest things for a man to do. So how can the young brothers elude this hump that you are also facing too, right? You're in the prime of that young adult. How can they leapfrog the issues that young man your age, well, I ain't gonna say young, but man your age are having?
He who findeth a wife findeth a good thing. Dig this. Not he who find a woman that he wants to make into a wife or to his wife. She has to be a wife by definition already. She has to have those characteristics. You can't make no reformed hoe or no woman that thinks she wants to wait till you do a certain amount of things for her to become a wife. So you have to identify and spot her out of the bunch.
So next question. What is one of the hardest things you could ever do according to that Bible for a man? What is one of the hardest things that's very hard? Everything else he can conquer, he can do. But one of the hardest things that I found is what? Finding a wife. That's hard. You're finding diamonds, you're finding jewelry. That's a hard thing to do, to find it in its rarest form. And this is where men have to, that's the complication of finding a wife. Because not every woman that you see, not every woman that got that booty shape like you want, not every woman that got all of that is gonna be your wife. Because you look like a good looking dude. And I know at some point you had 2 or 3 on your roster. Somewhere down the road you had that. And you was not aligned with that word. So how can the young man leapfrog it?
Are you married, LT?
No, I'm not married.
He don't look like he's married. That dude, boy, young, pretty, locks hair, man. That the women like that.
Okay, but the answer is good. Go ahead and answer the question. Because before you came on, I was talking about woman's nature, and what you just said is no different than what I said, except that you use the Bible. I just use I guess it's non-secular kind of thought. Same thing. When you talk to the young guys, you go to the scripture, they'll stop listening to you. But the point really is that I think the answer really is for men to act within their nature and recognize that women have a nature and they're not new creatures just because it's 2026. And so, so when you learn how women are, you should be able to navigate those waters. And the problem with finding a wife is that too many guys choose the wrong women because they just want to be married. And as a married man, I want people not to get married because they're fucking up my statistics. If you ain't really willing to be in a covenant marriage, don't get married. Stay single. Do your own shit, man. Because I'm tired of guys and women getting together and they can't last more than the first argument. So I just think that if I was to tell a young guy who's intentional about finding a woman, I said, you got to understand the nature of the woman that you want. And your intentionality will help you navigate her chaos because you're the one who has to bring order. And that's it. And he can learn all those things as he goes. So it's a lot of guys just don't stay on their square because a woman looks too good. And I'm afraid I might lose her if I don't do what she wants me to do. And that's your first mistake.
Yeah, that's not leading. That's not being a leader. And the key is, believe it or not, I know you got to be real strategic how you say it, but the right woman won't be offended. We lead our women by example. They following our lead. Like it's a guy. I'll give y'all an example of something real good. Example. I was dating a young woman. This was years ago. And y'all don't probably think I'm crazy for this, but she wanted.
What? I'm just kidding.
Say what?
Does she watch it?
We ain't together no more. Look, she wanted to she wanted to have a threesome. And it was very important that we had this threesome. She was willing. She told me, I'm curious about women. I want to try something new. I don't know how you feel about it, but I don't want to cheat on you. But I'm telling you, you could be involved in it. You could be a part of it. And I was like, the idea of two women definitely sound great. But I think, she was insecure. I said, I think you're not going to trust me after that happens. I think it's going to ruin our relationship. And I'm not saying I won't do it. I'm just saying, I don't think me and you going to last if I do this. And she was like, see, this is me telling her, as a leader, I already see the demise. If you follow my lead, we can be a couple. If I let you lead, we headed to destruction. That's not stable ground. You're going to be questioning what I do with your friend after you see what I do to your friend.
Ooh. Did you submit?
So I'm telling her, and I'm like, I'm not a guy who has to have more. I got too much other things going on in my life to really be, worried about having more and juggling women. I have one for one. She served me in one way, and that's good enough. So I think she was looking at it like, let me test him and see what he's interested in, what he stands for. And your woman, a real woman, gonna follow that, even if they don't like it. She wanted to be in these streets, quote unquote. She wanted to do the trendy thing, but her man wasn't about that life, in so many words. So she didn't do it. And eventually, I believe, whether she did it or not behind my back, we still ended because she became super insecure and she could never she didn't understand. I'm like, I don't really need that, but it don't serve me. If I was like a younger dude, cool. But I'm from a spiritual perspective, I got my own beliefs about that. I'm real.
Well, that was an Adam and Eve situation right there. She offered you the fruit, and unlike Adam, you didn't take it. And all of our lives would be better if he would have rebuked Eve when she offered him the tree of knowledge.
Man,
all of our lives would be better. He was the first simp.
Now, the wisest man in the Bible said, "Do not give your strength to women, to those who ruin kings."
Yeah.
That's solid.
So if it's written there, you think us weak little need mortals can resist the monkey when most people in their young, good-looking youth, age 25, even the women, and I'm not just speaking to the men because it's been a lot of women, believe me, who when they was going through their little 21 to 41s, man, come on, man, they like dudes like you. with the long hair and look like Tupac, educated Tupac. Come on, man. You got to have some strong principles.
Good Jesus.
Men out there do that though, but you never hear about it. Most men that's them alpha guys that got options, they not gonna be preaching to nobody.
Alpha just because he got some options.
Nah, bro. I think we all have options, bro. We some of us options are limited more than others, but we all have options. And the thing is that when you have a man that's on principle, right, he's not going to get all of the women. Right. He's going to get that virtuous one if he's really on principle, right? Now, with us, it takes, a journey sometimes for a lot of us as men. Sometimes we have to do it 2 or 3 or 4 times. And that's the reason why. It's because the world tells us you're on your own, my guy. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's very important for us as men to take instruction from men that we respect. And for the most part, it would be our fathers, right? So when you are a father, that's why, I can honestly say I got brothers right here that I'm looking at right now, Coach Ferg, Hink, our Payne. A lot of times we can revert back to, our younger years, just like when Hink was saying earlier. He's like, man, 1994 Hink? That dude ain't, he ain't the 2026 Hink, right? It's because he understood the ways that he was being strayed away from what he eventually became, who he is now. Because one of the things, even before he had his kids, his son or whatever, Hink already had in his mind, I can't keep doing what I'm doing right now because I'm going to have some young ones out here that's going to be asking me for guidance. And I can't guide them having the mindset that I got right now as a 20-something-year-old, right? Mm-hmm. So we have to better ourselves as men. So that's where it goes down to, even if we can go to, the biblical standpoint or whatever, because some of us need that also. But some men, they probably ain't never cracked a Bible open, but they understand what it means to have morals and values. And they also understand that this is way bigger than me. It's way bigger than me. And when you start, even if you had nephews and nieces, you understand that, hey, they're going to need my guidance. And I can't be out here like what we were saying earlier, Precious. I'm 50-something years old and I'm still out here with backpacks and skinny jeans on, and I'm trying to talk that same lingo as the young folks. Right. They already understand, that when they call you OG or Unc, you being separated already. So we already understand it, being at the age that we are. Only thing we are is we're just in the know, right? Hink learns a lot more from his son now, and it's going to be, even as his son gets older and as Hink gets older, he's going to learn way more from his son than his son is learning from him in those times. Am I lying, Hink? As that man, as he grows into more and more of a man, because what you're doing is saying, okay, I'm getting ready to exit. We don't know when, but we know we're getting ready to exit. Right. And we understand it. The consciousness of us understand that this is not forever. And when you can see it in your kids and you say, oh, damn, they got it. They got life by the horns. Now you don't have to be that father to worry about your kids. But guess what happened? The kid is going to worry about you. Why? Because a lot of us, we end up getting older and weary and weak, and some of us start losing our mind. If you did what you were supposed to have done at that time by investing in your kids, it's going to pay you back. And this is what people don't understand. I said it earlier in the show, is that people don't realize that when they're doing what they're doing, you get older. You can't think that this is going to happen and it's going to stay happening for you forever. Minute time, very short for us. This is why when you start hearing men talking, and the older we get, we don't have a lot of patience for foolishness. We don't even get around it no more. We just be like, I'm not about to sit here and have this foolish talk right here for people that's not trying to listen to me, right? So we kind of recuse ourselves from a lot of these spaces. Because we have, especially when you got kids and you see the wisdom that they're developing and things like that. Oh, we ain't even trying to hear that bullshit no more. I leave it to you, son. I leave it to you, daughter. You dig what I'm saying? But when you ain't got them, because there's a lot of people that didn't instill those things into their kids, and they seeing that their kids is out here doing everything the world is doing. I always call it the hustle. Everybody move to the left, they moving to the left. Everybody move to the right, they move to the right. They dipping with them, right? But when you got a kid and you understand that kid is, they grasped everything that you was telling them, and they're gonna make it even better, man, it's a whole different ball game now. Whole different. And I learned that by just talking to the brothers, you know what I'm saying, on these panels. That when we get older, man, we just something different. Like you start acting, Precious, you done had it on, we done talked on your panel and we done frolicked with each other and talked about when we were younger and the things we did. And I used to see your eyes go, really?
Mm-hmm. I listen and I don't judge.
It's like, wow. Because men, we have, like, when you hear men talking, you hear us talking, man, you be like, now I get it. Now I understand. But the majority of people say, well, y'all had y'all time. Why y'all just don't let us have our time? That argument is starting. You can't see it no more because they're suffering.
And you know what it costs too. That's about wisdom and being older. You know what it costs. They don't know what it costs.
Yeah.
Trying to avoid that with them by all means necessary. And sometimes experience is the best teacher. You know, some people just hit their head, child, and it just don't hurt enough until that one shebang, you know. That's the biggest thing, you know. How much does it cost? And to your point, JT, you know, when men get older, it's just like, you know, I just want my peace. I think that's a sentiment of a man anyway, but especially as you get older, you're established, you know, you have your family, you don't want no drama, you don't want no, you know, arguments, no pettiness, you just want your peace.
Yeah. So we can look like our pain and Hink.
Right.
That peace is in a woman. Hey, listen, ain't nobody, I'm telling you, the majority of men don't know what the hell these dudes be talking about. Let our pain go there and talk amongst a bunch of, they ain't even got to be very young, just men, right? And the thing is that when I hear Payne talking about his peace, it always relies on him and the vibe between him and his wife, right? When I hear Coach Ferg, him and his wife. When I hear Hink, man, I'm going to say congratulations again because we seen it happen. Hink gets married, and the thing is that his peace is lying above, is him and his wife, and his peace is definitely, it lies in her. You dig what I'm saying? And most guys don't understand it. It's like it's Mandarin to them or French, a language that they don't even understand. And you got a cat that'll tell you, I ain't never had a problem with women, dog, ever in my life. But I had to find this right here, this piece right here. Man, when you hearing it, like a brother like myself, I'll just be like, yep. Like it resonates with me so much where I just be like, man, women are more powerful than they can even understand. And the women that these men picked, they understood where their power was. And they didn't fight it. So you got happy dudes that's on here that don't, man, our pain can go. I mean, he lived his life to a point where he was like, I can retire. Coach Ferg, I can retire, right? And you never see the stress in their face. You never see, they can sit here and do whatever the hell they want to. You will see Coach Ferg, he'll go from one panel to the next panel, and he talks his shit about the crack era, and he talks his things about, you know, when you see that, because these are men that actually have lived their life with balance. With balance. So they can do what the hell they want to do right now.
Yep.
When you see Hink don't hold no damn, he don't hold his tongue for nobody. That's why you say, man, I sit here and I listen to people, whatever. But when he got something to say, trust me, it's like electricity. It's like electricity. And he'll sit back and he tell you, and you can hear it in his speech where he's at. A lot of dudes in these days right now that's younger than us, Sean, these cats is out here trying to find that. But they They ain't reading the instructions. They not doing. They think that they can do it themselves. Because what do? And ain't this biblical? They lean on their own understanding. And that's dangerous for us as men. We need something where we can have a template. We can build our own template off of. And if we're not reading, if we're not out here understanding what the world is, if we're not doing any of these things to get us to a point where we can pass it on to the next generation, then we're just living our lives in vain. And this is where you see a lot of young dudes that are going astray right now because they don't figure out how to do it. Because they think they can buy wisdom. They think that I remember it was a time, Precious, where people used to say, I done did it. They was 20-some years old, and I heard 20-some-year-olds say, I done did it all. And, I'm way more, experienced than the average person. No, you're not.
Until you run up into somebody and say, keep living. Just
keep living. You about to figure this shit out right here. It's about to happen for you.
Okay. Yeah. All right, we're gonna move on. We're moving on to Tina Campbell and Teddy Campbell. They have been married, or they were married, for 20 years. If you don't know, Tina Campbell is one half of the gospel duo Mary Mary. Take the shackles off my feet so I can dance. That one, everybody know that song. And the premise of their relationship has been a very public one. They had a reality show. I believe Mary Mary, the sisters, had a reality show. I never really watched it like that. I don't know exactly when they had that show. I don't know. Maybe I was busy. I don't know.
Wasn't no different than Love and Hip Hop.
Okay. So they had a reality show. But Tina's character was of the faithful wife who stayed with her husband, who cheated on her from time and time and time again. And, even though he cheated on her, I believe it does take two to tango. There's no reason for there to be any disrespect and infidelity in a relationship. However, there's always a root cause for every reaction, and usually when you don't know how to respond and you react, there is definitely going to be a blow up, ending. And so that's where we're at with Tina Campbell and Teddy. But I want to play this video that was shown inside of the actual show, because this is a crash out that a lot of people remember.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, Pan, you all right, buddy?
Are you okay?
God damn.
Listen,
I had 911 on speed dial. I got the Android. I was about to call him for you.
I thought it was over. It's like, Lord, he about to go.
Oh, Lord. Got some time left, huh?
The upper room.
Okay, we know you going over a sickness, and sometimes that cough is the very last thing. It's just that lingering cough. So, I'm going to pray for you, but just be mindful.
Thank you. I had the mute button on. For some reason I took it off.
All right. Where was I? We're going to get into the video of Tina in this crash out that she's having, and she's talking to her sister Erica, and Erica is trying to be a I don't know if Erica's a big sister or little sister. It's a lot of them. It is a lot of Campbells. Their own parents married and divorced multiple times. I don't know if you guys know their story. I just know their story because I grew up in church child. But I do love Erica. I follow Erica more closely than Tina. And she described how her mother and her father married, divorced, got married again, divorced, got married again, divorced. Like it literally happened at least 4 or 5 times, if I'm not mistaken. You can fact check me. However, now the offspring is going through relationship issues, and it's very public.
Life just like everybody else watching. I thought we was the ideal relationship just like everybody else. And I got to find out in front of the whole goddamn world that all of my life was a lie. And you want me to quote scriptures right now? I don't want you to quote scriptures. You want me to say something that's all positive? I feel negative right now. I know that. I just want you to understand that. I know that. I never kissed another man. I never went out with another man. I never entertained the wrong conversation. I never cheated in my head. I never did anything. I was 190% committed to that man. And this is what you did. Every time I was gone, you stole my life away from me.
Just to let y'all know, he was cheating with someone, a family friend who worked for Tina.
I'm angry. Why you gotta do me like this? I was good to you, man. I was good to you. I was good to you. I don't want him. I don't want him. I don't want him. I don't want him. He don't deserve me. You said you never been through this, right? I have. Listen to me for a second. You ain't never been through it. I have. I'm gonna tell you how you get better. Even though you want to be negative, you make a conscious effort and a decision like you fighting a on the street and work toward positive. That's all you can do. That's the only choice you have. Y'all want me to be safer than I am. I don't. I love Jesus. I want to be like Jesus, but I'm not Jesus.
Okay. So guys, what do you think about her husband filing for divorce after he has publicly embarrassed her over and over and over again? And you could tell they were also on the Dear Wifey podcast. And the way she looks at him is like they're just like teenagers again. Like she just has so much love in her eyes for him. It's almost like she worshiped the ground that he walked on. And just time and time again, he continued to step out on her. So, you know, is she supposed to be that faithful wife who fights for her marriage, or does she see him for who he truly is and decides to break up the marriage?
Well, okay, so he's filed for divorce, right? I'll be real quick. So I don't want to give him any altruism, but is he doing her a favor by making a commitment that she won't? Like she probably should leave him, you know, and he's probably telling her, listen, if me cheating makes you so miserable, I gotta let you go. You know, I'm serious. You know, I mean, if you love somebody, set them free.
I gotta let you go.
Well, I mean, listen.
I know what you're saying. It just came out in a very funny way. Like if you ain't gonna let me,
I meant it kind of that way because the point really is, and I'm not saying he's doing this for her, right? I'm just saying here's a scenario. It hurts her that he's embarrassed her, he's cheating on her, but she's not letting him go. But if it's hurting her that much that she can't accept, she wants him to be something that he's not. So now that she knows, she has a decision to make. And so now he's making a decision for her. That might assuage some of her problems because she can't make that decision. Right. But if they get a divorce, then now she could move on, right? Unless she's willing to forgive him and let him do what he does and live with that. And it sounds like she can't. There's no other recourse but for them to split up so she could be free of the pain that he's causing her. And maybe I'm not saying he's doing that for her, but maybe that's the result of what's going on because she should have divorced him a long time ago.
Okay. Because I was going to ask you, a cheating husband, are you saying as long as the wife can accept him for who he is and knows that he's going to like a variety, that she should just, if she can accept that, then just operate?
That's like, right. If she can't accept that, she shouldn't live under that kind of abuse.
Should she?
No. If she can't handle that, she should not live under that kind of abuse. Now, the fact that he's abusing her, and you know, so like I said, I don't want to give him any kind of kudos for wanting a divorce. I'm giving him more grace than he probably deserves. But she sounds like she needs to end this particular relationship if it hurts her so much. It doesn't make any sense to stay in that kind of abuse. Not to me.
Well, it sounds like she's already accepted it.
Not really.
If she's staying with him, she's already accepted it.
Not if she's screaming and crying all the time.
I don't care what she's saying. She's accepted it because she's still there. If her action says something different, action speaks louder than any words, man. You know what? Come on, old head.
No, I disagree with you. Okay, well, we just could disagree on that point. If she's screaming, you can't tell me that's not part of her soul. She might be staying. People stay in abusive relationships all the time.
That's
Let
accepting
it be. That's what they want.
And then she's in the church too. So, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Hank. I'm sorry.
I know you're a bully, man. I got you. That's accepting it though, Payne. I mean, that's if my wife allows me to continue to come back time after time after time, yeah, she's accepting everything that I'm doing. She's okay with that because she's still her. Now, her not accepting, say, I can't do this no more. And her finally walking away. That's when she stopped accepting the BS. But right now, technically, that's what she's doing until she's not. Now, he's the one found doors. He's doing her a favor. He's doing her a favor because she's not going to stop. It's obvious she's going to keep coming back. She's going to keep trying to work it out. And she's okay with it. But he's not. And he knows what he's going to do. Look, maybe that man has a problem. Maybe that man has a sex addiction. There's nothing he can do about it. And he's just out there just doing his thing. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe she's not giving them goddamn cheeks up. I don't know what it is. I don't follow the woman. I have no idea. But there could be a lot of reasons why. You said what, Precious?
I said it could be that.
Yeah, but even if it ain't, if she keeps allowing him to come back and continue the relationship, she's pretty much accepting it without saying it. That's in my opinion.
I mean, how much are you really going to want to sleep with a man who's out here cheating on you? There are married couples who use condoms for the purpose of I want to catch what you getting out there. It's not only just to prevent pregnancy. It's I know you out there, and you're not about to be sleeping with me all rawlicious. And you going from rawlicious. that really happens in relationships or in real life.
Yeah. And so that's the real. Precious. That's the real. These are like these relationship things that motherfuckers be talking about. That right there is a real thing in a relationship, and so it's not easy. One of the reasons why it doesn't make it easy is because we blindly take these vows, right? And we do it in a church and we have people, witnesses and things. And in the vow, in a nutshell, what does it say? That I would stick with you through better or worse, sickness and health, until death parts us. The worst is the cheating.
Yeah.
Right? That's part of the cheating. But what I'm saying is this. This is not easy. This is not something that you can just make a clear and concise decision off of, right? So let me get this straight. He cheated on her. The shit came out. And she does not want to. He divorced her, right? Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Threatened to divorce him on many occasions, but
right. But he divorced her.
Never did it.
Right. He pulled the lever. It makes sense. I don't mean that I agree with it. Don't mean that I disagree with it. It just makes fucking sense. Let me tell you why. Because what happened was that his thinking is that I can be setting myself up for her to get her vengeance. I can be, and especially if she's still angry the way that she's angry. One of the things.
What do you mean by vengeance? What kind of vengeance?
Well, before he says that, there has been, I don't know how true this is, allegedly, there has been posts that he was also cheating with men. And so there, what the stories are saying, again, I don't know how true this is. You know how folks would just want to throw men with men just because. But the people who supposedly, allegedly slept with him are actually coming out and saying this, not insiders. So he went ahead of it and file and, say, well, I'm leaving my wife before the rumors were swarming in the church. And you know, everybody's like, oh my God, y'all still married and he's doing this, you know. So I think, yeah.
You know, I watched the show, right, when they was on, right? I thought
with
it
your
was
wife
impressive.
eating vanilla ice cream.
Yeah, I was just, that's probably, you know, when it comes to people my age or close to it, I like to watch, you know, how they sort of go through life. But this is something that's been happening within their relationship for years, right? However, right, it doesn't become an issue until it get back to me by Laquita now, by my cousin. When and you know, YouTube bring whatever you doing to the back to the front real quick. People looking for that. Oh, is that old boy? Let me go and get it out there. And she knew, but it's just that, you know, if it's some boy allegations, then
that's still the worst. That's still better or worse.
No, that's worse. But I can see, you know, if this, you know, listen, our pain said it, and I'm gonna shut up. Man, listen, man. As much as our pain fight for marriage, man, and here we are, and it's sad when the mature people started. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why get married and try to build if you 55 trying to run out here and pay like you weigh.
Hey, that he getting bussy. That's still better or worse. That's still better or worse.
But JT, then I question if he's bending over or, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, dude, because you just don't do that life and just think you're going to play one side of the field. That's my belief. But
there's more? Okay.
No, I was trying to put up the graphic here. As you can see, they were, you know, both not very young. They probably were mid-20s, probably early 30s in this pic. I know that, you know, she's been with Mary for God knows how long. Her and
man, yeah.
They're one of the most well-known, you know, gospel duos out there. And I'm not quite sure what he does. I don't know if he works within the family, but like, I don't know. But I do know that what he said was, he actually said in the filing that he wants to get this over quick. He wants this divorce to be done quick. And there's not really many assets to divvy up. So let's get this show on the road.
They don't have no kids?
Wow. They
grown?
Children. They have children.
They're grown?
Yeah, they're adults.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That picture.
Listen, the worst thing that he could be doing, if he's on the down low, the worst thing about that is he puts her life in danger. So, you know, I mean, forget about the adultery. A man on the down low puts the woman in danger. It's the biggest problem for women in Atlanta is the dudes who are on the down low, right? And believe it or not, it's the women who don't want to use condoms for more than anybody else. So I'm just saying, listen, yeah, I have no.
Yeah, but you don't use condoms on your wife, though, do you? Pain?
Right, I was going to say.
So what?
You don't use condoms on your wife.
No. But I'm just saying, he's not using them on the dudes either.
God, dang, this is crazy.
So this is right. That concept this is where it gets to the point. That's why I was just saying the vows thing, where better or worse. You know, when I'm talking about that, my whole thing is that I think we need to be a lot more concise on when we're coming up with our vows and be more realistic when we're starting to come up with the vows that we are saying, instead of going with the traditional I'll be with you till this thing happens, because it's so much bullshit in the man. Listen, one of the things that we start to learn as men is that we will put cheating up under the umbrella of being non-integritous, right? Cheating, when you cheat, that is up under the umbrella of honor, integrity, and things like that. Mm-hmm. We as men, we won't really fall for that thing until we start to get more mature in life, right? Because that's something that we just experience as we grow up as men. So that's why when you talk to younger men, they would sit back and they be veering on the man, men are, naturally we supposed to have a bunch of women and they use all these stupid ass talking points that they have, but they never talk about integrity, right? Cheating is lying. Lying it goes against integrity all at once, especially when it comes down to a woman. When you have a woman, you know that you can tear her whole world up by doing something that's where she doesn't see it coming, right? Especially if you have a woman that believes wholeheartedly in you. That's where it gets really messed up. 20 years, 19 years, nigga, even 10 years of being with a woman. And she's saying, listen, I hang my hat on never even giving a thought of being with another man. We know it as men. We kind of understand the type of woman we got when we with her. We see how she move, right? We know every move that she have when it comes down to it. So when you have a woman that really is like that, bro, some shit like that happens. Even if it happened 3-4 times, it's even worse when it happens that amount. You can destroy that woman. And now you talking about you just want to throw her back out here in the streets. Nigga, that's nothing. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I don't find none of that shit honorable. I think he's a piece of fucking shit, bro. At the end of the day.
I agree with you. And I think that is deeper than his integrity, if it's true that he's bisexual or gay. And that in itself that's the issue, period. And he seemed like he's trying to throw in the towel to just stop playing the game. He's been playing the game for over 20 years.
Right, he wants the pain to end quickly. Nah, nigga, you about to doing this shit right here.
Yeah, and the thing is, he
wants to live in his truth.
and that's probably the case. And at this point, it might be the best thing for her because that's the only thing he could do for her at this point.
So I said, anyway, but we're speculating. Even if he's not gay, he needs to release this woman.
You put that jacket. Listen, I don't even see somebody putting a jacket like that on Hink, right? Well, he been with other men, and that shit can stick. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like when you get that jacket put on you, bro, and people be like, "Well, we don't know." You've been dibbling dabbling.
That shit's crazy. That shit's crazy.
That's why we stand on what we stand on. One of the things about men that stand on some shit, man, we're not going to have, it's not really popular with everybody else, but one thing that you're going to get is the respect. They don't have to like you, but I guarantee they respect you when you stand on certain principles, bro. And one of the principles that and y'all know me, I ain't standing on none of that goddamn fugazi ass shit. I don't play with them. I don't talk to them. We not sitting back. We not dancing. We not singing. We not doing nothing together. I want you so far away from me. And if my wife is talking about being friends with you, no, that motherfucker right there, you can't be friends with. You see how easy it is for them to put that jacket on us when we sitting back and being and parlaying and frolicking with these folks? No. Hell no, they're dropouts. I don't play. So if somebody could put that jacket on you and that shit is kind of sticking with people, be like, well, we did see him at the basketball game with that dude with that purse. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, how is it going to stick?
He had his undershirt above his stomach, right? In the bow tie, you know what I'm saying?
It can't stick. I don't care what anybody says when you want, especially if you're in the limelight. When you don't associate with them at all, they can say, "Oh, well, he be messing around with them men." It can't stick. They ain't never seen you frolicking with them cats. They ain't never seen you associating with them dudes.
We're getting off the point, though. Really, if he's going to divorce from his wife for those reasons, in terms of his infidelity, is not going to give her any peace. I guess that's the most important thing, that he's releasing this woman, and I think he should. And I don't know if I don't want to give him any real credit because he's doing her a favor. I think he just wants to be free, and he don't want to hear her whine more about it.
He in the ATL. He in the ATL. He done acquiesced.
Come on, man.
He in the ATL. I'm just saying, man. He in the ATL. And the women outnumber the man.
He's sweeter than June Jam, man.
That's
He's
what I
sweeter
don't
than June
understand.
Jam. Yeah, he got there.
So he just
the
like
sugar. He the sugar cane.
He trying to be free,
Yeah, I know. He wants to be free.
Him and Neil Long need to have a conversation because why can't we just come through and
Hey, Nia,
is that who she was with?
No, I'm just saying. On the last video, she was talking about why can't I just come through and drop off and be on my way? You know what I'm saying?
I know that's right.
So why can't I just Uber Eats this thing to you and then
it's this guy. You know what I'm saying? It sort of baffles me the fact that you've gotten past the most difficult part. Now you're looking to go back, and in Atlanta, niggas moving, they living that life for real. And
that's what I was telling RP. All I'm saying is one thing that you're cheating. It's another thing when you're doing the bending or getting bent over. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole different ballgame.
It's not infidelity, it's sexuality. And that's the big difference.
You fighting with it right now, Sean.
We're still looking at it from his perspective. It's the piece that he's the one that needs the piece.
Okay. No, I understand it.
She's incapable of getting it for herself. She keeps bringing this life, even though I think that it's subtle and maybe it's counterintuitive. She doesn't accept the fact that he's cheating. That's the bottom line. Even though she stays, she's not accepting.
He don't want to have to deal with. This is the thing. He does not want to have to deal with what it takes all over again, right? Sometimes as men, we would say it's worth it for me to go through it because I effed up. I fucked up. And I understand that just me apologizing for it is not going to be enough. So there's a process that we are going to have to go through. And I don't know how long it's going to take, but I'm willing to go through it because I love you and I want to be with you. And we built so much stuff, man, it takes so much effort to tear that shit up like that, bro, than it does to say, okay, we need to go through it. That's why I say I understand it. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. He don't want to have to deal with that pain. He thinks that you know what I'm saying? Especially if they don't have any young, small kids with each other and stuff like that, the worst they have to deal with is the little bit of assets or whatever bullshit that they have to deal with. But it might be true that once he has to wear that jacket, and can you imagine your wife confronting you about you out here, being with a man? It's one thing about being with a woman, but she said being with a man, and I'm not going to let your ass leave. You need to stay here. You need to go out here and deal with this because I'm not willing to let you leave. And he's like, I don't want to go through that bullshit.
Well, he did, supposedly, if you watch the Dear Wifey podcast, they talk about their ebbs and flows in their relationship. Pretty much what they portray to the world is she is the wife that is willing to go through the suffering with her husband who has an infidelity issue within their marriage. And that is what they portrayed on the reality TV show. She's going through this struggle of being this faithful wife, this faithful, God-fearing wife, who gonna pray it down, up and down, throw the oil, all that. And at the end of the day, it's not something that is conducive or healthy for either one of them. If he has an issue, he needs help for that issue. And it's only going to make the relationship worse when you're trying to force, him to be someone that he's not. And so it's like, did you not see these signs before? Was this not something that you were able to, discern when you were dating this guy, when y'all first got married? I don't necessarily know the origin story of how they got together, how long they dated and things of that nature. But at this point, it's not healthy for the relationship if he stays in it. It just really, because she might get to a point where at one point she tore up his car. She did the "I bust the windows out your car," like she did that. Like she, they showed it, and then
she was trying to Bernadine his ass.
And then when they showed it, right, it was such a cynical, evil moment in the show, because it was like they showed the car and how damaged it was, and then she's pulling up, looked like she's coming from work or something, and she's like, "Oh, you're finally gonna get rid of it, huh?" And it was a very, being an English major, you have visions and the duality of things, right?
Yeah.
You hear the duality of things, and it's like, "Oh, are you finally gonna get rid of it, huh?" Like, girl, you just busted the windows out of my car, slashed my tires, slashed the interior, and you talk about some give. But what she's really saying is, "Oh, so you gonna stop cheating on me, right? Because you know what the ramifications are."
Right.
It's like,
there's so much.
No matter how many cars you destroy, no matter how much you raise your voice, no matter how much of a God-fearing woman and praying, God down from the heavens that you do, he is who he is.
Well,
And
there's so many things going on that you're just exposing. So many things that you're exposing, that the sexuality, her her not accepting his issue. Because I think there's two things. If it's an infidelity issue, perhaps you can get through that. It sounds like it's bigger than an infidelity issue. It's a sexuality issue. I don't think that's something that, well, allegedly, and if that's the case, it makes sense. All of everything that's being displayed makes sense. She's pushing, thinking it's infidelity, trying to force him into changing those ways, and he's being pushed, all pun intended. And there's a big difference.
Okay. So when you say sexuality, you mean that he doesn't know what gender he is and stuff?
No, not what gender
what he is.
All I'm saying is, when you say sexuality, infidelity, you mean
he's fluid. He's fluid. He will go either way, no matter what day wherever the wind blows, he will go with it. That's what
on me. Listen, I don't know how you go.
He needs to have a gender reveal.
Get an evaluation.
I don't know, man. It's just crazy. I know we putting this on him. We put the jacket on him. I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, man. Once he got that jacket,
all I'm saying is, okay. So they're gonna. When is the divorce? Is it soon, or when is it gonna happen?
He wants it to happen as soon as possible. So, I'm not quite sure how soon it's gonna.
Move on.
I think they just filed recently. I think this is a new story that within the last week or two.
Very, very new. When you talk about divorce, it's very new.
Oh, okay. I mean, I've never watched any of their shows, stuff like that. But she's putting up with the pain for too long. It's like an abusive relationship, and she needs to get out of it. Yeah, she actually does. I don't see any. All this other conversation that we're having, it's just another form of abuse, and she can't handle it.
Right, and she's gonna go to her wit's end. I'm getting ready to leave, but Precious, you did mention that you're about to touch on somebody who went to their wit's end with that father who destroyed his family. And God forbid, that's what y'all gonna speak about next. I'm getting ready to leave though, but God forbid she goes to those ends, because she's already showing signs of it with the destruction of the car, and it continuing can bring her to insanity or to a place that just is disastrous. So I'm glad that they're breaking, or if he can't, whatever he got to do, God bless them. My prayers are up for them, but it's just they need to separate at this point.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Good seeing you, fellas. Hank, good seeing you, bro.
Man. Good seeing you,
JT, good seeing you again for a while.
Right,
Brother, good meeting you. In pain as always. You're a pain in my no. All right, y'all. Have a good one. Blessings.
Definitely.
I ain't worried about it.
I want to chime in if I can. I agree with what he just said too. My first thoughts watching the video is she looks like she's becoming unstable, like she's about to blow a gasket. And I done seen a lot of stuff, man. I'm 40. I lived in Georgia. I've been in the scene, Atlanta, all that. And I don't live there anymore, but it's very much like what y'all was laughing and joking about. It's like that. They got clubs dedicated to swinging. You go up there with your wife, you see her on your way back out the door. Me and you, we don't part and go find another couple. And the thing people don't catch on to is, sex is cool, but eventually sex gets old, and then you want to up the ante on it. And gay is just a strong evolution of sex, freakiness. How far you willing to go? So when you're in Atlanta and it's the norm to have, swap wives and husbands, that even wears old. And all of a sudden they want something new. Like to us, it's foreign. It's like we don't understand the concept, but that's, I think, why Atlanta is what it is. It's like a cesspool of freedom. People doing what they want. It's like Sodom and Gomorrah. But at the end of the day, like the lady looked like she ready to eventually cut his balls off. She gonna flip her script. So maybe God intervened for her because she wouldn't divorce him. They obviously not equally yoked if he likes men. And sometimes people stay together for different reasons. The kids, but y'all was saying the kids are older, so I just think that's like maybe a God ordained thing. Maybe he stepped in and had the guy just tell her, I'm tired. And I actually met a woman like that. One of my old jobs, she was married to a guy. She said she caught him messing with men who dress like women. This is in Atlanta, by the way. And she, what's weird? I'm so deep into it. I think how women, after they come out of divorces, they want to mess with new men. She was kind of looking at me, but I was like, I don't want to, share exchange of energy. And I didn't want none of that homosexual energy from my husband to get with me. So I was like, and she wasn't a bad looking woman, but she was older than me. And she started out trying to throw her daughter on me, but her daughter got pregnant. And she started coming to my job talking to me. And when I found out she was with the guy, and she, because we all knew the guy, and she told me she called him in a hotel, it cut it off. And I was just like, okay. So
LT, are you telling me that you didn't want the contamination? You didn't want to have
the residue, child. He didn't want the residue.
No.
It's real. You don't want nobody.
Look, they say when one spirit leaves, it come back with 7. So I didn't want none of them 7 to come my way.
Man. I don't want to buy proxy homosexuality by proxy.
Keep that away from me. I rebuke it.
Nah, you know what? That's a stronghold too. And Shorty, she grew up like my mother and them used to listen to Mary. But the thing is, it just go back to being equally yoked. I think that's the biggest problem with America. Like we look at women and we start making up ideas of how they could be the one, or vice versa. The woman see the man and we start giving them passes on things that's not exactly aligned to who we are. And maybe I could cut corners on that. I still be with her, but you're going to be looking, it's going to keep revealing itself throughout them 20 and 30, 40 years. And then it becomes, you know what? I didn't like this about you. I never liked that about you. It's like, that wasn't your person. Yeah. And that's the whole point. You gotta go ahead.
No, I was just gonna go on the point that you was talking about, the equally yoked, the process to get to that, right? A lot of women, and it's so funny that, and it's, that's why sometimes I look at like the Kendra G's dating women and what they have on their list, right? And they're like, what is it that you need in a man? And they would have this thing called equally yoked on their list. That's not how that goes. You can't order equally yoked. You dig what I said? Someone that's equally yoked. Like, nah, that's not how that goes. It's trials. You gotta put that through trials and tribulations to understand what that is. It's how we tote the bears of the world together and how we can scale that with each other. And a lot of people, women and men, they don't understand the yoking part of it. They don't even know what a yoke actually, what it actually is. Yeah, so they have no idea.
The egg,
right? They think, They think it's in the egg or something.
Talking about oxes back in old time.
You got this thing that's on their shoulders.
Going the other way, right?
Yeah. So, and it's how they bear because they're going in the same direction. And it can be, for instance, when you have the woman and the man, you have to scale it, right? and basically with the woman and the man, someone at some point has to be able to bear the most, whether it's the woman or the man, and that's the equally yoked. And they don't mind the duty of it. They understand what the they understand the assignment, and they're like, we're going to get to the goal regardless, and we're going to help each other to get to the goal, and we're going to for that. That's just, how it looks. But that putting it on a list, like you got a Santa Claus, this is what I need. I need a man that's 6'6", he got 6 figures. We need to be equally yoked. All that crazy stuff that they're saying, they have no idea. And that's when it goes down to just being what they call bird babble, right? And that's where it gets to a point where we just be like, no, maybe we need to do more evaluating what we think about relationships, marriage, and all these other things also.
Right.
I think,
go ahead.
Point, the man just want to live in sin and peace, right? You can't be with exactly what y'all are saying, unequally yoked, right? You can't be with a woman who is hankering down and depending on God and the Bible and, to be her source of strength, and you continuing to make her weak by being who you are and doing what you're doing. That is the epitome of equally yoked, because she going this way, trying to get you to go that way with her, but you going this way. Mm-hmm. And when you go in 2 separate ways, there's no way that you're going to have a focal point and an actual ending, a successful one. And so he want to sin in peace. That he said, look, let me do what I do in peace. Okay, you ain't got to be a part of this no more. I'm not gonna wait for you to leave me, because obviously, you love me. And I just rather do this for you. That's what it seems like to me. This isn't a relationship where it's just like, no, work it out, go to counseling and, do those things that the church be telling you to do, child. No, he is deep in. And the Bible also says, okay, the woman can, if she's the God-fearing one and she the one that love the Lord, she'll be the one to convert him. But he went in as a God-fearing man. He went in as if, he was on the same path as she was. So, whether he a fraud, whether he, just kind of his step or his walk just wasn't as straight and narrow as hers. It's going to be hard to, they say that men love women that can suffer with them, but who want to be in this type of suffering?
Yeah. He led to his own reprobated thought. His repeated reprobated mind.
Yeah. I think JT can agree with this, right? Growing up in a house with a father, and I can bet whenever JT's father wanted peace, he had peace. Absolutely. I can bet when JT wanted peace, he had peace, right? And that's why I always go to this, right? Because even in these relationships and marriages, even if the father is not focused on being a husband, then you can end up with these bad situations. But when those fathers like have the funny looking kids that look like us, we can be in that during those primal times when he starts to become sort of, I think somebody mentioned it, when you get 13, 14 and the girl start looking at you talking about, come here.
I was saying that, yeah.
See what I'm saying? A father can, by the time you reach that age, you already understand that nature of a woman. The confidence that guys don't have, right? And it's important. It sort of plays itself out when you get about 35 as a man. Because everything that your father was telling you do and don't do and used to be like, man, you don't know. Now you start living it out in real time like, damn, I'm glad I learned that. And you see and tell a lot of times when people don't have that, right? So I knew a guy, I went to school, one of my best friends. His father was a teacher at the high school I went to. And his father used to be out in the streets, as they call it, while the years he was teaching. And I can see how it affected him, the son, right? Because I think he got into some crazy stuff. His father was smoking weed. I remember the time he stole some weed out of his father's car. You know what I'm saying? And my father was complete opposite, because my father didn't go to the streets to have. He went out, but he wasn't out with women. We used to see, you know what I'm saying, the one coming to the club with. My father wasn't that type of dude. When my father got off work, by the time, and this is where I think a lot of people can really change the trajectory of their slow ass kids, and whether they get. By the time we was teenagers, by the time JT was teenagers, you cleaned your room yourself. You washed your clothes yourself. You cut the grass because that was part of your responsibility. And even if you wasn't an A student, you at least wanted to go to school and be a C. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, I ain't the slowest rock in the bunch. Right. But again, those things were put on him by his parents, not the mama giving the girls, because in the house with single parents, a lot of dudes didn't have a voice. A lot of dudes didn't have a father. Sit your little rockhead ass down. But then when he's about 13, 14, he's always, shut up. You don't know women. Boy, you got to be nice to women. You got to do this. You got to take care of mama. But your sister, teenager, she out here doing whatever. Well, that's girls. And this has been, I would say, about the last 40 years. So a lot of dudes in their prime 40s, they looking at the reflection of most of them's mamas. But they'll never say they mama started that shit. Never. Because they was raised in the, I'll shut up. I don't understand, by the prime of the dating age of brothers and sisters, they don't even want to be around each other. But they still making these slow ass kids. It done gone down a little bit, mainly because the men are taking their power back. That's where the man can take advantage of. Because about 10 years, these women gonna be begging to have babies. I wouldn't even have none unless you come with that $50,000 bag. Yeah. But
well, on that note, we're going to transition on to the inside source and shocking updates of the Ashley Robinson story. Everybody here knows, that she went to Tanzania for her birthday, and it was her birthday, and then she got engaged, and then she came up missing. I mean, there are a lot of things in between. However, that is the cliff notes. And her coming up missing was described as and I've been watching Tisa tells a suicide. I think that's what how she says it. However, there is an inside source that another social media content creator has come. She has like this inside source of an actual doctor who is on the island there, and this is what he had to say, and he's not saying it. A woman that got it from him is translating and transferring this information to this content creator.
Okay. He's well known by,
I'm sorry. Okay, there we go.
Hotels, staff, and the people. So he has frequented Zanzibar. And my source said they were arguing about him cheating on her. He would leave the villa to go to other women at night. And other women, would it be local women?
Shout out to Queen Sheba. She broke this story first, and that's how this content creator got her information. But I don't want to keep saying content creator, because she is really doing her due diligence. She says she's from America, but you can tell that she has African roots. So she may be from, some continent, but I'm not quite sure. But she is really doing her due diligence and covering this case. Her name is Fumi Desalu Vold, Vold. And that's the woman pictured here. But Queen Sheba, who I've actually been on panels with, broke this news.
Yes. And then they also said that there was an argument at I think at the reception or something like that. Outside, there was also another argument. Somebody was flirting with Ashley, and he got offended, and she started screaming about him cheating on her.
They talk about all this screaming and all these altercations. There has to, and 10 people got arrested. There has to be people who knows exactly what they were arguing about, exactly what was being said, because the way that they describe these altercations are big blowouts. These aren't secret, like, you know, I did not tell you, you know, tight-lipped talking to each other. These are blowouts.
Right.
That is what my source said. And he said that the police have arrested about 10 people who are suspected of being involved in terms of investigation-wise. The hotel staff, some people, also his friend. He had a friend there.
Wait, who had a friend there? To be clear, so that they're
Joe McCann had a friend in Zanzibar, and that friend has been arrested too.
Was this a male friend?
Yes, a man.
So he had a man with him at this resort that has been detained.
Yes.
Is this?
It's crazy for Joe, because as much as he's trying to get rid of Ashley, he is so interconnected and intertwined in this resort that you have no other choice but to look at him as a prime suspect.
A white male? Do we know anything? Is this a foreign male? Do we know any specifics?
Yes, I have been told he's a white male. The police are going to release the postmortem on Friday. And also the police are holding on to all types of video and photos in terms of evidence. They're holding on to anything that is video and pictures. They said that it's going to impede the investigation.
And not only are they holding on to the pictures, the evidence, the camera footage, they're also holding on to her body. And we know that when Shanquilla Robinson was found passed away and nobody knows what happens, they held her body for about 3 weeks. And they didn't even tell what the cause of death was.
She was found, she had her ring on, because I saw some people asking that he chose Tanzania because the country has no good relationship with the US, first of all, because they're on the ban list. So everything that's going to come out is not going to be authentic. I do not believe in the justice system of Zanzibar. Let me say that. I'm an African. I'm in Africa. You can say whatever you want about me, but I'm going to speak the truth. And he is known. He's a frequent, visitor. They know him.
Allegedly. All this is alleged. But after hearing that, I'm not sure if you guys knew those details. You know, I'm not sure if I'm.
Yeah, I heard some of them.
But after hearing that and knowing, you know, the distance in between different villas and knowing that the butler, you know, had this charger handy, you know, once she asked him for a charger, it's like, oh, here you go. Knowing that he came to the room, heard a thud, left the room, pitch black room at that, because at this time in Tanzania, it was 7:30, which over there at that time was pitch black. Knowing all of these things, and of course, everything is speculation, allegedly. Do you think this is that her parents will ever really get the answers about and surrounding her death? And what do you guys think will be the fate of Joe in this whole situation?
Well,
being so connected.
Okay, so first, from what I understand, she actually this whole thing that he's still rich and all that, I think that's a lie. I think he was broke. And you know, they say he's just broke at different levels. I think he was not, even if he had some money, he wasn't liquid. I heard that she paid for everything.
Oh, yeah, I heard that too.
And even last time when we brought this up, I said all the clues are in the argument that they had. I didn't know so many people got it. Everybody knew what the argument is about. And the fact that we can't get a clear explanation about what they were arguing about, other than he was cheating or she was cheating and all this kind of stuff. Listen, my whole problem is we know that as far as I'm concerned, she did not delete herself.
No.
I think that's off the table. I mean, it doesn't even make logical sense if you just apply Occam's razor. It doesn't make any sense. Even I'm gonna say this, it's just funny. Even if she got angry and was yelling, angry Black women don't delete themselves. They just stay angry. You know what I'm saying? We don't have an angry Black woman deletion epidemic in our country, right? Americans, they just get bad.
Or they hurt themselves by getting in the same cycle type of relationship.
So she's with this dude, and there's a lot of dirty work. And no, her parents are not going to get anything out of this. I don't believe. And it's a sad situation.
Yeah.
And the only problem I have with it is that they keep trying to put Black men in the middle of this, and we're not in the middle of it. We're not. And too many of us accept that position. She made it clear how she felt about Black men, and that includes her father, by the way. And as far as I'm concerned, if I was her father, and this is why I'm mad at him, I would have came out and blamed everything on that dude.
Yeah.
They were very careful not to
help with that. Why?
Right.
Why? Listen, I have daughters. I don't give a shit about the legal system and all that. Listen, you took my daughter to Africa. You're the man. She's under your charge. And even if you didn't do it, how did my daughter be so vulnerable under your covering?
Right.
So that's one.
Yeah,
that's one. And two, I'm thinking you did it. And there's not a lawyer alive that could keep me from saying that.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. There's a reason why they have First 48 as for real, right? It's a real thing. First 48 in an investigation, by the time you get to First 48, once you get past that, you
pull the straws.
You pretty much, you kind of pull the straws. So basically, the only thing, and because they do still have the body, the only thing that you really can rely on is forensics, autopsies and tissue and all of these different things. So that's basically what we're looking at now. And if they don't, if they're not even saying that there's a autopsy that's still, and that they're still doing, that means that she's just sitting.
They did the autopsy. They're just not releasing it to her parents.
Because I know the truth already. I know how I ain't saying I know who did it, whatever, but I agree with both of y'all saying, listen, I want you slow people out there. Y'all got some slow nephews or something, think he's smart. Tell him to try to choke his damn self together. The worst thing his little slow ass gonna do is pass out before he choke himself. That
takes effort.
You can't. And listen, I got some ugly hands, right? Well, pretty to the ladies, but might be ugly to y'all, right?
It's very ugly. Yeah,
I'm gonna leave all kinds of marks on my neck, right? If I'm just choking myself, but then I start losing wind, because you can't just grab a neck. You got to go for the wind, because see, this is the most important thing, that windpipe. And you can try it with your hand. You gonna pass out. So be somewhere safe when you do that dumb shit, anybody. That's why it makes no logical sense that she did it to herself. There was an apparatus, a scarf, anything. You gotta listen. I got to apply a tourniquet. JT, you know how to apply a tourniquet.
Right.
I got to apply a tourniquet long enough myself, even to cut my wind off. Even then, I'ma still pass out. Might do it a little faster with the tourniquet the more I twist it, but still, once I pass out, there's no more pressure. It's gonna have to take somebody still applying the slow ass pressure to your neck. You ain't go. We super. JT said it. We superhuman sometimes. You ain't go just.
You gonna fight it. You gonna even when you do it yourself. You gonna fight it.
Yes.
Go
Precious, put a tourniquet. Get a wooden stick, and once you get it, and wrap it around it, and start twisting it on your neck.
Yeah.
And see if you don't pass out live tonight.
Don't do
it in reality.
You think that she has the tools to do something like that? Like
not true. We got people in the audience and stuff, you know.
We got people like, don't try. It's not logically possible. I'm telling you, the most pressure you can apply until you pass out. That's it. You ain't still.
You're gonna fight it.
You wake up 2 hours later talking about how slow we are. Why the hell do I do that shit?
Most people make it to a point where they just won't be able to win the fight. So that's why they would jump on something that's very very high.
Right.
They would stand on something because you're going to fight it.
No return.
It got to be a point of no return. Most people, they're not going to do that. And so it's not going to be, especially women. Women don't go all the way through with you know what I'm saying? And even the people that even try it, when they find out, it was probably 7-8 attempts that they had to go through before they even was successful, because you're going to fight it. It's just like somebody telling you, bite yourself and see how, if you can bite yourself till you bleed, it's not going to really happen for you like that. So, yeah.
That chick did not offer herself.
No, she didn't offer herself. I believe that he's definitely, even if he didn't do it himself, he knew about it. It's just to a point where it shouldn't be this bizarre.
Right.
It shouldn't be this bizarre.
Because I mean, they said everything was staged. The wedding, the lion, the whole thing. You said it was just all.
That's where his money went right there.
Yeah.
I got a question, Precious. What does this mean to you if it comes out that he did it? You being a black woman, what does that mean? What does this mean to you? And you think other black women?
I think that Black women need to be cautious at all times. I wouldn't say, stop dating men, stop. What I would say is be cautious, be smart. She lived a life of, I'm going to go out here and hustle, because a lot of people think that, she was with him for his money. I think she was with him for an image, because again, he lost a lot of money and she worked. She was a model. She was a bottle girl. She was in videos. She promotes products, wigs, and different. These pictures of her in Zanzibar is clear. It would clearly bring an income for her. So I think with her paying for the trip, it was just like, okay, let me come up real quick. Meaning, let me post these pictures, get these endorsements. Hopefully, she's a salesperson. That's pretty much what a salesperson would do, right? And so I think that instead of trying to be this superficial person looking to make money off of clicks and views and off of the opinions of others, Black women need to safely and cautiously live their life. She became a stepmom to his children with his first wife. And it's like, girl, you 31. Do you even really want to be a mom? Do you is this something that you really want? Or is this something that you're going with because he is a white man who appears to have all of this money, or he may have had all of this money when y'all first started dating? One thing that I didn't like that Ashley did was that she literally turned her back on her community. And she made the Black man a monolith because of prior experiences that she's had with Black men. I don't subscribe to that. Every relationship that I've been in haven't been successful, but I'm not going to down Black men because I was unsuccessful in a relationship with one Black man. Right. So for me, I'm an investigator anyway.
She was coached too.
I'm an investigator. Okay. So I'm not just going to go with you because you flashing something in front of my face, because as women, you also need to know that most men aren't just going to freely give you something. It has to be earned in some type of way, form or fashion. You have to earn it in some type of way. And honestly, in this situation, it was her life. It was her life that she had to give up. Okay. It wasn't time, it wasn't these pictures, it wasn't, it was her life that had to be taken for him to now earn some things. Because I think, like I said last Wednesday, We don't fight against flesh and blood. We fight against principalities and high places, things that we don't get into, things that we don't know about, stuff that, you have people out here doing their little social media thing, but then you have people like Joe McCann who has, this investment company and this crypto. And now, it seems like he probably was scamming people. He's on the dark web. I don't know nothing about that. I barely keep up the StreamYard, okay, half the time. So, right. Those are people in higher places who are looking down on other people, looking to devour them, looking to still kill and destroy. That's what they do. That is what their purpose is here on earth. Even the devil got a purpose. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. So we can't act like, Ashley, she should have been smarter. And this is where, people are like, well, where was her family? Where was her family? Where was her family? Her family was off living their own lives. Her mom and dad were divorced. They remarried. They've had more children. They procreated past her. And so now it's about their current situation. And so you could clearly tell that, yeah, she's making sure they're keeping tabs on her because she's in Africa, Mm-hmm. I mean, if I ain't speak to my parents for a while and I'm in Africa, I'm probably going to still call them while I'm in Africa because it's like I'm gonna need y'all to know I'm still here. Okay?
And Precious, that was a great point that you made as far as when you saying people are like, where's her family? And look, this lady is living her life, right? And a lot of people, they try to act like they don't know people that's like that. She has money. She has an occupation that she's involved in. The parents, like you just said, they're still living. People think that once we become parents and our kids become grown, that we just stop being, people, citizens of the world. And it's like, no, we're still out here and we're still living. So like you just said, they still got tabs, but I mean, they're not sitting here like, put your location on and I need to know what part of Africa that you in. You tell me where you're going. You tell me where Africa. I don't know where the hell that's at.
Every parent is different though. Because what I can say, my mom, I don't care where me and my brother are traveling to. You better send me your itinerary. You better send me the flight you're going to be on. You better send me all of that. Like she is a stickler for that. And she's
same here.
But is it reciprocity though, Precious? It's the same thing with you. You are involved in that process, right? Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people that, especially like what she's doing, she's more secretive. I give you just enough information. So, if something happens because, then you will know. But guess what happened?
Emergency contact, she didn't
think, She didn't think what the inevitable that happened. She didn't think that was going to happen. So she gave them just enough information. And now they're in the dark.
JT.
They don't understand what happened. They're like, well, we're waiting for other people to tell us what's happening.
Coach.
JT, listen. Our Pain said that shit earlier. Mm-hmm. She's going with him, right? Mm-hmm. Your ass better make sure my baby get back.
Especially a place he's frequent.
This is the thing. She's in the way. This is why we have a problem. I get exactly what you're saying. I understood exactly what our Pain was saying, but that's not how a lot of these young women are built. They're way more secretive to their parents than we can even give them credit for, bro. These women are not.
But here's the problem with old girl. Let me say this, our Pain. Not be quiet. With old girl, Precious, to your point, she was coached by her mama. Her mama was
say the same thing.
Speaking the bullshit about black men, and she got her white man too, and she went off of that same rhetoric, part two, and now.
So mama wasn't so mama was not the protector. That's what I'm saying. So this is where we go to that point right here. Come on out with us. The mama is acquiescing to the behavior of the daughter. And they're like a monolith with each other when it comes down to lifestyle. So she's not going to be. The mother is supposed to be for what Precious was just illustrating. Let me know where you at. Let me know what's going on. The mama was like, she good. JT, shit, we doing our thing.
JT, let's say what you're saying. Her mother could know exactly what she was doing. Right? What difference was it make? I mean, they're all the way over in Africa. I think her mother knew exactly what she was doing.
I think actually her mother told her not to date Joe, actually. I don't think she was, her actions show that, hey, I have a white man, I have 3 children with him. Because it looked as though their parents got divorced probably when Ashley was probably a teenager, because the age difference between her and her siblings looked like, she was in her teens, they were in their adolescence. So her mom's been with this man for a very long time. So I don't think it's anything that she's probably said to Ashley. Is her actions of being with a white man and it being okay, because we don't always teach our children through our words. We, like Hank was saying,
actions.
through your actions.
Okay, but pull that thread, right? Her mother remarried a white man, and divorced her father, and her daughter rebukes black men. She had to get that from somewhere.
Yeah.
So, and her father is a black man, and he married a natural black woman. It's like when he got remarried, I saw the sister right there. And so I'm thinking that the relationship between him and his daughter was not the best relationship. Not for her being on the internet talking about how much she hates black men.
I agree.
So my point really is that there was the thing that broke her mother and her father apart, and that her mother went to a white man. That shit rubs off.
Yeah. That is all. I 100% agree with that. It's all messed up, but it's also the thing that I said earlier too. She in Africa, and you just said it our page too. And Precious, you said it too. She in Africa. Let me tell you something. When you in a whole different continent like that, I don't give a damn how much you tell them and tell them where you're at and stuff like that. They don't know shit. Yeah, you are in a different world, and it's not. They can't protect you. Period. There's no protection that can be there.
But that's his job.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's his. No, that's why I said I understood exactly when you were saying that. You ain't giving that man no leeway when it come down to it. I'm coming to get you because she was up under your covering. Regardless of how I felt about her decision, that's still at a point where I have principles, and I'm going to hold you to them principles, whether you held yourself to them principles or not, homie.
Another uncomfortable truth, JT. Black Africans worship white people just like anybody. They're disgusting.
Probably even worse.
White people.
Yes.
You know what I think on that? I got some takeaway from it too. I kind of feel like she was in a position where she was using that as a flex. If she's down in black guys, then it kind of make it benefit. It only serve her point to say, well, look how good this white guy's treating me. And when things ain't going so well, she's probably not going to want to expose that to her parents or to the black community that she's advertising, advocating the white guy for. She's telling us she wants other black women to advocate with her. See, girl, if you come and check it out over on this side, the grass is greener. This white guy, but really behind the scenes, dude could be blowing it,
But he was,
but LT, you said parents. I'm with Coach Ferg and our Payne. Dad. She didn't want her dad to know. Her mom is complicit in everything that's going on with her dad, because now the information that I'm getting is like, oh shit. Even when I hear
right away.
Yeah. So it gets to a point where even with her whole thing on the swirling and black men don't do this and white men are better and things like that, I think that in the forefront, she has her father in her mind when she's going through this thing first.
No, I don't think
want to go back.
Here's another thing. LT was going on the roll. Let's finish the pull the string.
Yeah. Okay.
And part of the argument, I heard one of the ladies that you were talking about on another channel. I saw that African lady before. Part of the argument was that she called out just the white boy saying, listen, I paid for all of this. You're trying to be bigging up at me, but we're here because I paid for it. Embarrassing him in front of all of those Africans that worship him. So he was pissed because now the facade is being peeled back because she's screaming on, and I gotta say it, It's something that a black woman will do. She'll take your balls and cut that shit off right in front of you and everybody
and juggle the shit out the
When
motherfuckers and then throw them in the garbage.
And
throw them out the car window and everything.
Just like most men, you can't out dozen or out argue a chick on
Not
a
at all. You can't win.
And you know they're in Africa doing this, but this isn't the first time they've argued. This isn't the first time that they have disagreement. And so again, with women, you know, you have to know, just like with Tina, you gotta know when enough is enough and you gotta let go. You gotta let it go.
Yeah.
You know, and move on with your life, because at some point, I don't want to say, you know, she didn't deserve to die at all whatsoever. However, there things come to a head.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you continue to let things pass and you want to be passive and you want to be down for the ride and you want to get a couple more flicks and ticks and picks and opinions and money, you know, it's like today I got a deposit from Facebook and I was like, oh, this is a little bit more than what I usually say.
Yeah, salute to you.
So that's a feel good feeling, because it's like, okay, that's just money in the bank. You know what I mean? Yep. But I know I'm not seeing no checks like she's seeing. You know,
right?
As an endorser of certain products and places and people and things like, you know, and so you got to be careful what you're willing to.
But say it. You got to know how vulnerable she really was.
Yeah.
And that happens to women all
the time.
She probably felt like she couldn't get out of it because she put up this facade for so long. It's like, all right, well, if this relationship failed, if it come out that we arguing all the time, I'm gonna be looking like a dumb. No, girl, go on with your life.
But here's the thing, though. This is to the white dude, man. Listen, first of all, listen. I could be wrong, though. But again, right? I'm this dude. I'm in the white man world. I'm him. That's who I'm claiming to be. Mm-hmm. I don't go to the stripper club and actually make anybody in that whole arena important in my life.
Have you ever watched The Queen's Men? I just finished watching that.
I couldn't stomach it. I'm sorry.
That's
What's the
name of it again?
The Queen's
Men
with the former
model. With Eva Marcel.
Yeah.
She used to be America's Next Top Model. Got the pretty eyes, like the hazel looking eyes or whatever. Mm-hmm. But she's like Madam. That's her name, right? And she has all these men who dance, and it's a gentleman's nightclub. Mm-hmm. And so when I heard this and heard that he met her in a, you know, there are people in there that are going to do something for $1, make you holler, right?
Mm-hmm.
They start
strange for a piece of change,
right? They start to form these relationships with these people that they meeting in the VIP room, and they go into their house, and then they do it.
No real dude about his business is making that his woman. It's some I'm not basketball players, dudes on the street. That's their lane.
But he didn't make Ashley his woman. She was
gonna be his wife.
Was her man, but he never made her his woman until he tried to engage and, you know, ask her for her hand in marriage. Mm-hmm. There was nothing up until the. I mean, yeah, he took you to basketball games. Yeah, y'all were seen for a year and a half. But if this is the ending of it all, he never made her his woman. He made her his accessory.
But Precious, she used that to sort of further her message to the sisters to say this white boy is better, when really he was a broke ass, frontin' ass white boy.
And everything that you see that looks like it's gold ain't glittering, it ain't shining.
But Precious, this is why I can see why black men that got their shit and on the rise are getting fed up. These women, and I've seen it before, you're shaming them, brother, to go to somebody, and they always get the fine ones. It's only a few of them that they're going to look for. You got to be fine. You got to be submissive. You got to be cooperative. And if you ain't fine, you can be a little chunky, but you better bring that bag.
I
understand
what you're saying, but there honestly,
can't even get that.
If you want me to be real with you,
yes, I want you to be real.
There should be no reason that a man is fed up because you go where you're celebrated. Okay, if you're not celebrated, to hell with it. It shouldn't even affect you. You shouldn't feel no type of way. Your emotions shouldn't be wrapped up in it because if a black woman is not going to celebrate a black man, then he shouldn't even be talking about her. He shouldn't look her way. It shouldn't affect you because she turned her back on you. So why are you giving it the attention and that it doesn't deserve the attention that she is not trying? You heard what Nia and Kiki talk. Well, they don't want it if we not chasing. If a woman is not serious about loving you and having love for you, then like you said, Arcade, I'm coming back to what you said. Like, we really don't care. And I was like, wait, hold on now. But I understand, that sentiment because Black men take on the emotional turmoil when Black women are downing them or speaking bad about them. And I can understand why, because these supposed to be your people. This supposed to be your partner in crime who God gave you to be fruitful and multiply, right? And all she want to do is divide them legs and her viewpoint towards who you are and who you are in this society. So if she want to divide and diverse or divert or whatever it's called, divest, then you go where you are celebrated and you don't give that no action, no energy, no attention, none of that. You don't do it. You just don't do it. So when you say, oh, Black men are fed up, why are you fed up? What you fed up at? You go to the woman who actually like you. Are there women?
But Precious, those women are not separating themselves from the other women. And this is what
you mean, Coach?
Because okay, and I'll say this because I appreciate these moments, right? Precious has a unique voice, right? She has a unique perspective, right? And again, they just have to separate on a larger scale because it's a lot of good women, but that's why you go back to that bill. That's why it's one of the hardest things for Black men who are intentional now to find, because it's a lot of people standing together who are not diamonds. They got some cold over.
It's called finding. When I lose something, I'm looking for it. I gotta be intentional. I gotta know certain things. It's not a man who see a good woman as a good wife. A man who finds, who do the work, who do the background.
But here's and this is where again, I'll shut up. Black men are coming to that page. See, for all of I say the last 40 years, a lot of guys, most of their life, they've always been told to go to the back. They've always been told to let your sister, let your auntie, let your cousin. They didn't see a man, they daddy. Now you might see some stepdaddies, now people are understanding like, damn, mama was getting knocked off every night by a different dude. But they'll never go tell mama that shit because he'll get attacked at the cookout. He won't be invited no more, right? But a lot of men are understanding like, you know what? My sisters and family act just like the women I'm trying to date. And they starting to have a better understanding that they are valuable though. That's what I think women are misunderstanding the Black men, because Black men are finally starting to see that they have more power over a woman than they were told, than they were pushed to believe. And it's going to be a sad thing for a lot of women, because brothers, when they get about, like we say in our community, niggas ain't waking up to 25, which is late like a motherfucker. But anyway, 25 and 26 and 28, they're starting to get it. They're starting to get it early. And as long as these Neil Longs and Kikis keep coming out telling the girls, girl, be outside. These dudes don't.
Coach, man, you got a unique way of looking at it, because from my old ass vantage point, I'm so disappointed in the Black men. I don't know what to do, man. I'm looking at these guys and saying, God, gee, man. I mean, and especially the way men are crashing out over these chicks, deleting families and all that kind of stuff, man. It's just a shameful kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like I said, I consider myself just a regular dude, right? I mean, I got my nose busted open by a chick. I was 19. And it never to happen again. I wasn't 30, 35, thinking crazy, man. I shed a tear over a chick when I was 19. All my frat brothers raked me over the coals unmercifully, and I've never been like that since. You know what I'm saying? So you learn these lessons. And it's like men ain't, because we're 3-4 generations deep where men don't have no men in their lives, early enough.
That's a good point.
When I went to college, I actually went to college. So because I came from a house full of women too and stuff like that. I wanted to be around dudes, men, just men learning, how they operate and stuff, join the frat and all that stuff. Doctors, lawyers, engineers, people in college. I learned so much stuff there, and it was a purpose thing. I don't know where I got it from. I don't know what I got it, but I was on the track. It's like most people in my day and age. You went to high school, and then you try to make your way through college. And that's what I did. I just happened to run into things. So by the time I was 23, man, my life plan was pretty much set, in terms of what I wanted to do. And that's real young now, if you think about it.
Yeah. Sure.
And I didn't think I was I still don't think I was special, because a lot of men and women were doing that. There were more women in college when I was there, just like it is now. So when I hear women talk about, so many of us in college, there was honeys all over the place when I was in college. And that was in the 70s.
Yes.
So I mean, what are you talking about? Yeah. And they were in shape too. I was in shape and they were in shape, man. But the average chick was in shape like crazy.
I was in college when they had that whole rush.
I mean, I couldn't, but all the women were natural.
HBCUs was
beautiful chicks. I went to a PWI.
Man, listen, HBCUs.
Gen X. I'm talking about before I say some shit.
Yeah. That's always been a misnomer. When you were in elementary school, I know you can probably remember still, right? No, because I'm going to ask you about the learning process of, understanding. And when you were young, right, learning how to sort of just learn to read within school dynamics, did they have opportunities for y'all to sit in a circle and sort of read out loud? That little basic understanding.
Yeah, we had to read. But listen, it was none of this bullshit in school. It was reading, writing, arithmetic, geography.
Yes.
It was none of this, Johnny has 6 penises and all that kind of stuff. We didn't have none of that bullshit back then. The teachers were able to kick your ass. All that stuff, man. I
wish they bring it back though. Let it, let them take you in that bathroom, man. Hey man, just put some pads on the wall. Put some pads on the wall.
Throw the kids up against the wall, man. Put some pads on the wall and have. It was just a different, that part of it was different. We just went to school to learn.
Yeah.
To just be, basic human beings, and that doesn't exist anymore. We had gym.
Yeah, Jim.
We had band, we had vocational, we had workshops. People were doing shit with their hands.
All in middle school too.
Still have those things, Arpan. You're not that old. They still have. I was in the marching band. Like those things are.
That's
still
about it, though.
But yeah, you're right.
What's happening is we have social media, and people think that they can sit on their ass and turn on a camera and become famous, make money, and they don't have to go to those technology, or they don't have to use the knowledge from the technology classes or from when I was in band, I wanted to quit after my first year. My parents was like, no, you're not quitting.
Exactly.
Saying that we had an instructor got into a horrible accident. We fell off a cliff, literally. And we got a new instructor, Mr. Meston, love him to pieces. He calls me Precious. Not a lot of people call me by my middle name outside of this, but every time, hey, Precious, he was so disciplined. He was so by the book, and us as kids was like, we don't want to do all that. Like, we in the band, but we want to have fun. We want to be at the football games. We want to hype people up. But he was like, no, it's about more than that. If somebody made one step out of order, we had to do the whole set over. And we won states in all states. And it was a testament of not quitting and actually obtaining something that I actually worked for, them hot summer days being camp, those cold nights being on the field and having to do something over because people can't get the step count right or can't get the notes right. So that's the difference. It don't even have to have anything to do with our pain in elementary school. I know you're the oldest person on the panel, but it don't have anything to do with, you got to hear what he said. He said when he was in college, he did the things that were necessary to put him on a path to success, right? And people nowadays with social media think that TikTok is success, Instagram followers is success, YouTube plaques is success. And it's like, I mean, it's nice, but when did that ever start becoming an accomplishment? And thank God these avenues are available to those who are truly talented, to those who truly know how to capture an audience, to those who truly put on the show and truly do the research and people follow them because that's their entertainment, because entertainment is a lane. I'm not trying to take that away from people. But at the end of the day, what are you doing? What are you putting your blood, sweat, and tears into? What are you really making a decision to say, you know what, I'm gonna put this down and I'm gonna pick this up?
Yeah.
I'm really dedicate 4 years to getting my credit right. I'm gonna really dedicate 4 years to learning a trade. I may not be in that field, but I want to know how to fix some shit in my house. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that discipline and that parenting is not what we see in today's world. Whereas before, back in the day, parents didn't let you go astray. It was almost a religion.
But there's a difference also with that whole thing. Parents, for instance, I can just speak on anecdotally. My parents let me be a kid, right? This is the thing. It's funny because when I used to talk to my parents about the dangers that I was in, and I damn near could have lost my damn life. And when, once I got in my 30s, because even in my 20s, I still wasn't letting my parents know, but like in my 30s, 35 years old. And I said, damn, I remember I used to do things because at that time, our parents let us be parents. We used to be outside.
Yep.
Literally outside. So when I started telling my parents, because they was trying to get themselves too much damn credit. But the only reason why y'all turned out the way y'all was because we was good parents. No.
Y'all. Take about the shit you don't know about.
Right. Let me tell you something that you didn't know. And I tell my parents, and they be like, what? And I used to tell me how much danger I used to be in. I was like, man, we used to play in bandit houses, right? We took all the boards off the windows. They had furniture in there. We used to take the furniture and push them out the windows, and like especially bed mattresses. We used to sit there and do backflips off of the roof, like the edge drip of a roof. We would jump off the edge drip of a roof and do backwards flips and stuff. We used to make big old ramps for. I got hurt so bad. I was supposed to went to the hospital. But I didn't want my parents to know. I was knocked out. I knocked the wind out of myself.
It was crazy, Jason.
I swear to God. I knocked the wind out of myself. I had a chopper. Y'all remember them bikes?
Oh, man, a chopper. You ain't doing nothing on no chopper.
I had a fucking chopper. And I jumped the ramp. And my stomach went across the board. I was probably knocked out for it. It felt like forever for me. I think it was probably about 2-3 minutes. I had nothing but children trying to do CPR. And at that time, we didn't know shit about no damn CPR. They were slapping me. They were throwing dirt on my face. They were trying to wake me up. There was not an ambulance called. There was nobody panicked. I eventually woke up. And I took my stupid ass and I walked. I didn't even ride my bike home. I walked my bike home.
Use 2 feet because I'll stay grounded.
The only thing my father, when he saw me, he seen a bunch of dirt on me. He said he was washing his car. He said, "Boy, what happened to you?" I said, "Nothing." And he just looked at me. He's like, "Why you got all that dirt on you?" He thought that I just, was doing kid shit. I damn near died. It took for me to be 35 years old to tell my pops that story. And he was just like, what the hell? Because they just let us be kids.
Watches over fools. Watches over fools. Babies are fools, right?
Yeah.
You got the wildest stories ever, man, for real.
Man, this is why, like, when you hear, that's why I love listening to you, Coach. I love listening to our parents. I love listening to older cats because we've done things where, I'm telling you, when these young folks, they think because, you don't mean, man, listen to some of our stories.
I don't even want to go outside.
Yeah, my parents let me, they had no choice because in them times, kids were just kids. I had a friend that got ran over by a car. And it was a Lincoln too, one of them big box 1978 Lincolns that hit him. His name was Zany. Zany had a broken leg. We didn't even know Zany had a broken leg because the only thing happened was the dude was so scared to hit him. Zany got up and the guy was like, "You okay?" Because the guy was so scared. And I think the guy didn't have no insurance or something. No, because when Zany was like, "Okay," and we was dusting him off, he was like, Zany was limping. We walked him. It was like 10 of us. We walked him home. His parents weren't even there. This is the latchkey kid type thing, right? He opened the door by himself, went in the house. He's like, "All right, y'all, I'm good." Zany was out of school for a week. He had a broken, femur. His femur was broken.
I mean, you know what? You could probably tell those stories forever, man. Forever. Yeah.
So when my point is only this. So when parents nowadays, parents won't even allow their kids to be kids. And it's even worse when they're teenagers because parents are still trying to coddle their kids at 18 and 19 years old, all the way. And that's why you would see that there's a lot of kids that are stumped at 30. They still right there living with the parents. They can't even keep a damn apartment. They can't, all of these different things because they just didn't, the growth of growing into adulthood, they didn't have it. Because a lot of us as parents did not understand that kids have to grow and we have to guide them into growth, right? Yeah. And that's why when you see people like what we seeing right now, man, we got adults that can't even problem solve.
But JT, that's what I try to tell people. I make the distinction between people saying they're independent and adults being self-sufficient. There's two different things. You should be able to hold an apartment, hold a job, balance your checkbook or whatever, track your money, do your taxes. That's all self-sufficiency, Yeah. And one of the things I think, when we had the manosphere, they had this thing about, women being self-sufficient because they equated that to being independent and they wouldn't want to have a man. I said, that's not, you can't raise a kid, girl or a boy, that can't take care of themselves when they're adults. That's just stupid.
Yes, for real.
But independence, is the thing that when people use that word, they use it incorrectly. None of us are independent. We're interdependent on each other.
Yes.
And that's the way it's supposed to be. And so it's not the same thing as having self-sufficient children. You grow them up so they can exist on their own. If they get blessed enough to be married and cleave to somebody, great. But if not, they got to be able to survive out there.
That's why they're important. And that's what a lot of people don't understand too. Yeah. Precious. Children are important because children eventually will be adults. Yep. That's why we have to put more investment in them and say that they're important. People will sit back and say children are important and they leave it at that because they think children are supposed to be children forever. It's a very minute time. I've been an adult way longer. I'm talking about this shit. When we talk about quadruple the time of being a kid, we've been adults for so goddamn long right now. This is why wisdom is very important because what we're saying is that children are important because children eventually become adults. And there's no going back to that. Right. Once you're an adult, you're an adult. Period.
No going back.
Locked in.
You're locked in. Yeah. And so you're very important right now as you know, as a baby to being a toddler, adolescent, all these things, and we have to learn how to grow one another up. But what we're seeing right now, all of us are witnessing, and this is worldwide, that you have a lot of adults that didn't get childhood. They didn't get the proper childhood. The growing of it is so bad. That's why you got people crashing out over stupid shit. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Over the dumbest shit ever. No, you don't get to. This is I tell a 20-year-old in a minute, you don't get the chance to. You don't act like me. Like me, I ain't got a lot of patience no more. Right. So I cuss a person out in a minute. I cuss them out in a minute. But it wasn't always like that. You know, at 19 years old, I wasn't just crashing out because I'm like, especially if it's an adult, I'm still gonna give them their respect. The worst they get from me is me leaving them alone. Let me get the hell out of their area of operation. That's the worst they're going to get from me. Nowadays, people don't even understand what elders actually are. Even if an elder is not acting as an elder, you still have to get a certain type of respect for them. And the respect is that I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. Let me just leave. Let me get the hell up out of here and let me leave you to your own. That ain't what's happening right now. That's why we got so many crash outs. And I'm just like, wow, this world, my whole thing right now, Precious, when it comes down to people say, well, what is the, what do you suggest that we should do and all these things? You're going to have to watch the suffering. Me, Coach Ferg, and our pain, we have to be able to witness the suffering. I ain't looking at that. The learning. We are learning a whole different way. We're learning into wisdom. We're not learning to get out here to get a job, to get a family. We done went past those days. So we're learning into wisdom so we can pass this on to the ones that are closer to us. And that's our children, right? Yeah. But when you don't have parents and children that are close together, guess what you get? What you're seeing right now.
Yeah, I talk about it on my adoptee show that I have on Tuesdays. Join us sometimes at 9 p.m. How
I gotta see that. I gotta join that. Yeah.
The reward, and you said it earlier, JT. You know, intimacy between parents and children is intimacy, and as a parent, you know, if you're not continuously seeing inside of your child, meaning what are your interests? What do you like? Oh my goodness, I realize that, you know, you love to do this. Let me put you in this environment where you can flourish. Let me take my wants and needs. And, you know, we all know when children are involved in things, it's the drop-offs, it's the pickups, it's the long drive. You know what I mean? But that is intimacy with your child because you're seeing into them so they can be the best person that they can be. You know, and I think that intimacy, that parental intimacy between, and you know, it's not a sexual, nasty, you know, evil type of thing, but what intimacy is in any relationship is actually seeing the person for who they are. And parents should definitely practice a healthy, you know, dose of that with children. Your children are your children. They're born to you. In my case, I was adopted, so I was chosen and placed somewhere. But at the end of the day, I'm my own individual, and it is your job to see that inside of me and give me the best environment to flourish. Yeah. So, unfortunately, bringing it back to, you know, Ashley Robinson, you know, I know her parents are mourning and things of that nature, but this is really going to stick with them for the rest of their lives. Yeah. They're actually now going to look inward to say, because they have more children, you know. They're going to look inward to say, what can we do with our children to make sure? And nothing is foolproof. You know, they can't even make sure that this doesn't happen again. But let's lessen the odds. Let's mitigate some of this by doing things a little bit differently, because they both mom and dad started new lives with new people. Yeah. And so, you know, Ashley's upbringing or however they parented her is of old. It is not something that they have brung into their relationships with their new significant others, because they're new people, which means a new set of values are coming in on both ends. And now Ashley just pretty much stuck in the middle between, you know, two families. And unfortunate that this happened to her. I just think that, going forward, we may hear, other shocking news. However, they are really, Tanzania, Zuri, the resorts, they are really trying to protect their tourism, so much so that they don't want to give the information of someone who is here on Earth.
That's another point. That's another great point. The tourism.
Yeah,
damn, that's a great point.
It's crazy.
Damn, that's a great point.
To protect that. So much so they don't want to give autopsies. They don't want to give the camera footage. Nobody there that was, because if you honestly, if somebody if somebody's arguing, not fighting, if someone's arguing, I'm like, here they go again.
Yeah.
But if somebody is fighting, I remember my neighbor, her baby dad bust in her apartment, ran up the stairs. Now, mind you, he done threw her down the stairs before this. There's been other occurrences, the red flags that women just they're yellow, Yeah. He busted in the apartment. I had to call the police.
Yeah.
I'm just like, you're not about to be right next door, busting the door off the hinges, God doing God knows what to this girl. And I'm just going to sit here and not say anything. So these people in these villas felt so, compelled to call the front desk or authorities or whoever, because they knew it was going down. It wasn't just an argument. Ashley was fighting for her life because she was not the black chick to just let things slide. She wasn't the passive, let me just, go along with what he say. No, she wasn't that. She was a hustler at heart, meaning she was going to do for her by any means necessary. And so those people in that villa, they know what happened. They heard the conversation.
Well, how did 10 people get arrested? That's what I want to know. How did their argument involve 10 other people?
Yes, that's another
interesting thing. What's the deal with that?
If Joe is a frequent guest, at this point, they probably consider him family. So he's not even a guest anymore,
this
right?
Is politics.
There is a conglomerate of people that knew he was probably going to be there when he was going to be there. They were there in the rainy season. This wasn't no romantic,
time to be going visit.
Go to this resort. He took her in the dingy season.
Yeah.
He was doing business. This was not about love. This was not about a birthday. This was not about a girlfriend, a fiance.
It was about doing exactly
power,
what happened.
Politics and evil.
I think it was about doing what happened. Everything that I've heard y'all say, and Precious, I think you show a great example right now of the confidence that a father in a child's life could give you, right? Even not, and it doesn't come down to a father, but when you have strong family that understand, structure in any capacity, that confidence that it builds in things you may not get it with girls, everybody, ain't nobody supposed to be no Don Juan at 12, 14 and shit. That's a learning process, right? But when you have confident people behind you that show you discipline in any capacity, it's like we don't see it till we see it. And then when most people see it, you can look at a track record and say, you know what? They've done things right along the way. Might not have been perfect, but they've always been able to sustain, our Payne said, their own place. You know what I'm saying? It ain't extenuous to be able to be an adult and handle your own responsibilities and not run over your mama house so she can wash your nasty drawers and not calling your daddy to say, Dad, lend me $200 on this bill money, but I was out tricking it off trying to turn up when I knew you know what I'm saying? So I think that confidence, and it's gonna, I don't know, going forward, the way people are moving, that a lot of people are exemplifying the lack of that father being able to talk to them in crisis times. Like JT, his father knew he was self-mutilating himself, and it wouldn't have been no good for him to just crash on JT because he's seen it.
He knew exactly what happened.
That's my boy, because he knew what JT was doing. long as you don't get, my mother told me once, as long as you don't kill yourself, boy, you all right. Now go on there and wash up and get something to eat. See, but over the last 35, 40 years, a lot of dudes that are 35, 40 who should be in their own little groove, not even necessarily with a one. You might have you if you on that level, you can have 2 or 3 of them, but they running behind them, trying to overdo it on the first night, trying to show off for somebody else. I bagged her, I got her, but you still acquiescing to the way your mom and them taught you.
Yeah. I mean, for men, you're right. For men and women, you know, it's one of the things, because I don't have any sons. And I remember my conversation with my oldest daughter, you know, she was in college. I said, listen, we're putting everything we have to get you through school. I said, I want you to look at this thing. My job is to open a window for you, right? And that window is open right now. And I need you to pass through this fucking thing, right? Because when it closes, I can't reopen it for you.
Yeah.
You know, so you need to pass through it to the other side so we can move on, so I can, you know, re-put everything back together, because I had to pay all this stuff to get you through. And it really kind of, because I would have told the same thing to my son, especially for men. We got a small window when we're 18 to 20 something that we got to pass through this shit in order to get to the other side of adulthood, because we see a lot of men with arrested development at 30, 35, and they're still doing stupid shit that they should have long put behind them.
Yeah.
You know, so she really, you know, she understood that, but I had to talk to her like that all the time.
Yeah. But that's what
I can't kick her ass. You know, if I had a son, I would have just braced his ass. But with her, I had to talk to her.
But you also had, there's a firmness. I think that the message that we give to our kids, when we have our sons, there's a certain message that we give to them, and it's a certain lesson that we teach them, right? I don't have any sons. I'm like Arpain, I got daughters, right? So, man, I had to learn how to convey that message to my daughters, because, again, I loved them when they were kids, but I also had in my mind that they eventually will be adults. So my investment in them was for them to be adults. Now, this is the craziest part. The way that I parent my kids was not for my kids. It was for my grandchildren. I have a grandson now. The way that my daughter is parenting my grandson is based off of the way that me and her mom parented her. And it's just so funny because my grandson, he can be very sarcastic, and he's only 6. He's about to be 7. I don't know the sarcasm, but my daughter do. And she do to him what I used to do to her. He'll say something, I say something to him. His response be, it be kind of like a sarcastic, I didn't catch it. The first thing my daughter do is say, come here. You go over there and you apologize to your granddaddy. And I'd be like, what the fuck are you apologizing to me for, right? But she understands it because she understands the difference, right? She makes sure, even though she's not with his father, as they're not married, but she makes sure that man is involved in his son's life, because she understands how important it is. And she does not fight for that, because what she's looking at my grandson as being is an adult, not being a kid forever. So her whole thing is that I'm trying to figure out, what do I need to do at this stage of his life now? Because these are the things that I'm having problems with him in. You know how hard it is for a woman to try to parent a fucking kid on their own? My daughter like, I don't want to do that shit. This is bullshit. The shit that I have to deal with him, I need help. And she ain't got a problem with saying, I need help, right? The problem is, I ain't gonna say the problem. The formula is to get help, because she's seen her friends. They got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kids, and she have her peers. She sees the struggle that they're having, right? And she like, I don't want to have that same struggle as them. Fuck that. You could be similar or whatever, but she's like, fuck that shit right there. So her whole thing is that I got to be intent. That means that all the things I got in my mind, at some point, I have to be able to evaluate those things. And I'm not just evaluating them for my son, but I'm evaluating for his son or daughter. That's dope. Unconditional love, that's the closest thing that we can do in unconditional love, is to do something for people that's not even here yet, right? So she's like, in my mind, my son is going to have a lineage, right? So let me at least get to a point where I have the opportunity to build him to be a great adult, father or whatever. So all the things that I'm fucking up on, I gotta let him know that don't do this. That I kind of screwed up when I did this, and to have the conversation, right? You remember, like when we grew up, Coach Ferg, our parents used to say, "Stay out of grown folks' face." Right? When grown folks are talking, get out of their face, right? Like our pain, your generation, it was just, it was automatic. In my generation, it was a little bit different because once we get there and we get to start looking and listening to the gossip, you got to smack us in our mouth and tell us, what the hell is you doing here, right? So it was, and then it just got worse as the generations went on. I understand now why they say what they say. Because their peers say things that are just not conducive to kids, right? I just remember, like my father, he was real, he was a stickler on it. But my father also was one of these people. If a grown person was saying something in the presence of kids that was 100% wrong, he'd say, don't do that. Don't say that in front of these kids like that. That is not true. He would check a grown person in a minute. And I remember he almost got into and this was a family member, almost got into a goddamn fight with a family member, a man. Normally with women, he ain't arguing on damn women, but it'd be men. And they'd say some out of pocket shit. My father say, don't say that shit around these boys like that. And he'd get mad. And I didn't understand why he was, but I'm like that now. If I got kids around and you saying some stupid and you sending some messages out there, me and you about to have a problem. Even when it come down to especially like now, when it come down to women, when I hear dudes, I'm like, you the problem right there. You in the way, right? We have to. That's the way we have to protect our women.
We gotta. What's the, is that the last video we have?
Yeah, we have one more.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I told you I'm old. I'm just like these rest of these long-winded ass men.
I'm bringing you back.
We're gonna.
Thank you, Arpain. Thank you, bro.
We're gonna shed some light on this Shamar Elkins situation because not only this situation. I think this is the most traumatic and just. I don't even know the right words for it, honestly, because it's just so traumatic to take 8 children's lives, injure 2 women, one being your wife, the other being your girlfriend, and one child actually surviving it all. But I wanted to play this video because we just covered the Ashley Robinson case, just giving some updates on it. But this guy came to social media to say this.
Man, I'm just checking in. Y'all quiet in the mug about the 8 children that was unalived by their black father in Louisiana. Y'all were so quick to talk about Ashley Janae being unalived by a YT man. Allegedly, because that hasn't come out to be proven yet. You know what I'm saying? However, what about this man right here who went on a unaliving spree of his 8 freaking children? I have yet to see a lot of y'all problematic men come out to address this situation. And I honestly know why y'all don't address situations like this. I honestly know why. Because you know darn well that it makes BLK men look bad. Right? Y'all will comment on anything that makes a BLK woman look bad. But when it comes to a black man doing something horrible, oh, that's not all. Don't generalize. But then when there's one BLK woman who does something, oh, these black bees and all this. Come on now, bro. Why y'all ain't speaking up? Now what? A whole bunch of y'all problematic dudes that's on these social media platforms. Y'all got something crazy to say every day, but you won't talk about these evil BLK men out here that be out here unaliving children and the women. Y'all don't like speaking up on stuff like that. Rest in peace to the children. The father who did this is no longer here. He's probably in down under. That's all I have to say. Prayers go out to the family.
So Shamar Elkins, 31, who was going through a divorce with his wife. His wife told him that she wanted a divorce. She didn't want to be in a relationship anymore. And the day that he took his 8 children's lives was the day before they were supposed to go to divorce court and have things finalized, sealed, signed, and delivered. And instead of that happening, children lost their lives. Women were shot in the face. A child tried to escape. The oldest, the 13-year-old, tried to escape. And this was a girl. Escape. She's on the roof. She falls off the roof. She breaks, bones trying to escape someone who is trying to unalive her. And I wanted to bring this up because, there is a lot of like we were talking about earlier, why should Black men be enraged about the whole Ashley Janae situation? Because if she's not checking for you, why are you checking for her? But in this type of situation where we are dealing with a Black male who, we want Black men and women to stay together. We want them to raise families together. We want them to keep the family structure intact. When you have someone like Shamar Elkins, who was in the military, he expressed to his officer, actually, who he called his uncle, he expressed to him how, I'm having these mental health issues. I just don't feel like I can make it. He posted something about, I wish I could have a different woman for my kids. I wish I would have had kids with somebody else, but keep the same kids. Someone who is going through mental turmoil within himself, but still trying to parent, because you had his brother-in-law, which is the father of one of the children who was unalive, say he loved his kids. He was always playing with his kids. He was out in the yard with his kids. You couldn't tell me that he didn't love his kids, yet this is the result of his love. So I titled this, "When Men Don't Get Help, Who Pays the Price?" Because if you're a father and a husband and you are going through mental crisis, who is going to pay the price of that? It's not just going to be you. It's going to be those around you. So what do you guys have to say about, this Black man?
But why are we couching it this way? Let me put it. The wimp who was on there, I disagree. I think we just had a show about that yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't agree that nobody's talking about this. Matter of fact, where's all the liberal people that should be? Where's Black Lives Matter and all these people who should be talking about? They're the ones who are silent.
Yes,
we're talking Black men in general. Maybe we're too hard on our women. But we're not family annihilators. This is an anomaly. Black men are not. Wait, hold on for a second. You just made a statement. I disagree with what that guy said.
Yeah,
I do. I vehemently disagree. I'm not saying Black men can't be violent, but we don't generally go kill all our children. That's not something that we do on a regular basis. Now, because I saw the piece yesterday. They tried to paint this guy. He was a veteran. He left for 7 years. He had some trouble with guns. He shot some guns around a school. Yeah, but it was 7 years before this particular incident. And they're in Louisiana. They shoot guns around there all the time. They got a different personality with guns down south than we would have in New Jersey, for example. So he was, up until that annihilation, everybody thought he loved his kids. He was with them. They were all in his house. Usually men who have those kind of kids, you can't find them. They're deadbeats. They're all of this kind of stuff. So he snapped. He obviously did. And I don't want to blame it on the women. Here's the issue with black men. A lot of black men. And this is my biggest issue. And this is where we need help. We crash out too much when we lose a woman. Too many black men crash out when they're losing their women, and they use it as an excuse to be idiots and dumb and dangerous. That's why it's dangerous for a woman. It's really important how they leave their guys. You know, depending on how that guy is, that's where the problem is, right? Not because it's the woman's fault. It's because men don't deal with that separation. Look at the lieutenant governor, for heaven's sakes, who killed his wife and then went up and killed himself, but he didn't kill his children, and they were in the house.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So this is not something that we normally do, but it's still tragic. And this guy's a lieutenant governor. I mean, how do you spiral to the point where you're going to kill? You know, even if she wants to divorce you, you know, the guy was halfway handsome. He lost his business because he had a sexual scandal. So getting back to this guy. So he was a vet. Nobody said he was dishonorably discharged, right? He was losing it. He had all these kids, and he had a girlfriend and a wife, right? And she was leaving him, probably rightfully so. And to spite her, I would imagine, he took and for them, you know, there's no excuse for that. It's just a tragic thing, and the only sad part is that he's not alive to face the consequences.
Yeah.
Oh, he faces burning.
Yeah, he needs to, you know, he's not facing the consequences of his actions. And you know, all the way up until that point, nobody in that town said there was any trouble with him and the children. He was struggling, but they were all, you know, they look happy. You know, and so we do have an issue, but our issue is that the rejection of a woman. Listen, I tell men that women say black men or men in general are the apex predator of women. It's men. But the vast majority of men don't hurt women. But women are the Achilles heel of men. That's the opposite of us being predators against women. Nobody destroys a man harder than a woman if the guy's not all together. Because especially if we put all our stuff, it doesn't make it her fault. But our reaction to that, it needs a lot to be desired. I'll just land it there. And that's where he needed the help.
Yeah,
that's what his woman should have. Maybe she didn't have an inclination that he would snap like that.
She had an inclination.
You know, so maybe she would have been able to protect
him. She had some signs of something because she wanted to leave him. She wanted to. I mean, having that many kids with a man and wanting to divorce.
She had any idea that he would be that violent?
Yes.
That violent, I'm not sure, but she had an inclination that was wrong with him, and he even told her that if she was going to try to divorce him, he would end her life.
I did hear that.
He said that to her. He said it to her, and so
he told several people. He told a few people.
So you can't, you know.
I forgot about that part. Yeah, he did mention it.
We're in a day and age where it's just like you have to. It's okay to not be okay. And we have to stop allowing social media and social platforms make you feel like you're less than a human because you're not okay, or because you have struggles, or because, you know, mentally you're not right. Again, up until this, it looked like he loved his children.
Right, did.
It looked, you know, and honestly, yes, he had his kids in one house, but he also had kids in another house. Okay, that's enough to leave your husband because he has a family down the street. Now, would that have happened in 1960? No. But in 2026, yes.
But she's not at fault, though, for leaving him. She's not at fault at all for leaving him.
No, not at all.
No,
but
he had a wife and a girlfriend. And I'm not saying that's the reason why she's leaving him. But at the same time, you can't have your cake and eat it too and think that people aren't going to get fed up with your antics.
But they was giving him his cake and eating it too. They was giving this him having children.
They don't deserve to die because
no, not at all. No, that's not. But that goes back to that dynamic when a lot of men haven't been able to connect to a father or someone who can give them that confidence. Our Payne had it in college, 19. Hey, bro, get your shit together, bro. Now today, I don't think he would ever be listening to YouTube, because the YouTube message from men to other men is like, hey, bro, leave her ass. Do what you got to do. So if he was getting that message, great. But this video, the guy talking, I don't know, he must be talking to Black Lives Matter. He must be talking to these feminist movements, because most dudes on YouTube are already looking at it like, damn, that's a sleaze. You don't do the kids. And that's why, we talked about this yesterday.
You don't do anybody.
You shouldn't do the woman either. But I'm saying, as much as black men were doing this in the 90s, taking each other out, most kids was off limits and listen, they was probably get somebody else, but to be able to take out your whole lineage, and then he did it the coward way. This is why I think, because he ran off.
Well, he ran off, turning it, using it on himself. Another aspect, or another about Shamar, is that he was adopted. And Thursday nights, I talk about adoption and foster care. And one thing about black men and adoption and foster care and things of that nature, if anybody needs to seek help, it's black men who are adopted in foster care.
Yes.
Because you go through so many identity crises that even the military won't be able to set you straight if you're not actively seeking your own healing. The military is for discipline. The military is for structure. The military is, so you know how to navigate in this world and have some discipline about yourself and know how to, go through routines and be disciplined. But when you are adopted and your parents are drug addicts and you have strangers who are adopting you and you're not really connecting with them. His adoptive family said that he told them that, he was having these thoughts. He was going through this. And I mean, kudos to him for being able to speak up about it. But at the end of the day, when you don't actually go get that help, all that is just, wishful thinking.
Yeah. So go ahead, LT, and I'll go after you, brother. Go ahead. I know you.
You got it. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is the thing. And our Payne and Coach Parker heard me say this last night. This is the thing that people see. So when you see what happened, right? Father kills all his kids and all these different things. It came to a head. It exploded. Through years, the community, so-called community, were looking at the disdain that they had for each other. When they see how it ended up growing into what it ended up happening. Again, it was information that I didn't have that you had, Precious, when it came down to it. This man was expressing himself of basically what was going on with him in his psyche, right?
Yep.
Shout out to BMU. He showed a video of a man fighting a woman in a convenience store, right? Mm-hmm. And it showed that as long as that woman was whooping on that man, long as she was doing what she was doing, people stayed back. He had someone that actually knew who he was. They were shouting, "Don't do anything." And they were just saying bullshit, right? The man didn't do shit. But as soon as that man started fighting back, what happened? The whole community started to go on him. Now they want to start breaking it up. These are the things that we see that happen. That was a microcosm of what we see with men. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Don't matter what it is, right? It doesn't matter what level of life that you're in. You're still going to be the bad guy. Period. For a man to sit back and have in his mind that I'm going to delete my lineage shows what he was taught. It showed what the world thought of him. And that's including, and then let me tell you all the people that was complicit in it. He was complicit in it. The woman he had the children that was complicit in it. His so-called girlfriend was complicit in it. Mama, sister, brother, everybody in that. And we talk about, if you understand what Shreveport is about, if you understand what Louisiana is about, and you know these communities, the thing is that man was behind the 8 ball his whole fucking life. That woman knew that man was behind the 8 ball. She still had children with him. He knew she was behind the 8 ball. That's why I said he was complicit also into all of these things. Who was the real victims?
The children, of course.
The children. Why? Because the children were uncovered. Even though there was a man that was there, that man couldn't cover those children. He was not capable. The first child he had, he could not cover that one child. Yet you had a woman that still sat back and still had more children with him. And he had more children with her. They were, you understand what I mean when I'm saying the pressure was that they were putting pressure on each other. That community was putting pressure on each other. The mindset that community have is this. We ain't saying shit. We gonna talk shit about them. We gonna sit back and put rumors and all that shit. This is what fucked the community up. That motherfucker said he did exactly what he said he was gonna do. He did exactly what he said he was going to do. That man sat back and now with the community, they ain't got shit to say about it. The shit brewed up to what it is for years. That's the thing that we don't want to understand. We don't want to even understand. This ain't no shit where the motherfucker just all of a sudden came up with a idea that he was just going to end their life and then he was going to kill himself by a way of cop. That shit don't just go that way. This shit, it's a process with it. It is a process with this. It is the only thing we can say is people on the outside looking in is what? That's a sad fucking situation that happened. If you in that neighborhood, I guarantee the conversation is a whole different type of conversation. And there's people that's in that in that community that they were living in that's living again in guilt. Not just because of them. That wasn't the first time that they had to deal with some tragic shit like that. These motherfuckers deal with that shit. They deal with that shit. Go to Shreveport and talk to the people in Shreveport. I guarantee that wasn't the first time that you ever heard somebody having the mindset of that shit. This is why we have to understand that. It just got to the point where the ending of those children's lives, they were the real victims because they were the most vulnerable. That woman was not as vulnerable as those children was because it was at a point where she could had a space where she could make a choice. It's the same thing with that fuck ass nigga that killed them kids. He could have made a choice, but he wanted to sit back and he wanted to blame other people outside of himself. That's a lack of accountability. That was the ultimate lack of accountability, what he did. But she also had a lack of accountability also.
Well, yeah, but okay. So, all right. I don't know, LT, you got something? I mean, I hear where you're coming from, but I want to have some pushback on that later, though. But go ahead, LT, if you have something.
I appreciate it, bro. I think that he don't represent all black men. Not that everybody he does, but I don't like when I hear one person's perspective or one person do one thing and then the community says, well, see, black men, and it goes all the way back to what Precious was saying earlier about finding a wife. It's like test the spirit is the truth. The truth. That's the cheat code. It's not about the color of a person's skin. It's about their character as a whole. Even me, I got family that used to say, man, you seem like you had some run-ins with black. Maybe you should try dating white people or dating this. And it's like, man, no, it's the person. It's the person. It's the spirit. And then I can go back to this guy. I feel like if he's in the service, right, surely he had some type of benefits and access to some type of therapy. So from what I pick up, a lot of, not to say all black people, but I feel like a lot of black people, they duck and avoid. I think y'all was saying accountability, and therapy is one form of accountability.
It is. Yeah.
I don't know why it's unpopular, but it's like they would much rather spaz out, make something happen, and cause a scene, opposed to doing, like, to me, if you say, hey, bro, I know this is gonna be hard. Imagine him telling you he's still alive, and you say, man, won't you do therapy? He say, man, that's too hard. So what's the alternative?
Who pays the price? You know,
but therapy make you look at your ugly truth.
It's so ugly. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell y'all one more thing. I got stories for days. Man, I dated a girl and turned out to be a narcissist. And by definition, and she, you know, things got so bad, I kind of just let it work let it fall apart. And she told me, she showed up at my crib 12, unannounced, said she was ready to kill herself. Don't want to live. This is the person that's been going off, causing problems. And I'm like, yeah, but you didn't want to be with me.
Can I ask you a question, bro?
Let me finish.
Okay.
Yeah, let me finish. So she shows up, she takes no accountability for none of her part in being narcissistic, and tells me she just don't want to live no more. She wants to die. So my first thought is, damn, if she's willing to kill herself, she probably will.
Take you with her.
So, of course I cared. I was concerned, but I was concerned for me too. So instead of just saying, you know what, I want this done and over with, I don't want to see you again. I became more like from a therapist perspective with her. I was like, yo, why don't you consider therapy? You ever thought about that? And I slowly eased that into our conversation. So whenever she would come around, she would, are we gonna get back together? Do you still want to be? I'm like, I'm just not there right now. I think you should try, how's therapy going for you? And I did that for a long time because this girl used to pop up and sneak, and bro, she would leave letters. I was at your house. I didn't see your car out there.
Jesus Christ.
That's all I want to ask you a question.
Who I was dating. You never meet these people. You meet their representative first. So my point is, I'm looking at this guy. He got 8 kids. He has a service, so he had to have benefits and access to therapy. But I'm almost willing to bet the guy probably didn't take the therapy, and he thought sending his, offering himself and his children was the better option.
It would be easier.
This got two things. So you said something unique, right? With your story, right? Was you putting it down on these young ladies?
Absolutely. It's
okay, then. Hold up. That could play a big role in women, right? That could play a big role. You know what I'm saying? So that's that's adult stuff that can play a role. But with this guy, right, even though he has access, if he mentioned this to a sergeant, the military failed him in one capacity, right? Because if they know that you have any tendencies like that and you talking to people, JT's a sergeant. And you go around JT talking about you going to do something to somebody, JT gonna make sure everybody that's supposed to talk to you is gonna talk to you.
Well, you're obligated.
He's
definitely obligated.
You're right, Coach Berg, because he talked to, his name is Michael Mayans, who was his officer. Shamar was one of his soldiers, and Michael expressed, if you just type in his name in Instagram or TikTok or whatever, you'll see that he wrote his words. He said it. He wrote a letter because Shamar was in his backyard. His house was in the aerial shot of the scene, right? And in his words, he goes, Shamar and I took, a little bit of a walk. It wasn't a long walk, but he expressed to me what he was going through. And then by the time they had that little walk, or whatever the case may be, Shamar took his own life. But I'm sure this is not the first time that he expressed this to this person that he called uncle. his officer, who he called uncle, which means you refer to him as family, as like a relative, someone that you confided in. And so, Coach Ferg, you're absolutely right when you say that he was definitely failed by someone that a man that he called uncle, someone meaning close proximity. Close proximity, not only in geographical terms, but in emotional terms, because this man confided in him. And so, he doesn't talk about, oh, I feel bad that I didn't get him the help. I feel bad that I didn't lead him into. It was almost like a statement, like, yeah, that was my house that y'all saw. Okay, who cares? Don't It was more so of a, yeah, I was the person that beating his chest and saying, instead of saying, I'm going to probably think about this till I die, because at the end of the day, I was somebody who he came to. I could have made a difference, another man to a man.
And that's why he can't separate himself from that, right? And this is, what I'm saying? Listen, the Army will make you take a psychological test if you say you injured. So you got a worse enough injury, they'll make you go take a test. And they'll have you talk to a couple of people before they actually make sure you go get the real final procedure that you need, just so it won't be in your mind. And he went through that, right? I don't think the military played a role in his issues. I think he had some prior to going in. He thought that because think about it, he was a 8-time, 7-time baby daddy early on in life. So he got to try to figure something out. And he was in the reserve, so that's 1 weekend a month. So that little $300-400, that ain't gonna do
shit. Yeah.
And I'll say this and I'll shut up. I would like to know who his friends are, because I'm sure he had buddies who he would relay this information to, and even the community. They in that small little area, everybody knows everybody. These women knew who the baby mama was. That ain't really it's important, but everybody knew, and he's expressed times where he's blanked out. I went through some stuff before, so it's a lot of elements that failed him. Unfortunately, I think also with the military component, whoever his leadership was that's writing these letters talking about he talked to me, the military go deal with that a little different.
Yeah.
Once it all start coming out, and because on YouTube everybody trying to make sure that Army is attached to it.
And that's bullshit, especially we already understand if that shit is damn weekend warrior shit, that's a whole different ball game. And if you never been deployed, then come on, man, go playing with me.
Yeah, I mean, but if it's on record that he told somebody he was going to do that, right? They're obligated to do something about it, correct?
Yes. Well,
in terms of they can't force him to do something because he was out of the service. Right, he was. I don't know if he was still. He left the.
No, service. He was out. He
was National Guard or Reserve, whatever.
I thought he was out of the service by the time this happened. Well, I don't know if he remained in the National.
No, he got a DD-214.
Yeah,
what that means? What
he's out.
Discharge. He's out.
So they don't have. So they didn't have any obligation to do anything for him then, right?
But our pain, he's a veteran, right? So he's
a veteran. Okay, so he's
one of the biggest. If you go to the veteran site right now, one thing you're gonna see on that site, if you don't see nothing else, if you are feeling sick or depressed or whatever, call this number.
So he still had access as a veteran. That's
I was about to pull my little card.
Well, listen, I mean, okay. So there's no getting away around it. And one thing I really would caution that the baby mothers, his wife, his girlfriend, because they both got shot from what I understand.
And the wife and the girlfriend?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Here's my
so
thing.
they kept saying it was her girlfriend, Payne.
Hey, listen, we gotta really do this. These women are not. They're blameless in this thing. They might have been a thorn in his side, but we cannot say because of their actions that they're responsible for, or any. I mean, if I was on the jury, for example, and they said, well, you know, 85% was his fault and 15% was hers because they were a pain in the ass, you know. And they were. I'm not buying that. One of the things I think we as Black men need to do, and I think we fail at this, is we got to be better at losing our women. And it's a man thing. It's not just a Black man thing. Men in general go ape shit when they lose a woman in their lives. Wars have been fought. People, you know, and so if we have a microcosm of the Black community, we have enough evidence that when a sister leaves a brother who thinks he's put all into her, we do some stupid shit, man. But the family annihilation is not one of the things that we normally do. But we do hurt the woman, you know, a lot of times. So I'm just saying, we can't escape the fact that he's, as far as I'm concerned, 100% responsible for what happened.
Yeah.
You know, and everything else is in tangential to that. Okay, was he catalyzed? Did he have a catalyst that he used as an excuse to do it? Yes. But the blame, you can't shift that.
Right.
Because women leave men all the time, and we don't go to lead our children because of it.
Right.
You know, so that guy who came on, and I'm gonna end it here, who said all that bullshit about Black men, I take umbrage with what he says, because we do not go around eliminating our kids. Matter of fact, women are more dangerous to kids than anybody else, and that's a statistical fact. You know, so so I'm not taking the blame for that.
Yeah,
so but he's gone, so it's unfortunate, but
it's not gonna. But this is the thing that I'm saying, Arpang, of course, 100% responsible. Yeah, I mean, we ain't got to say it. He killed all but one child, and he was trying to kill everybody. So we understand that what happened, he's 100% responsible for. No doubt about that at all. What I'm expressing is that this is why I'm saying it. It ain't gonna be the last time. It's not gonna be the last time, because there's and it wasn't the first time. And I'm talking about specifically in Shreveport and communities that are like Shreveport. For instance, Detroit, Philadelphia. These places where you have these cats be coming out doing some of the most horrendous ass shit. What I'm saying is that they're in a community where if you've been in these communities, you will understand that there's a subset of people that absolutely have they have the mental mentality that they have right now is crazy. And they have children. That's what I'm saying. They have children. The ones that I'm sitting back saying that I feel bad for is the most vulnerable, and that's the children. When you look at the how these things come to a head, there's a process that happens, right? I want to screw you. You want to screw me. We start screwing each other. We have moments in the point where we get attached to each other. We think it's love or whatever the fuck it is, but we have not only one child, 2 children, 3 children, 4 children. In the midst of all these things happening, volatile behaviors are happening between us, and not just us. Everybody else that's over here in this, like they said, I thought it was her girlfriend because I was like, it was fucked up. But you talk about his girlfriend and his ex-wife or be ex-wife.
All right. So, but
that tells you that the mindset of that community that they're in, there's no one to save. Guess who? The children, because the children are up under the ones that have the mental illnesses.
Then what I'll give you is that our community is broken with children for a long time. Black men are not family annihilators. We're just not. This is an isolated incident. Give me a litany of Black men who are killing their children.
No. It is. This is the thing. It is.
They're not killing the children. They're killing the creator of the children.
Who's the creator of the children?
Huh?
What do you mean, the mothers?
Look, we can get into it. We can get into
it. So that's a different story. I already said that. If we're talking about black men hurting black women, that's true. And I already said that men has to be better when they lose their women. We're talking about the kids. So now we're conflating things.
No, this is what I'm saying. The most vulnerable are the children. I'm not talking about, because even though these women end up being victims, that don't make them the most vulnerable.
Yeah, but what does that mean, JT? And we're talking about
because they have choices. No, what I'm saying is
having these kids in the first place is putting them in a bad position.
That's my point. That's why I just said the focus is the children.
All right, yeah, but it's in the context of what we're talking about is a man who killed his kids.
But he tried
So my whole point is that he killed. So my whole point is this, Arpain. He killed his children, but he wasn't the only. Listen, everyone else was still complicit into the foundation of how it got to where it was. If we just look at it at right, so that's what I'm saying. If we just look at it as that, this man killed his kids.
He killed his kids.
And that's all we have to deal with it. The conversation is absolutely over then. What I'm telling you is that it's a constant. This is what I'm telling you.
I didn't say the conversation is over.
It's a constant.
So many things.
But what I'm explaining is that it is
the fact that black men might hurt a woman.
No. What I'm saying is that
responsible for all. He killed his kids, and he's the one responsible for it. It's not a black man issue. It's that guy's issue.
No, it's a no. I have a different. So my take is different.
Black men go around killing.
No. I'll tell you what my take is. I'll tell you what my take is. My take is communal. The community.
Community's dead, man. That was the goddamn community, man.
Right, and that's why you end up having. Hold on. Even when you said that, that's my point right there. Look, I can agree with you on that, because the thing is this: when you don't have a community, you have the end results of what we've seen right now of a man killing his children.
We have one man who killed his children.
No. I can pull up more stories. Just like that's what Precious was trying to say. Hold on, Arpain. That was Precious was trying to say. It's a continuous thing. Women are being killed by men. Men are killing their children. However, it's also this is the thing. Women are killing their kids too, right? The thing is this. This is why I said, and my premise was that the most vulnerable are the ones that have absolutely nothing to do with it, other than they're the right. It's the children, the vulnerable. That's who it is. So at the end of the day, the problem we should be able to agree on is that we have broken communities. The reason why we seeing this is not something that is isolated. I would not agree with that. It's an isolated incident. Not from what I'm seeing right now in this world. We can go from one to the next, and the common denominator of the ones that are being assaulted and killed are children. The common denominator.
Okay, so listen, you know what? This is the first time I heard anybody said that black men are going around killing their children.
I didn't say black men are going around. I'm talking about children are being.
That's what's on the table right now.
No, but you're stuck on that part right there.
That's what we're talking about.
That's not. No, it's not.
That's what we're talking about. I mean, if we were going to say,
right, but you went past what I just said.
Destroy the community.
No, you went past.
We could have.
All right, Payne. You went past what I just said.
My thing is whether they killing the children or
children are being killed by mothers and fathers. They're vulnerable. I'm not talking about this. Is what this is the thing. It was the same thing.
We're trying to have so Precious conversation centered around a man killing his children.
No, and you keep being stuck on that, Arpain, and we're saying that's not the biggest issue. The issue is that the children are the ones that are being killed, whether it's mama or dad. It doesn't matter. They're being born into
this 13-year-old who survived this. Is going to have to live a life and see this destruction every time she closes her eyes.
Yeah.
Every time she looks at her mom, because her mom survived. It's crazy how the two women survived and a girl. 2 women survive and a girl, which means they can make more children. However, and we don't even know if they can make more children. Who knows what damage this did to them, right? But they are going to have to live on, and now they will have a stigma against our men.
Yes,
we're supposed to protect them.
Now, Precious,
supposed to be there for them.
Wasn't one of the women shot in the head?
In the nose, yes.
In the face, right? So now watch this. Now watch this. I remember I was going to date a woman, right? She had a little limp, but she was beautiful, right? We got to talking, and the woman was telling me what happened to her. And she told me that when she was in high school, her boyfriend at the time came up to the school and shot her in the head. How can I date that woman after she gave me that information, right? So imagine someone that's sitting here, that type of information, that's what I'm trying to say, is that it makes a difference when we're talking about the things that's happening. That woman survived, but what's she gonna do? Go out here and try to date the way that she used to date when she was young and beautiful? She can't do it anymore. That happened. And then on top of that, once you give that type of information, and not only that you say that I was shot in the face, but 7 of my children were deleted by my husband.
We wanted to have this broader conversation of how fucked up black men are. These kids didn't even have to die to say what was said.
It don't have to go to being how fucked up black men are, though, Pain.
Listen, the story you just said could have been said before these kids got killed about.
Bro, let's keep it a bill. Let's keep it a bug, though.
I mean, wait. This is listen. When I talk, we got to compartmentalize things. The conversation we're having about the kids being the most vulnerable could have been said whether these kids got killed or not.
But our Pain, you went past the part that I said. Even if we say, wait
a minute, you're making statements. We could have had this whole conversation about black men and how they can't process hurt and they lash out. We could have this whole conversation whether these kids died or not.
Yeah,
but I've also said
the fact of the truth of this situation, not just a broad situation. The fact of the matter is he took their lives.
Right, but I've also
told me that I'm gonna make a broad. I don't need to make a broader statement. These kids were unfortunate in this particular instance, but the issue about the community, whatever that's called, and black men not processing their hurt would be the same whether this guy did what he did or not.
Yeah, I just think y'all both are coming at it from a different perspective.
They're different perspectives. That was why I said that even though those women, they were, and I'm going to let you go, Coach, but that's why I said, even though the women were victims, I believe that they were still complicit. I believe that the community was complicit.
And what was that, having the children in the first place?
Not just that, having the children, knowing that you can't afford those children, being around, talking the way that you talk. Listen, this is my whole thing. That's why I said, go into neighborhoods like Shreveport, go to the neighborhoods in Detroit, go in there and just listen to people talk. That mindset is fucked up. It's fucked up. No, it's not just that what happened. We just say that it's unfortunate, but it's a constant thing that keeps happening, bro. May not be 7 children that get shot by a man or something like that. Just like I said, we had 6 years of women killing the shit out their kids. Nobody was saying shit about it.
Nobody was saying shit.
But nobody's saying shit about it. You seen, I had pointed that thing out, but we also have to point out that there's something different. Community, or the lack of community, is a big spot in that. Just like you say
what a conversation of what you're saying. I just don't want to keep conflating it the way we're saying, because we're using this as a way to say, well, let's put focus on this, but this focus could have been anyway. Listen, as long as people are having illegitimate children with no support system around them, this is going to keep happening. Not necessarily family annihilation, but the kids are always going to be vulnerable. We got 3 generations of vulnerable children that became vulnerable adults, and they keep reproducing.
Yeah, but these people were married. Okay. Yes, he had the 3 kids on the street, but the 7 kids that he had with his wife was under marriage.
Yeah, okay.
I would like,
and he went off the rails, and he killed and he deleted his children.
Precious.
And what I'm saying is, if we want to have a conversation about that, we can. If we want to have a broader conversation, we can too. But they're not the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I think as far as JT, I understand in this family dynamic, right? This family dynamic, the children were the most vulnerable in that dynamic.
They're always the most vulnerable,
but that's all he was identifying. But in this situation, I'll say 2 things, Precious. In reference to these survivors, they must leave this neighborhood. They must leave this neighborhood. They'll sit around them niggas, and niggas will remind you till you leave this earth that your babies was splattered all. They gonna let you see the picture over and over again. Get away. F their feelings about what it is. Go get you some peace. Go talk to whole strangers. Don't talk to number strangers. Don't talk to nobody you know. Because they're going to forever remind you of that nasty scene. And we can see it no matter where we stand when it comes to this man, women. Most of us would say this was a bad deal for this young group.
Yeah.
And I'll say this, Precious. I would like to know the age of the baby from the girl, I would like to know, right?
3 years old. I think the youngest one was 3, right?
3, right?
3 to 13, I think.
If he's had, did he have a children by another woman?
Yeah, 3 kids.
Yes.
So that means over time, she knew exactly how he was moving. The problem with him was he was so already out of whack that he couldn't even manage that dynamic because he was allowing it to. I wish I could have had a baby by another woman. You still showing that you acquiescing under the mind of a woman. There's no way the kids are here. Why do you have to so concern yourself with the woman if you have the opportunity to your children? And this is where over 30, 40 years, a lot of dudes grew up in that. A lot of dudes grew up in that no having no voice.
They don't end up killing their children.
No. I'm just saying grew up in those type of environments where they don't have a voice with their children. He's no different than a lot of brothers over the last 45 years.
But that's not that's the problem we have in that, because we're asked up until this annihilation, they said that he was at a decent relationship with his children. Maybe a lot of stuff was hidden.
That's what it looked like. That's what
it looked like, because we never know. All I'm trying to say is
I think it was
so many men in our black community, and here's where the rub is, that have a whole bunch of kids.
But they don't have access.
But I don't think that the man was. I don't think that he deleted his kids because he didn't like his kids. I think he deleted his kids because of the psyche that he had, where he was just like, it's over, and you think, and it was basically off of her. You think that you just gonna be living in life, blah blah blah. It's over for me, and it's gonna be over for all of us. I'm killing you and us. I'm killing us.
And
I hear what you're saying. And I hear what you're saying, and I'm saying black men being family annihilators is rare.
Yeah, that's rare.
It's very rare. It's very rare.
You're saying that, Arpain, but you don't necessarily have to unalive a child to annihilate their life, because when you take away the mother of the children, these children are now going to CPS.
But Precious,
they're now going to strangers. Their lives are blown up and annihilated without the physical ramifications of it, without the actual gory, physical picture of it all.
I don't disagree with what you're saying.
When you take away their mother, and you're probably not going to raise these kids because now you're going to jail. These children going to have to go to CPS. They're going to have to go to family services. They're going to have to go to strangers. And now they don't have their mother or their father. So, yes, you're blowing up.
Okay, but all right. So that's another scenario you're talking about. In the world that we live in, we have a whole bunch of receipts. I hate to do this. We have a whole bunch of receipts of where our society to traumatize children because their fathers are not being allowed in their lives.
Yeah.
So this thing. So the larger community, the larger issue is that people are not having kids in wedlock, and one or two, that happens. Blah blah blah. But when we're talking about the numbers that we're talking about, it's just so much dysfunction. And there's enough blame to go around. And what I'm saying is on this issue, I don't see blame anywhere else but with this dude.
Yeah.
We about to wrap it up. In 2026, Black women, we're talking around what the main issue is here, and it is when men don't get help, who pays the price? Okay, in 2026, Black women are being unalived in their homes, at work, and on holiday and on the road by partners, by boyfriends, by husbands, by strangers. No space has been safe. These are their stories.
See, I hate these stories. I hate the words. Even the words just.
Okay, Coach Ferg, I'm going to go through this. Okay, at 8 months pregnant, Ashley Allen, 23, was unalived by Kevin Foe, 24, the father of her unborn child. He had previously been convicted of assaulting Ashanti just months before her death. Her baby never took his first breath. Okay. We then have Victoria Alexander, 38, was unalived by her estranged husband who gunned her down at her own workplace. This happened in New Jersey before turning the gun on himself. She was a licensed practical nurse. She went to work. She never came home. We also have Raven Edwards, was unalived by her ex-boyfriend in Washington, D.C., a mother of 3. She had been battling kidney failure since 2025. She was already fighting to stay alive. He took that fight from her. We have, at 22 years old and pregnant, Tanoia Stokes was unalived in Monroe, Georgia, weeks away from graduating from Kennesaw State University. A man has been charged with her unaliving. She was weeks away from a new chapter. At 22 years old and 5 months pregnant, Gladys Johnson was unalived by her partner in her own home, in her own family home in Milwaukee, which was set on fire. She was also the mother of a 3-year-old daughter. 2 lives taken at once. There's also Denisha Heller, 30, was unalived by Altavius Powell, 34, who shot her execution style in a vacant apartment in Fort Lauderdale before moving her naked body and leaving it near a dumpster covered in cardboard. A mother of 3 daughters, her father said he left her like she was nothing. Gabrielle Ayers, 27, was unalived in a targeted ambush by a known suspect in Chicago, leaving behind a baby daughter. Her daughter will only know her through photographs. Dr. Serena Fairfax, 49, was unalived by her estranged husband, former Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax, who shot her in the basement of their own home before unaliving himself upstairs. Their teenage son called 911. A judge had just ordered Justin to move out. She was a dentist, a mother, gone. Nancy Mateer Bowen, 38, was unalived by her husband, Stephen Bowen, who shot her 3 times in their home in Coral Springs, Florida. The vice mayor and first Black and Haitian American female commissioner in her city's history was found with her body wrapped in blankets and garbage bags. She had just buried her brother. She was weeks away from announcing a run for Congress. Imani Diaz-Smith, 26, was a former Broadway child star who played young Nala in The Lion King. She was stabbed to death by her boyfriend, Jordan Jackson Small, 35, in their home in Edison, New Jersey. He was charged with first-degree murder. She leaves behind a 3-year-old son. She had already overcome so much to get where she was. At 34 years old, pregnant, mother of 2, Bianca Huntley was unalive while driving home from work on I-75 in Atlanta during rush hour. She tried to get out of her vehicle and dial 911 before she died. Her SUV was found on the median, turn signal still blinking. Her family says she was targeted. No arrest has been made. Qualisha Barnes, 36, known by her stage name Skitty, was shot 4 times in the face while sitting in her Range Rover on a Southeast Atlanta street at 1:30 a.m. She was 14 weeks pregnant. Her unborn child did not survive. No suspects have been named. She was 2 semesters away from finishing her nursing degree. Her mother believes she was also targeted. And of course, we know Ashley Janae, 31, traveled to Zanzibar, Africa to celebrate her 31st birthday with the man she was with. She was found dead. The circumstances surrounding her death are still under investigation, and no suspect has been named. She went on holiday. She never came home. These are only the cases that made news. For every name in this thread, there are countless more that never got a headline, never got a report, never got a mention. Black women are being killed and the world is not paying attention. Check on your sisters, trust your instincts, speak up, report what you know, whether it is a dangerous relationship, a violent attack, or targeting killing. No Black woman should have to fight for her life alone. You are not alone. The National DV hotline is there. You can also text. You know, I understand the men aren't aliving, they're just not walking around unaliving their children. But when you can unalive the mother of the children and then turn around and unalive yourself, you know, because they may not unalive the children, but there's probably a higher rate of them unaliving themselves.
You know, I'm trying to look at the purpose of this. Men are not going around unaliving women willy-nilly either. For all of these, there's millions of women who are not being attacked by men. I could put a list of anything like this and make it look like this. Listen, I think Black women have decided to be alone without their men, like the only ethnic group in this country that have no tie to their men. And they don't want to be covered, right? And so we could put up these examples, but as a Black man, when I hear these kind of statistics, you know, I'd like to put them in the context of statistics because most Black men don't unalive their women.
Honestly,
most of us don't. And so when we put these things up there, it gives a connotation that we're going around killing our women willy-nilly, and we don't.
Our pain, I am sad and disappointed in you, and this is coming real.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen. You could be
at the end of the day, it does happen. So that's what we are addressing. So if you don't want to address that it does happen, we're not talking about
it doesn't happen.
That it happens. We're not talking about if it happens every day, every second. I mean, literally, I think between every 3 to 6 minutes, a woman is unalive, whether she's Black, whether she's white, whether she's Hispanic. At the end of the day, it is happening.
Yes.
And we have to address it.
And I think it is. No, listen, I know we get triggered. Like I'm saying, all these people need to die. I'm just saying that this country has spent a lot of time making it as safe as humanly possible for women. And it's not a perfect system because we have bad people in this country. And,
right.
You know, so the fact is, you know, what is the solution for the fact that every so often a woman is going to be attacked? You know, so we got to look at it in a deeper context because depending on how you look at it, and this is unfortunate, that the United States has been made with our laws and our system of justice where women in our country are probably some of the most protected women in the entire world. We might not like it.
Well, at this point, women are staying to themselves to be protected. And I'm not one of those women that are just like, no, be afraid of men, because no, I don't think that women should be afraid of men.
No,
but at the same time, they should value their safety. They should value that when they go out to go to work and go into the parking lot of their job, they're not being followed by their husband who wants to leave, unaliving notes on their dashboard to make
well, before you go, JT, I said this when we first said this. I said Black men in particular have an issue with how they deal with their women in when they get hurt. I said that. I really did. That's where we need to help at. So what your illustration shows me is exactly what I said in the beginning.
Well, that's
when our women leave us, we overreact. And I'm thinking that it's probably a lot of factors in that, because these guys are doing it because whether it's scarcity mindset, or whether they don't think they'll ever find another woman like that, or they think they put so much into this and now it's gone. I don't know what those factors are.
I know what the factors are. We have a lack of community cohesion. You're not filtering these men through your dads, your uncles. You're not filtering these people through family. You can never think that you're going to have a better outcome than what it was traditionally. Period. There's no way. And yes, they're absolutely right. You can come up, they can pull up 200 more women within the year that has been unalived by men and all these different things. But just like what our Payne was just saying, we can't just paint this picture like men are just going around willy-nilly just unaliving women. This is the thing that women don't want to understand. Men like myself, our Payne, Coach Ferg, and a lot of other men is out here. We are protecting you not only from the men, but from yourself, because the decisions that y'all make, when you showed those videos earlier, the videos, and even though those women were Hollywood women, we seen in 30 seconds how their mind be going and switching. They're bad picks of men. They're bad picks of mates. At the end of the day, they need to be able to lean on someone that can sit back and say, hey, I'm going to be very strenuous. It's kind of like this. If you go to other countries and you date a woman and her father and her uncles and all of them, they have to meet you. And they sit back and say, and she'll tell you in a minute, if they tell me that I can't be with you, then I have to break up with you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right? That in a lot of these countries, that's just how it goes. In America, it's not that way.
Not at all.
Again, we just spoke, and I love the way that you proportion the way that you proportioned the show today. When you have women that just be on their own, and they're being secretive and all these different things, those which you just showed, that's the worst case scenario that can happen. Unalive, the rest of your life is gone, right? And it's because of the picking. You're not good. And the only thing you got to do is just say, I'm just not good at picking men. When men sit back and we hear that you say, I like you, but I got to bring you around my uncle or my dad. We need to see. So for right now, let's just be friends. Sex is not on the table right now. Right, man? They can be upset. And the ones that don't want to deal with that, guess what they're going to end up doing? Leaving.
Straight off, yeah.
They're gonna stray off. And so you're fine. That way you don't have to deal with all the other rigmarole that comes behind that. There's no pressure. There's nothing. Let him go where he's going, right? But the other ones, when it comes down to it, you have to filter them through the people that really, really love you. And I'm not just saying the men, the women too. Women are just as, especially when you got a woman, a mother and a father. The mama could be way worse than the father could be, right? But they're going through the filter of your family. This is what courting is. Courting is not you and just that person. It is your community, their community. You get a chance to see this person. You get a background. That's why you don't have to go online to get a background check on them. You're getting a background check on them from these eyes, from what you're hearing, the community that they're from. If they got a bunch of people that's over there, right, and if they come from terrible stock, Precious, no matter how much you like them or whatever, there's something in you that's going to say, even though I like you a lot, I just can't be with you. Because you see where they come from. You see the stock, right?
Yeah.
And whether you're right or wrong, I'd rather be safe than sorry, right? That may not just be the person from you because you see where they're coming from.
Right.
Why? Y'all say it all day. Men, we'll tell women, I love you. We tell you all the things. And whatever comes in your ear, and especially if you like us, what you gonna do? You just gonna say, okay, I'm gonna go for that. But you got to start making better decisions. And they're gonna have to be difficult decisions that you have to make. Just because you're fond of a person and they're strange, if they're a stranger, treat them as a stranger. I had never had a problem with a woman saying, I don't know you like that, so I have to do certain things and take certain precautions. Never had a point where I was just like, oh shit, you on some bullshit. And if I was on that, good. That's good on her.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? But when you don't have that, and it's going to be even more people. This is what I'm saying. What you've shown is the suffrage that families have to deal with, right? When people say, well, what's the solution, or how do we fix it? We got to watch the suffering right now. We're past the thing where we can, single-handedly fix these things. It's going to be another generation that's going to fix that. What we're seeing right now, I guarantee there's going to be a generation that's going to be applying the things that we're talking about right now. There's going to be a generation that's going to see so much suffering. You're going to have one generation that's going to see so much suffering, they're going to be working towards going another route. And then you're going to have eventually another generation that's going to, I don't know how that's going to get, but it's going to be eventually another generation that's going to say, we got to put some order in this shit right now. And they're going to start applying the things that they learn.
But you know what I mean, JT, you got to have some people who are willing to acquiesce to that. I mean, like I tell my daughters, you got somebody you're serious about. You got to, one, introduce them to me and your mother right away. That's it. Or else why waste your time? Don't let these guys know where you live. None of that stuff, And, so far they comply. What I'm saying is, and this is a black woman's choice in America. You guys don't want to be covered. They got to be covered. And I'm saying, it's only so much we could do. If women don't want to be covered because they're independent and they want to do whatever they want to do because, I don't know how to bridge that gap.
You're not going to be able to do it,
Faye. The lieutenant governor to erase his wife, right?
Yeah.
This guy has been through the rim. So some of these are anomalies and some of them aren't. I remember Ray Caruth, who did his girl, a football player.
Yeah.
He's still doing time.
He ain't doing time no more.
Huh?
He's not doing time anymore. Ray Caruth been out for like 6 years, bro. Ray Caruth was trying to get custody over his son.
Get out of here. Something I thought the kid.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Yes.
I did.
And I think we gotta follow the story because it's not even in the limelight.
He did get out. He tried to.
He got out and he tried to get custody over his son.
Well, I mean, so Precious, I hear what you're not trying to do. What you put out, what you presented is compelling. I'm just trying to figure out, the message that we're leaving and what the corrective action is. And I think JT said a lot of that good stuff, but how do we get there from here? Because women are going to be, go ahead, LT, because women are out there alone all the time. There's no women out there more alone than black women. Nobody. Go ahead, LT.
Thank you. JT, I think it is JT.
Yeah,
JT.
He basically almost said everything I was thinking about, but I'm going to go on top of that and say, and both of y'all was talking a similar thing. It really comes down to the woman and accountability, because I got sisters, I got female cousins, and I'm one of the big cousins, one of the big brothers, and I don't know how this is gonna sound in this generation, but I kill for my family, for the women. If you wrong one of them, not that they did something deservingly, but if you just flat out hurt one of mine, my female cousins or sisters, I don't even mind doing jail time for what I'm probably gonna do to you. It's just the man, and I grew up like that. I'm gonna be broke, an arm, something. Me and my cousins, my brother, we gonna find.
It depends on what.
But a minute. Vetting is the key. I have actually had some discrepancies with these same females in my family because of their choice in man. And I would say, hey, well, what are you looking for? Why this guy? And it'd be the problematic black guys, the ones that I like a little a little thug or this or that. It's like,
with a suit on.
And it's like, that's okay that you like somebody. You want to protect this, what you're really trying to say. But that doesn't mean he has to be the worst of the worst. And when they don't know how to vet the type of man they want, they just think, okay, this guy, he looks like he could protect me, but he also might be the guy that'll go upside your head, or he don't got a certain level of morals. So we, as the men in the family, got to screen that type of stuff. And sometimes, it's pushback. So what I started to do was I started to let them fend for themselves, because I got older and I got tired of being in the middle of stuff. And it got dangerous too, because that's the woman in them likes that thrill. And then I had a guy come to me, he got a pistol, he laid it on the table. And I'm like,
bro.
And I'm looking at this guy like, my guy, why did you bring that up here? This my sister. But at the end of the day, I thought about my life, and I said, at the end of the day, man, I still want to live. I still got a lot of mistakes to make myself. I asked my sister, and I said, you know what? Next time you date somebody, you bring this type of energy around me, I can't really recall what I'm going to do. I can't be held too responsible either. I'm going to do whatever I got to do for me. But don't put me in a situation like this where I got to go and then go off the rails for you. But I see that not just with my sister, but a lot of black women, even the rejection I've gotten, it's been women that told me, you not dangerous enough. So in so many aspects, like I got a decent job, I don't gang bang, but it's like I want a thrill. I'm in Chicago, and whenever you see these things happen, it's always little subtle little signs of crazy in these guys that they be talking about. Yeah, he off you, but how many times did he threaten to hurt you before that?
Yeah.
How many times did you tell your father or your brother or cousin or anybody that cared for you? And a lot of times these women, they don't tell them because they know them men gonna show up and ask, well, why are you still with this guy? Why don't you leave him?
That's true.
And them the guys that they want to change, them the guys that want to fix the situation and love it out of them. So that's why it's like one of y'all was saying earlier, like, man, you just gotta let them learn for themselves. It ain't gonna be us that's gonna be able to save them. It's probably gonna be another generation.
We gonna keep watching the suffering.
But this is part of the problem that black men have been raised under. Most people that do that shit ain't raised under a father. I got 5 sisters. I'll be damned if I risk my life after we've been talking to them like, don't do that shit. And you put yourself in a position that's not your position to be in. I don't know if you have children. I don't know somebody, but for your children, yeah. For your dumbass cousins, sister who raised up under and I'm not saying you, brother. I'm just saying there's a lot of brothers in this situation. You don't put yourself on the line for people that didn't even protect you coming up.
Yeah.
Because the father is the one of the and that's why I don't know why I keep mentioning the father, but that's the one that can balance you out as early as possible to where you ain't crashing out over a woman doing wild shit. You would already know, like, you do that shit, you on your own.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But again, the women, they not even listening to their peers because they weren't listening to, they don't have a relationship with their father either. So don't think it's just on the man, because a woman who don't have a relationship.
What you're saying, Coach Ferg, let me just step on what you're saying, right?
And then we gonna wrap this up.
Okay, this is the
well, you don't want out the,
yeah, I don't want to just hit and stream. I need to warn you that after this is it.
Yeah, just
you can't just be throwing that shit out there like that and then try to bring it in.
I gotta work in the morning and vet these men.
How do we fix this thing when we have generation of men who haven't been able to step up to the plate for generations? For a few generations, where do we learn it? Now, we're here talking about it. And yeah, I gotta admit, when I see these kind of things, Precious, I get a little kind of, only I look at it personally because I know in my life that I've never ever come close to even hurting a woman.
But you're making it personal to you, RP.
No. Hold on.
I didn't know, man.
I'm not alone in that. Right? I know a lot of men who never hurt any women. You know, so when we see these things, they're real and they're harmful. And I'm saying, okay, like a man, how do we fix it? How do we fix it? How do we cover a fact that a person makes a choice, and that choice is a dangerous choice, right? Because we can't cover it all, you know. And so it's not just Black women, right? Women make choices all the time. It's a dangerous world out there, but we can only make it so safe. It's never going to be so safe that nobody's going to get hurt. That's an impossibility.
True.
You know, and so I'm just saying, when I look at it from my purview, the United States, and I think this is where men get a bad rap. We've made, and I say maybe the white man, but Black men are a part of this. This country has been, at the benevolence of men, we've given Black or women as much freedom as any women in the whole world. And when in that backdrop of freedom, there's certain danger. Right? You're not subjugated to a man. You're not forced to be with one. You're not this. So that means you're out in the diaspora on your own apartments, buying houses that have 100 million windows in them with no family in there. Maybe, how does anybody protect you? I want to be able to walk down the street naked, and you can't say anything to me. So I'm just trying to say, how do we fix that?
It's not about you fixing a woman. It's about you being mentors and fixing the mindset of the men who are in this predicament. Because like you said, Arpane, you don't know any men who are like this, but you also said at an early age, you went down a different path. I'm a mentor. I mentor young girls. Right. They weren't raised like I was raised. They are starting their lives. They're in high school. They're looking for jobs. Some of them are getting their licenses. They're going to be starting, college in a few years. And so what you do is you get involved with the issue. But if you don't want to do that, that's fine too. But at the end of the day, we talk about no finger pointing on here. Yeah, we can talk about the women in the Kiki and the Nia Long situation because that's what we're talking about, women. But when you talk about men and when men don't get help, who pays the price? And it's like, well, they have to vet better and they have to do this and they have to do this. But this still leaves the jackass men or the men who feel as though they could do whatever they want to women because they mad that women don't want to be covered or they're mad that women want to live alone and things of that nature. No,
if that's what you got out of what I said, I'm sorry for you. What I'm saying is, with choices comes certain consequences.
You're right, but we're not talking about the choices of a woman. We're talking about men and men only. Yes, women are going to make their choices, but men are going to make their choices as well.
No, listen, I'm trying to tell you that here's what I would submit to you. That let me say this, and maybe we don't like this, but I think most women don't get assaulted the way we just saw in these last 12 examples, right? Most women don't get it. So not only do some women might have bad guys, there's a lot of women out there who have good guys with them.
Right, but Arpane, you didn't say one or two. You said these last 12. That's a lot. That's more than how many fingers I have, which means if that's just what it is in this little example in this show, in this live, there are many more that are not documented, that are not.
But there's 23 million women out there.
You're right. So at the end of the day, the facts are the facts that women are going to outnumber men. But if there's a small population of men that are not doing this or doing this, it's still too many because we outnumber you anyway.
Well, the vast majority of men don't hurt women.
Okay,
and that's what I'm trying to tell you. We can go through all the statistics. The vast majority of men are not out there hurting women. We're not, because if that was true, a whole lot, you would have a million of those examples.
God went to go save the one. He didn't go save the majority. He went to go get the one. And if you're saying, oh well, if it's not a whole bunch of them, we not going to work it.
I'm just saying that this is never going to go to zero.
No. That's why
a satisfactory number. Never.
You're right, but you're still not giving a solution for men who are going down these wrong paths.
So the solution for those men is going to...
You don't like the solution. The solution is that if a woman is going to cleave to a man, he should be vetted by somebody other than her.
You got to do that.
You don't like that.
How is a man develop before he asks a woman to marry him, before he wants to go into this mature role? It happens way before a woman and men are vetting for marriage. Men don't just wake up one day and be like, you know what, I'm just going to offer.
No. So
before you even get there, I mean, she should have this guy in front of somebody to help vet the guy.
Yeah, right. you gotta. No.
You're right. I agree. However,
you can't get around it though.
The man himself, the makings of the man, has nothing to do with the woman.
So that was what. But Precious, that was what we said earlier. But that was what we were saying earlier. How men know how to compartmentalize one another. So when you say men, this is why men get offended so fast, because we already know how to compartmentalize those dudes. Those dudes that you're talking about, we're like, no, that's not the majority of us. As a matter of fact, when we're protecting you, those are the prototype of men that we're protecting you from. It's not that we're sitting back. We're not saying, yes, girl, go ahead, get your man. We're telling you we don't like none of these motherfuckers until they prove to us that they're worthy of you. The thing is that you are not bringing them. You're bypassing that part. You're bypassing that part.
We're not talking about a man and a woman being together. No. That's not where I'm coming from. That's
okay.
Where I'm going. Y'all keep going. You need to vet. You need to vet. You need to vet.
Okay, so not.
A man's development. A man's development is very important. It is very important because it goes off into different areas of his life.
The men.
Yeah.
I mean, let me say, we got to put the reality to what you're saying. Who's developing the men?
Right. You tell me. You tell me.
The women. For the most part, it's the women.
It's time to go to sleep. It's
time
to go to
sleep.
No.
Men are
you
not
go to bed if the women are developing men.
No, but that's why I go back, Precious. These women, listen, let's just be real, man.
Here's the thing. I believe that the reason why it's not worse is because there's a lot of men who already check men. You just might not want to look at it. I have a friend who was going to go off I don't know how many men I talked off the ledge.
Yes.
So maybe it's invisible to you, and it's visible to most women because we can look at the statistics and say there's too many.
It's too many of them that's being raised by their mom.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Let's stay right there, Jason. Okay. Let's stay right there.
So it goes to my point, Precious.
That's being raised by their mom, right?
So Precious, it goes.
But yet, please let me speak. But yet, it's not the majority of men who are doing this, which means the majority who are not doing this. How are you guys showing up for those?
Precious, that's we showing up. Men are showing up. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's the difference.
And this is the problem, right? Because the one person for both sides who can help alleviate a lot of this self-defeating mindset, if mothers would allow, first of all, before she get with my ass, I gotta go see JT, our pain, I gotta go see that real dude. I gotta go see the real one in the family, the man, not the women's, not that. I got to go see him, right? And then, if I make a baby with this ass, and this is where the catch is, most of those men, if they had a relationship with fathers early and often enough, it'll come down to that. They would be able to understand how to. Most of them would sort of dismiss it, like, man, she don't want to be with me. I'll move on, because a father can have those relationships over time. He can have those Not saying every father's good for it, but that man, JT's the hell of an uncle. Running by JT. JT gonna let you know. But then, if JT ain't your daddy or important in your life, you go dismiss everything he say.
Which is crazy because back in the day when we was outside, because I grew up in Jersey City, when we was outside, my neighbor could check me. The lady down the street could check me.
Well, the women control the kids today. They won't let nobody check their kids.
Right. And that's an issue.
So then, Precious, that's what
y'all don't even feel like y'all can check somebody who's going.
But why though? If the woman don't cuss us out.
The development again, so that's why it proves our point that the development would be for the majority is. But listen, the majority would be that they were raised by mom. The lack of the influence of male influence in a lot of these men, we can see it. What I'm telling you is this: we can definitely see it. I guarantee. The type of person I am
is looking and talking about it.
No. Hold on. Looking and talking about it. Yes, if that's not my son, why am I sitting here? Because I'm looking at thousands.
Community. Community.
No, it's not. That's the point.
You're talking about community.
Precious. Right? No. Listen, Precious. The community is in a deficit, and the reason why. And just listen to what we were just saying, and you have to agree with it. Who gonna say what to my kid? Fuck what you talking about. If my child come and tell me that you said anything to them, I'm on your head. I'm on your top. The schools can't say nothing. The principal can't say nothing. Even at the latchkey little spots that they have, they can't say nothing. The neighbor can't say shit to them. The lady across the street can't say nothing. And guess what? Absolutely, his daddy can't say a motherfucking thing to him. And that boy grows up from being from wherever he was to being a grown ass man. Before you know it, let me tell you one thing I do know about being old, getting old. Time flies faster than a motherfucker. 1 minute he 10, the next minute he 21 with kids. And he lacked everything he was supposed to have from mama and daddy. The only thing he got now, he's still a 10-year-old having goddamn children now. And guess what he ended up doing? Getting with a woman that he had no business being with. And he have children with that woman. And he's broken. She's broken. They come from all kind of bullshit. Now, this is where the kicker is. They ain't never left that fucking community. Ever. They've been the same community. And most of them, the same house that they were raised in is the same house they living in. They stay right around the block from each other. The people start seeing the tumultuous relationship that he got with baby mama one. He fuck around. Baby mama one, potential baby mother number two. She ain't even baby mother yet. She's seeing what he was going through with her, but she's still over her legs to this fuck ass nigga. And she ended up having a kid with him. Now he got two baby mamas.
Well,
they start learning each other and they go into cahoots. Let me explain something. They go in cahoots against this motherfucker. He ain't shit. Then you probably have 3 and 4, whatever the fuck. But you end up having a bunch of fucking a community that don't like you, black man. They don't like you because you sat back and you did exactly what they needed you to do so you can get along with them for the time being. And then when they don't like what you're doing, everybody, even the men, your homeboy, don't like your ass because they say you ain't taking care of your kids, you a deadbeat, and the only thing you want to do is fuck women. That's what we have to deal with.
But me,
that's what we got to deal with.
Precious, what does success look like for you in this situation, though? What was success? I mean, in an ideal, not ideal, but what would success look like? You know what I'm saying? A reduction somehow. How do you measure that? And what was success?
You said that you don't know any men in the community that do this or particularly.
No, that I would hang out with. No, of course not.
Right, that you would hang out with. Right.
Yeah.
So, we have these conversations, we have these platforms, and when we address these issues, they're not necessarily addressed. It's like, okay, well, vet better and do this better and do that better and do this better.
But now you're asking conversations. I do have conversations, though.
Right.
We do have conversations about how we deal with our women.
But I'm sorry?
We do have conversations. With the brothers, we have conversations about women, how we deal with our families, how we deal with women. You know,
right.
so if something
when it
comes
comes
up,
to dealing with men, it's mom's the word. People need
no. But I'm saying I'm
that's
talking
not
to
true.
men on how they deal with their significant others, right? I'm talking to men on how they deal with their wives and girlfriends. If they start talking about stuff like, you know, I feel like hurting her, I'm doing all this, that's when you start to say that's not how you deal with this particular situation. I'm not a psychiatrist. How else are we going to stop it? How we, you know, you're asking for something that's really not possible in a free world.
It really is.
We can only do what we can do when we talk to one man to another, and how we deal with our relationships, and how, you know, like I tell guys, I can't tell you how to be a boyfriend, but I can tell you how to stay married.
Right, but can you teach them how to be just a better man without a woman, without the children, just a better man?
In the right state, it depends on what they were looking for. You know,
but Precious, the thing about it,
I can't just go tell them this is how you do it.
They ain't talking to us though, Precious.
So
you know what makes it different? You know what makes it different?
I don't got time for excuses.
If they're
it makes a difference.
I don't.
But Precious, here's the difference though. This is the difference between men that are adult men moving as they are than young women, right? You're able to have those young women in a controlled environment, right? So every week you're able to talk to them about being accountable, being a little bit more, I guess, learn how to, I don't know if you're talking about relationships and whatever, but a lot of that, you know, self-esteem issue, a lot of that self-esteem. See, you can do that unless men are able to get young men in a controlled environment. It's the same process, and being able to mind those things out over time, because you know, as I know, relationship building is very important when you got young people. And me pulling up on some young dudes who's already in the chaos and saying, come out of the chaos, man. I got steak over here, bro. It's so good over here. Man, get your old ass on away from here.
Because I'm gonna tell you one time to get the fuck
they
away
don't
from
trust
me.
me, and I haven't built a relationship. And that's why I'm gonna take it back to when the father is very important for that time when a boy starts to transition. Over the last 35, I say all of my adult life, women that have children, because they have a strategic plan. They know when they ovulating, they know when they doing all that. Some of them intentionally go out and get a booty up when they ovulating, like, come on, it's time. And they'll find a dude who's been working hard. The dude that ain't minding his business. They'll have a baby. And they won't even allow access to him, the kid. But the kid is growing, because most black men don't say shit about their mama. They will bear everything on their daddy. My daddy ain't shit. Did you ever talk to him? No, he live around the corner, but they won't blame the mama for nothing. But we see it as they get older, who's the problem. And that's where it can a leapfrog. And now shut up. This is where the leapfrogging for younger men can break the curse. But it's going to take the sisters and you, women like you, to tell the sisters, these young boys, even the young girls, especially a 14, 15-year-old young girl starting to feel out, they need to have access to their father or a man of stature and character in the community.
They don't always have that, and that's
But there is someone.
We have a girls program and we have a boys program. The women are teaching the girls. The men are teaching the boys. They're putting their work in. They're making impact. They're developing these children. So nobody on this panel can't tell me that it can't be done, because I see it done.
No, it can be done. But over time, Precious.
And that's my point. But that is it. That's my point.
But again, when you're talking to grown men 35 and up, we can't say shit to them, because the women that they dealing with.
I see it daily.
But you talking teenagers and adults, it's two different components.
No, I mean, But this is the thing. She's right that it can be done, but this is the thing. It goes to what you were just saying. Time frame. When you talk about process, this is what I'm saying, Precious. We're in a state, and I understand what everybody is saying, but I'm telling you right now, we're in a state right now where the process has to be that you're going to see way more suffering. What's going to change it is you're going to have a generation of people that's not going to want to have that type of suffering anymore, and they're going to start doing what's righteous. We're in a space right now, and I guarantee it. Look what we're seeing now. You just put a list out there right there of people that their family are suffering because they're no longer here. And it's not that they're no longer here because they was minding their business and somebody just came and got them. It was because of the decisions that they were making. At the end of the day, what we have to understand is this. Yes, it's going to change. Nothing stays the same. But what I'm seeing right now, because people don't want to listen, they don't want to be at a point where they want to go to what the instructions is telling them. So when they want to do whatever they want to do, cool, do it. You're going to see it. You're going to see it in real time, them suffering or the family suffering. And you're going to see it. And then guess what? The solution is going to be in the problem. I don't want to see this happening no more. I don't want to see that going. So what's the solution? Let's do the opposite of what got us to here. This is what's going to happen. Yes, it's going to change. Everything changes, but there's a process in everything. And sometimes that process is not overnight. And a lot of times that process ain't even in 10 years. That process might take 50 years, 100 years. Because what was done didn't take 50 years, 100 years. That shit took 400 years to get us to where we at right now. How you undo that? So right now, yes, I can agree. There's a solution to everything, but there's a process that goes to it too. And how do you do it by yourself? You can't. If you got a problem that was done and that problem came to fruition, what we see right now, and then we see what the process was to get it to where we at right now, and we see that shit took 100, 150 years and all those different, how we going to do that shit in 10 years? How we going to do that shit overnight? We're not.
Yeah, I mean, the reality of it is, no, we're not, it's not going to happen overnight, but that is the result of our families being broken up. That is the result of us being scattered. That is the result of people owning us, right? Because when we were together, we could do things fast. We could go faster. We could build a community. We could have money. We could do all those things. We did it at one point. Yeah. And so we still have that mentality like, oh, it's going to take us forever. And it's like, not if you make a conscious decision to just be better. to make a decision to say, you know what, I don't have to change the entire world, but in my community where I'm about community, let's be a community. That's all I'm saying. We all live in different states and parts of the world, right? And we talk about community. Well, if you want the community to be better, don't just talk about it on YouTube. That's why I left YouTube for a little bit too. Because it was like, it's talk. It reminds me of high school. I never was the kind of person in high school to be like, oh, I want to be with the popular crowd. I want to be with the theater group. I'm blazing my own trail. Mm-hmm. Because any one of these groups that I'm associated with, one wrong move, and I'm associated with it.
So but you also have people that we all got, just like what you were just saying, different facets, right? We got to attack these problems from different angles, correct? So like me, my community, what I consider my community is my daughter, their mom, my mother, my brother, my nephew. That I'm anything on the outside, I'm not dealing with that. That's not me. Right? So no. Let me tell you why, because they're connected to the community. What I'm saying is this. I'm doing it from where I can handle it from, right? For instance, you got a Coach Ferg. What do you do, Coach Ferg, before you retired? Went to the community. He dealt with the folks that was out there. You have other people that does everything. Me, I'm doing it from the inside out. You can't have a community if you ain't got a family. What I see is a broken family. So the best thing for me to do is to fix what I have right next to me, and then we can go from the outside in. I mean, from the inside out. Coach Ferg can hit it from the outside in, right? And then you got other people that can do it from there. Just when we're talking about it, that is part of the process. You have to talk about it. You have to. You have to understand that this is what's happening right now. And you have to say, okay, well, in order for us to have a plan, we got to understand where the problem comes. What's the root cause and all these other things that come. Then you got people that can contribute the way that they can contribute. We're not, if we all try to do it and hit it from one angle, man, we're going to always fail.
There's no one
always.
There's no one angle. And I'm
There's
not
none.
In a free world. There's no such thing as perfect safety. It's just not going to happen. That doesn't mean you don't have to try anything. When people make their own decisions on who they want to mate with, male or female, like just like a lot of men pick the wrong women too. Mm-hmm. They pick women who they can't deal with. But she looks good. She's this and that, and she's his Achilles heel. And nothing worse than a man who's weak around his woman. Yeah, he might not end up hurting her, but he could be destroyed one way or the other. So I'm just trying to say, it's not that we don't do anything. Right. It's just that we could, I got a list, okay? I have a list of not all, but like 35 Black women who are who are judges, mayors, attorney generals, all of them. And each one of them are under some kind of indictment, some kind of lost their job, and just drunk with power. And I'm very reluctant to have like a show, just kind of showing that where I could just flip this woman, this woman, this woman, this woman, because I know that's not all Black women, but it starts to show a pattern of like, can I trust you with power? Right. And I'm saying, wow, my God, we just have the chick from down in Florida who's going to be indicted. So, and when I say that, if I show that on a panel of women, they're going to be upset with me because they're going to say I'm pulling out the lowest demons of these women. Right. I'm appealing to and then I'm putting it out there like this is like some kind of epidemic. And I'm just looking at, I got daughters. I worry about them. I'm just saying that the vast majority of men don't hurt women. We just don't. And that doesn't mean that the ones who do are less heinous. But if I just show a picture of all these victims, and you can put 100 up there, or whatever you can put up there, that still doesn't say that we go around looking for women to victimize. And that's what I'm trying to say. So I don't see how we could balance the conversation in a country like America where people are free to make their own choices. And just like everybody's choice comes with, the freedom that we have comes with a certain amount of danger. It's just true. Mm-hmm. Unless we're going to live in some kind of draconian society where we used to have standards, morals, mores, we used to have restrictions and all that kind of stuff that could force safety. It can, but people don't want to live like that. So I'm just looking at this thing. We do what we can, and life is kind of like a crapshoot, and we could try to make it better. But when I look at America, I don't think there's another country in this world where women are as safe as they are in this country. It doesn't look like that if we put up bad statistics, but go to some of these other countries, man, women are getting their ass kicked. They have no rights, nothing. So I'm just saying, I mean, and it's not just, I'm talking about Black men, but men in general, we just get this rap. Like all we want to do is hurt chicks, man. It's crazy.
It's not all you want to do is hurt chicks. But if you could have the opinion that you have towards the women in the first clip, then you know what? Don't even have it. because you can't give what you don't have. So I can't even ask that because
what do you say? The two women who want to make love? I mean, that's their business.
No, Nia Long and Kiki. There's it's always a passion behind speaking about the woman, and even when we speak about the man, it's like, oh well, the woman needs to do this, and it's I don't think
I hope I didn't sound like that. I didn't have any problem with Nia Long and Kiki from the standpoint that they want to have sex. It's up to them.
Right, but there's still a whole conversation of the older woman teaching the younger women, and there's a whole conversation around that. We had a whole conversation around that.
And what I'm trying to say is, how do we?
It's like, well, I'm just worried about me and mine in my house, and I understand that. But at the end of the day, just because it's not a widespread issue doesn't still mean it's not an issue. Arpain, have your show. Don't be worried about what women are going to say. I
hear you.
Pointing things out. If it's an issue, it's an issue. Period.
No, so the thing is that
no. JT, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but my bedtime, I
feel you.
You open that can of worms.
Yeah, she trying to close it off. I get you.
5 hours and 35 minutes, y'all are tripping, and so am I. Okay?
No, I understand.
We're gonna get out of here. We're not even gonna do no.
It's a good show. You know what? Yeah. So am I still invited back? I'm just trying to wait. You kick me up. Am I kicked off the channel or not? You know what I'm saying?
You can disappoint you, and you can be, a little bit disappointed about it. It doesn't take away from you still be adding, value to this platform.
We'll be able to reconcile it, though. I think we can.
And still like them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Pressure. I think we can still reconcile our differences. I mean, we're going to have these conversations come up again anyway. So.
Exactly.
No. We can't wait for next week.
I'm still have the Miss Forum. We're still going to be back next week, Friday, 9 p.m. We probably not going to go for 6 hours, but we're going to be back. Okay.
You dig?
I appreciate you guys. I appreciate those.
Appreciate you, sis.
Nice seeing you, LT, man. Nice
meeting you. Came through.
All right, fellas.
LT, thank you so much, guys. You guys have a good one.
All right, LT. Nice meeting you, brother.
Good night, Justice. Good night. Good night.
Good night, guys.